Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Day 2 of our budget workshop. City of La Marque City Council Special Agenda, August the 5th, 2025. Notice is hereby given the City Council of the City of La Marque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 5th, 2025, beginning at 10 a.m. Council chambers at 1109B Bayou Road, La Marque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. Accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer in the quorum of the La Marque City Council is going to be and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, La Marque, Texas. This location will be open to the public. Meeting will be broadcast at this location on channel 16 and via YouTube. Council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiara, would you give us a roll call?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A is not with us at this time. Councilmember District B, Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Let the record reflect that Ms. Yancey sent word to me that she will be here about 10:15. And so she is, I assume, on her way. We'll have now our invocation and pledge. Joe, did I ask you?
Yeah.
We'll have Mayor Pro Tem lead us in our invocation, followed by City Clerk Nance leading us in our pledge of allegiance. Stand if you're able.
Heavenly Father, we come here today asking for your guidance, your wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting focus on numbers. Lord, you always know that's a challenge for me. And we ask for your guidance. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a group as we undertake this important task, and also to nurture the bonds of community among us all. Fill us with your grace, Almighty Lord, as we make decisions and discuss items of great importance to our community. And Lord, we ask you to continue to remind us all that we are here today. All that we accomplish is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of our community. We ask these things and always in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Ms. Nance. Now that item 4, citizens requests for, citizens participation. Limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, address, and the item you wish to speak about. Applies with Texas Open Meetings Act. The city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press 6 to star 6, to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you are participating via the Zoom platform on your smartphone or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you're here with us in person, there is a microphone before us, center of the aisle. When your name is called, you may approach and you will have 3 minutes to speak. The timer is to my left and to your right. Let's remember, we still live in the greatest country in this world, and this country was founded on the First Amendment, freedom of expression. And this council does not attempt to diminish or derail that right, but we are asking, in fact, we are requesting that we treat each other with respect as we express our First Amendment rights. Avery, are there any persons online wishing to speak? Very good. Ms. Nance, are there any persons signed up?
No, sir.
Let's proceed. Yesterday, we were so excited to hear from the library. The library left us hanging. But today, my friend Tom is here, and he is representing the library. We're honored to have you, Mr. Tom. And if you have a presentation, you may not, and that's
I
okay.
do not.
You do not. Very good. Council, we will open this up to any questions or comments as it relates to the library. And the library can be found on which tab, Ms. Nance? It's out of which tab? 15?
Yes.
The library can be found on tab 15. Thank you, Ms. Holland. Council, anyone? Mayor Pro Tem.
I saw yesterday, Tom, and welcome, by the way. Good to see you again. The amount that was listed for books, I believe it was books, seemed to be rather low.
Yeah, that account is for, I think it's for the summer reading program
Oh,
to buy incentives and prizes and things.
okay.
The real money for materials comes from the county.
From the county.
And that's 32,000 this year.
Ah.
Yeah.
Explain that. How's the county sending us money?
I don't know exactly the specifics of it, but I mean, each county library in the
Yeah.
county receives a certain amount from Rosenberg Library.
Okay,
Yeah, based on population, I believe.
and that's what you're using to buy what would be considered the best resources in a modern library.
Right.
And talk to me about that very briefly. What are,
50% has to be circulating items. Now, whether that's digital or physical, it doesn't matter. We spend a lot more. We've bought furniture in the past. We bought a few other things, but it's almost exclusively circulating items.
and when you say, are more people checking out books, or are they checking out tapes? What is it they're?
More people are checking out books still,
Yes.
but the digital is on the rise. And it has been,
Do
especially
we,
audiobooks.
audiobooks,
Mhm.
do we provide, like other libraries, any equipment that can be checked out?
Do we provide other libraries?
Like other libraries have League City, for example,
Mhm.
or Dickinson, I think as well too. The citizens can check out a laptop or what's those tablets as well.
No, we never, as a staff, we never really got beyond, we touched on it, but we didn't really discuss it
Okay.
seriously.
And the library area is considered a Wi-Fi zone
Yes, 24/7.
24/7. So community can come and when the library is closed,
Right.
can come to the parking lot area
Yes,
and access our Wi-Fi.
yes.
Okay. I have seen young people out there sitting in cars with their parents. That's why I haven't done that. I'm wondering, and this is just, well, let me work on that with maybe parks and keep La Marque beautiful, to have some, maybe more benches out there or something where people can sit, if they're doing that out there on that side. That's all I have. Thanks.
That was very productive during was it COVID? COVID.
Yes.
And we set up, I think that's how that originated. It was children needing to do their schoolwork.
Yeah, before that, we turned it off at night. I think there was, at that time, some security concern, I think.
Yes.
But we opened it back up and there didn't seem to be a problem afterwards.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Tom, a couple things. I wanted to ask you about the summer program, but before I do, there is a matter of your AC system. We were up here discussing that you had one AC,
Yes.
but apparently you have four.
No, we have 4 ACs. One is fully functional. One is completely out. And 2 are, I've been told, kind of on their last leg. And the newest one we have, as far as I can remember, is at least 12 years old. That's the one that's working fine currently. I don't remember in the last 25 years, any new ACs, they have to crane them up. So I think our youngest AC is 12 years old.
12 years old. Were you instrumental in preparing this budget, or was this something that Amy worked on before she left?
It was something she worked on before she left.
So would you be able, and maybe you perhaps you may not be able to help us, but we have, we were considering yesterday, was it $85,000? Is that for three?
That would be for three, and
I
I
got you.
think
That
it's
makes-
based on an estimate that the police department had for a unit they were getting.
Because you have to hoist them up.
Yeah, so I think they were basing that price on, they took their estimate and put it to ours, or Amy did.
Yeah.
And then times three.
Yeah,
So I
I,
think they
I
were
see the
20.
police department behind you shaking their head, yes. Yeah. We just saw that number and we were trying to understand why that number would be so high
Yeah, and
for one unit, but apparently you have three.
and I'm not sure it's been in the paperwork, but there's also an issue of the roof that it sits upon. So
Is any of that being funded through ARPA?
not that I don't know that. but
Okay.
There has been for the last couple of years, just talk, and I don't know exactly where it came from, but that we might have grant money for that, or might have funds for that. So I've heard that a few times, but nothing more than,
Sure.
no specifics.
Ms. Nance, did you have something you want to add on that?
Yes, there was money in the ARPA funds designated for air conditioners. And I know that previous administrations, I believe they wanted to start off with the police department, and then with leftover, whatever funds were left over from that AC repair, we're gonna go to the library. There's the library, there's Fire Station 2, and I believe this building were all being considered for that funding, depending on what the quotes came out to be.
Yeah, currently we have a portable unit, and that seems to be doing the job, but three machines doing the work of, supposed to be doing the work of four, is just gonna wear those out.
Sure.
Kira, who was on the AC list?
The police department, the library, Fire Station 2, which is the fire station right here, because they are also utilizing the portable units, and then this building, because the ACs in this building are not.
Chief, I thought you said that the fire station would, over on the Saltgrass end, was having AC issues as well. Okay.
Yes, they are on a different system. Almost most of the buildings and the city facilities do need new ACs. I think they did a priority list based on the severity of the need.
Okay, I just didn't hear you say that location. is
Yeah,
what
I was like,
asking.
they didn't think that the money would reach that far.
Okay. But it's still on the list, right?
It is still on the
Okay,
needs
thank
list,
you.
absolutely.
He's raising his hand. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Do you want to recognize?
Yes, sir.
Station 1 is being repaired, we're waiting on a computer.
Okay.
Did you say repair? Okay,
It's the newest system, so it is the one that's most capable of being repaired.
being repaired.
These over here, these RTUs are not.
Makes sense.
Thank you for the clarification.
Makes sense. So that, Ms. Holly, does that give us some clarity on that number?
It does. I'm just trying to see, I'm looking at the email where it's on that list. Because it's possible that the 85,000 can actually be moved off for ARPA funding, so I will get that determined, but I also heard that your roof is not stable enough to take any more roof mounted units.
Yeah, it's been repaired a few times. We caught it by accident. We were doing a program when we sent a drone up. And when you're facing the library, the backside is sloped and it collects water. Yeah, and we have numerous leaks in the building, which the maintenance department has done a good job of stemming most of it anyway, but there's always a new leak here or there.
Yeah. The second question that I had, which is concerning the summer program, is just simply that's been at the heart of the previous council, that children are at my heart. So we just wanted to know how that is going.
Well, they're both done, the summer reading program and the summer camp. Actually, I have. So summer reading, not as many kids as we'd like, but we had 20 kids finish. And there was 33 programs and 205 in attendance. Now the summer camp, They had a total of 96 unique programs that they did. And the average attendance for each program was 15 kids. So we eventually had place for 30.
Mhm.
Not everyone showed up, so we made calls, but basically the most that we could get was 15 that would show up regularly.
Do you think those programs would benefit from more advertising resources?
It could be, I think Amy said possibly charge a nominal fee. I think she mentioned that because if you pay to do something, you may be more inclined to attend. But I
So
might-
this was I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This was a free camp?
Hmm.
Okay.
All kinds.
And so you're suggesting that maybe we charge a fee?
I think that's how I understood.
Most of
I
them, okay.
think that's how I understood what she said.
You may not know this, maybe Ms. Griffin knows this, either one, just help me. Did we in fact, as a community, have summer school this year?
Yes.
We did at the school. Would it be helpful to perhaps maybe marry our summer camp around you get what I'm saying? Around because summer school is like half a day, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the other half might be our summer camp. That might be a natural flow.
Yeah, we did, the principal did come and see us, last week? And he said he's very interested in partnering more with us. So we haven't started those talks yet, but
The principal of Haley,
yes.
the nominal fee, if that would be something that the council would be interested in, I would like the council to perhaps consider it not to be a fee, but a deposit. Where you make a deposit and you attend all classes or all activities. And then that money at the end is how do you give a deposit back? Refunded? Is that the word I'm looking for? Reimbursed, thank you. Where that would be, I think the idea that Amy had is that when you put your money into an activity, you will follow that money, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
And so in order to get that money back, you would have to attend 75% of the activities. We can think it through, but I think that might be something that we might be able to
Encourage.
where we would be able to encourage to receive more attendance, but at the same time, not burden our families and our children in the end of it all.
Right.
So,
It was just one idea.
it's a great idea. It's a great idea. I think she was right. I was just thinking perhaps the other incentive on the back end would be 75% attendance. You get those monies back. That way we might be able to serve in a way that does not burden or overburden.
But also if the principal is thinking about partnering, there may be more kids that will attend after summer school. If they don't, have anything else,
Right.
they may just roll over to the next class.
Right. And the interns were, very important to the success of the programs.
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, two quick things. Number one, I want to go back to the AC very quickly. If I could ask the city manager we're under the realm of administration to see what's the most efficient AC system out there right now. It could possibly be ductless, but we're now looking at the same. So that's just a quick comment there. And the second thing that I've started to do for purposes of this budget, because we all are unique individuals here at council and we throw out a lot of thoughts and ideas. What I started to do was, for purposes of staff and the city manager's office, and she can share with staff, is actually writing down those things that council has agreed to as a whole. So I realized that, I think maybe one time talking with the chief or somebody, that there was some confusion whether council had agreed to that or whether it was just a discussion item, and it happened to be a discussion item or a thought. And so just please know that at this point, these are all discussion items, right? Ideas. And, but I will just urge the library and their planning to make us as council members aware, or perhaps invite us at some point in your planning so that we can throw out some of these ideas or share. Because I think the library being such an integral part of a small community like La Marque, there is this side of accountability to our residents. And that's all my comments.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else for the library? Tom, my friend, you and I have been around here a long time.
I'm sorry, I do have one question. Tom, do y'all still set aside books at the end of the year? I'm using the term set aside.
We had been using thrift books
Mm-hmm,
to where we have to meet a certain amount of boxes, send them,
okay,
they'll sell them, and then we get a percentage of that.
okay,
And historically, it's been the Friends that take care of that.
Right.
And the Friends were sort of active before COVID, and
Okay.
I'm not sure they exist at this moment.
they don't. I'm a friend.
Okay.
The reason why I was asking is after Amy went through that process, there were some separated books, and I would take those and donate them to the little book
Okay.
things in the community.
And there's some that we do actually put, not books that we take from our collection, but
Right.
donations and things. We do have a cart set up in the foyer
Okay,
and just free books.
okay,
So, and people take advantage of that.
okay. That was it.
This is under that criteria of just a discussion item. And in preparation for yesterday, and I'm not so much prepared yet today, but I was going to throw this out. It's interesting you mentioned perhaps a deposit. There have been other cities recently that have come up with municipal ID cards. And the whole concept behind it is kind of what we did at Remax. I shouldn't say me, it was a team. But if you were part of our organization, you had access to reduced insurance products or discounts and travel, things of this nature. And I'm wondering, Mayor, if we might explore the possibility in council of a La Marque card that would, and the basis would be at the library. It's not only checking out materials and utilizing, but there may be other benefits the businesses wish to offer for being a resident of La Marque. It could also be an alternate card if, this is helpful for seniors. If when you register aren't you providing like an ID when you register for a card?
Yes.
Like your driver's license, and you take a picture of it or something?
We don't take a picture ID.
Or you put something
With the
information,
driver's
right?
license number in.
Yeah, for seniors, sometimes when they get ill or something, they lose their materials, and people, we did this at Jesse Tree for a while. It was another resource if people lost their IDs during storms and rebuild identities and things of this nature. So it's just a thought I throw out there to add value to what we do as a city.
We do have some, well, a lot of libraries have where you can actually get an ID. A lot of people don't have an ID, so they come and get a library card, and then they can go to the DMV or, but that has biometric data. They have either a picture or something. Ours are,
Yeah, I'm not thinking that.
don't have anything like that, so.
Yeah, I think, Joe, if we further this discussion, I think one of our entities that should be in front of this would be the Economic Development Corporation, because they have the ability to help us to partner with businesses.
Businesses.
You receive discounts James is out there looking at us. We receive discounts. And that helps sales tax. It helps us to
Keeps
continue
our
to
business
generate.
in the
sales.
city, huh?
Yeah,
There you go.
good discussion. I think we should pin that, Ms. Nance, for a day when we are not as swamped. Anyone else for my buddy Tom? Tom, I want to thank you for being a part of our city. I want to thank you for being a part of the library, because every time I go in and I don't see you, I get nervous. Especially now that I can't go in and see Amy. It's really important that we go in and we see friendly faces. And so I want to thank you for hanging with us. And I wish you and the library the best. And I don't see, and I hadn't heard one person on this council say anything other than let's move this library forward. So y'all are sitting in pretty good shape.
Like so.
We just need to get you some air.
Yeah.
Maybe Mayor Pro Tem will go over there with a big fan. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
So Tom, are you the person I'm gonna be seeing from now on when I come looking for the big boss? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
First time you've been discombobulated, no,
I'll be behind.
Okay.
you gonna stand behind big boss? All right, Tom. Ms. Nance, you shook our schedule up. What am I doing now? What am I doing? There he is. That
We have
Alex
two-
Long.
just- Alec, yes. It was like we have
Hey,
two
Alec.
presentations today, just so you are aware. Mr. Alec Luong
he
from
is. Look
Project
at him.
Luong, he will be here. And then Miss Shanna is here from Waste Management
Oh,
as well.
we knew that Waste Management was gonna be here. They always support us.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex, what's up, man?
Here.
You might want to sit down.
Oh, sit down, okay, sit down.
Yeah, this is a sit down
This feels
type
very
of
formal.
discussion.
Sorry about this.
Welcome, sir. It's good to see you again.
You're good, good.
Do you have a presentation?
I do.
Yeah.
We have it?
Thank you, Gandy.
As we wait, this discussion about HVAC systems, to your question, Councilman Campion, you tend to be restricted based on the original type of system that's in the building. So for instance, if you have a library that was built in the 60s, you may well be able to go and do a complete replacement of all the ductwork and all the systems. It gets very expensive very quickly. What typically tends to happen is you maintain the ductwork you have, and you simply change the cooling fan on top, because it gets very expensive to pull everything out of the ceiling, et cetera, et cetera. So we've gone through a number of exercises to go and evaluate the total replacement cost versus repair replacement cost. And in almost every instance, when you have buildings of a certain age, it just doesn't make financial sense to go in there and rip out the entire system, because, you know, it's like putting a brand new, transmission in a 55-year-old car. Like, sure, you could, but it's going to be more valuable than the vehicle itself, right? So it's a very nuanced conversation about how you go about replacing these types of systems for what it's worth. All right, here we go. Who's driving? What is the name of the ambulance truck?
Avery.
Avery. If you could go to slide 7 or 8, maybe it's the next slide that looks like this, but it's a different date. These are all the slides from last time. We always put them in order, so when you get an official copy, you see both presentations together. Keep going. Nope, you're too far. I'm sorry, no, keep going. Do. Keep going. There we go. Okay, here's where we're starting. Okay, so we met about a month ago, had a very good discussion about all the options. We were given some homework to go back and look at. And so the two big questions that we've spent the last couple weeks exploring are, how do we get more detail on the existing building that's out there? And what can we do potentially utilizing modular construction? Big, broad strokes. So if we go to the next slide, Avery. We did an exhaustive, and I'll say exhaustive,
Mhm.
investigation into building A. We went in there for about a day. The building is in various stages of disrepair, which makes it easier to see what the guts are. There are no existing drawings of this building, so we did our best so we could visually see, right? So we pulled out some ceiling tiles, you opened up a few walls to really get a sense of what's in there. And we went back and made a full structural model of what we think this building could do. So instead of simply looking at the bones and giving an assessment, we looked at the bones and we reverse engineered it to get us a better answer. That's what took so long, but it's the right answer, right? So we want to make sure that we don't, because you don't have the existing drawings, we don't know the assumptions the engineers made when they built the building. So we basically just said, look, if I have these parts and I see these connections, I can go back in time and I can engineer what I think it would do. So it's that next level of detail to get a more accurate representation. So there are a couple of very technical things in this that might lose everybody, but I want to try to just go slow, right? Different buildings have different risk categories. In the building code, we have risk category 1 through 5. And this intuitively makes sense. You don't need to build your house to the same standard that you build UTMB Galveston, right? That's what risk categories are trying to get to, right? In each risk category, the building code has you apply a more stringent design criteria for each category that you move up the chain. Again, this makes intuitive sense, right? And so the building that is there today, as we engineer it backwards, was designed to a risk category 2. That is a standard pre-engineered metal building. I need a box, I need a warehouse, risk category 2. Where risk category becomes very important is how you buy insurance through TML. This is why this is going to come up, right? As a city, you insure your facilities through one insurance policy. TML is going to require you that if you're going to build a building of a certain type and certain size, you as a city must do your due diligence to build it to that standard. Otherwise, we can't insure it. And so the risk categories become very important because that is the baseline for how you buy insurance. Okay. So the building that's out there is risk category 2. If we go put a police station in it, we need to upgrade it 2 levels. The risk category requirements are not algebraic, they're geometric. They get more stringent geometrically, right? So it's not 1 + 1 is 2 + 1 is 3. No. It's 1 + 1 is 2 + 2 is 4 + 4 is 8. It gets much more stringent. Okay, cool. So as we look at this building, we will need to reinforce it and strengthen it to get to a risk category 4. And what we've determined in all of that is that that is a very expensive proposition. I don't have a dollar number. I don't have an exact number. When we look at it, we go, here are my bones. We need to add about 50% more steel to the building to make it strong enough to meet a category 4. That's as far as we got in this kind of engineering analysis, right? I have this house of cards. I need to go fix it. I got to add a whole bunch of popsicle sticks to it. So that's our first challenge. We looked at the finished floor elevation. So what's really nice is that the foundation that it currently sits on is fairly fragile. A lot of cracks in it. It's not going to be hard to break it out. We need to lift the building 6 inches. We got to get it out of the flood zone sufficiently, again, to buy insurance, right? So when we do that, the assumption we made is that we're going to do a whole new foundation design. We use the foundation design for what you did at your fire station. We have the drawings, said, look, let's just, for right now, let's just duplicate it in kind and assume that we could disassemble the building, unbolt the whole thing, set it to the side, put a new foundation in, and then reassemble the erector set with all the extra bits and pieces we need. That was the assumptions we made to get to our conclusions. And so we talked to 2 contractors about this. We didn't have a chance. We did not go get exhaustive RFPs. We just had to have a quick conversation about, hey, is this feasible? Is it doable? Help me understand what the effort is there. We would need to remove everything out of the building using selective demolition, right? So it's very important. When you go demolish a building, you take a big backhoe, you're just going to push it over. You're going to scoop it up, and you're going to haul it off, right? When you do selective demolition, you're trying to preserve the bones. Now all of a sudden, you're going to go in there and start picking pieces out of it to get it nice and clean, right? So we have to do selective demolition to gut the building down, disassemble it. There are certain components of this building that were welded together. We need to cut them out. You can't unbolt the weld. You gotta cut it out, set it aside, build it, put it back. From two different contractors, that's how they would approach this project. And we asked them and said, you know, what's that premium? What's that cost premium to do this? You just knock it over. In most cases, they're gonna scrap the metal, so your demolition costs are pretty small, right? Because the steel is the most valuable thing in that building, aside from the wiring, which from a cost perspective, there's not a whole lot in it, right? So typically your demolition cost is pretty low because you're just gonna push it over, scrape it, and take it out. If you do selective demolition, you're paying somebody to go in there and pick it all apart and then reuse the most valuable part of the building, right? Okay. So in our opinion, that's an expensive proposition. We think it's about $1 million extra. It's not a savings at that point because you're gonna have to go add more steel and you're gonna have to go take it apart and put it back together. The cost of the tonnage of the steel is not terribly expensive. It's pretty cheap right now, all things considered, right? The cost of the tonnage isn't worth saving. That's kind of our engineering conclusion. Can it be done? Of course it can be done. Is it recommended? It is not immediately obvious that that makes really good sense. If this was a historic building, different discussion. If it's, you know, like what the EDC did downtown, right? If you got to keep the building, you know, put a face on it, no problem, 100%. If somebody wanted to buy that building, go put a trampoline park in there, great, all day long. The issue becomes when you put a category 4 use in this building, this becomes a very difficult conversation. So that was part of the analysis that we went through. Avery, go to the next slide. So then we said, okay, what's the real value of parcel A or building A? It's that the city already owns the land. It's your land. It's already paid for, free and clear. It's great, no problem. The other real benefit to that location is that the city has a grandfather clause for its own detention, which is really important. So we said, okay, what can we do on the site that makes the most financial sense? Great, let's just clear the site and put the new building there. The benefit to doing that is that you do have plenty of space to expand it. The parcel's fairly deep. It goes all the way to the gentleman who hasn't sold yet. The city would not have to do any additional detention on that site because it's already paved. And the mitigation is fairly low. So the real benefit of the building A site is that you own the dirt. And that the cost to improve the dirt isn't terribly expensive. Now, should it come to pass, the city can buy the Vaucher site. The Vaucher site already has a detention basin in it. Great. The other real benefit to being out here is that there's nobody else living around it. So the whole concern about light and noise and access is somewhat ameliorated because you don't have any neighbors. So there are some real strong points to saying, hey, let's just use the building A site and then have a discussion about what do you do with public works if indeed that comes to pass. There is enough space on this site that you could basically put public works behind PD. We did not go very far down that road. That's a whole different project. But from a site perspective, that site's big enough that it could house both. But you just got to reconfigure it because in its current configuration doesn't work. Next slide, please. You can keep going. So I actually already went through this. So on option 1B, again, talking about the site being already owned, you're grandfathered in. We did talk to Den about this to confirm this analysis on the detention side. The site can be expanded, and it's not near an existing residential development. So this kind of works. Next slide. So then we talked to modular construction. So we talked to one of the biggest companies here in Texas and nationwide, Ramtech. This is not, as Mayor Pro Tem Compion pointed out, this is not the company that did the U of H project. We did not reach out to them. We went to the one we got through the quiz. So the modular option works with a big asterisk. So we met with them. We sent them your program. We sent them the current design and said, hey, look, can you turn this into something modular? Great, no problem. For the majority of the building, they can do this, with the exception of the Sallyport and the jail component, the parts that have to be hardened. Their product cannot meet that standard. Their other concern had to do with their ability to harden the building. Thank you, sir. Their other concern came from hardening the building for bullet resistance. So it's a police station, right? The traditional way of doing bullet resistance hardening is by using CMU block. You fill it with concrete, you're behind a block wall. The typical level, if you're familiar with bullet resistance, goes from level 1 to level 9. Level 1 being a handgun, level 9 being a bazooka. We typically design to level 4. That's what you're concerned about. It's an assault rifle style attack on a building. Ramtech cannot build things out of CMU, so what they use is fiberglass. It's Kevlar. They basically wrap the whole building in Kevlar. The cost of using Kevlar in every one of their modular buildings becomes very expensive. They can put Kevlar around certain components. They can put Kevlar around the perimeter. You ask them, hey, I want to harden the whole building. They can do it, but it's not an apples to apples with what stick and brick construction could do. So there's a compromise that can be had there. We were given some initial pricing, which in whole was not cheaper than the stick and brick construction when you add in the jail and the hardened parts. So again, could you go for cheaper? Yes, but there is a compromise there that we just need to acknowledge and make sure that we design towards and around. They did note that they have not been able to do one of these in Texas to meet your more stringent requirements. So other police stations who had the same conversation, they have not delivered one in Texas yet because of this issue. That being said, this one at U of H, we had not reached out to them, but Ramtech is the one we've traditionally used, so we went to them first. Go to the next slide, please. So we tried to balance this out. Okay, how do we get to a recommendation that is conservative, reasonable, but not overly so that it kills the project? Are you trying to walk that tightrope? And so on option 1B, we said, look, the cost to demolish it, put it back together, and reuse it represents a massive unknown. We think it's about $1 million premium. We think it's more than $1 million premium. What we can price though is what if you just scrape the site and use the dirt, right? So that's what we did. So we said, look, if we're going to scrape the site and add dirt to it, we have to fill it, compact it, to put a new building out there. It's about $20.2 million, thumb in the wind. These are order of magnitude estimates. Be very clear about this, right? And then we use the same Bochet cost. The cost to disassemble, reassemble in the new steel, we didn't get a full price back on that. We just know it's double the amount of steel you have to use. So we think that both of these come out to around a $20 million project, give or take. And please note and understand, and this is very important as you talk about budgeting, because this will bleed into a second part of this conversation. The sticks and brick cost is 15. That's really important. And as we talk about the bond and where you want to go with this, what other cities have done, what is a viable option, consider. If you sell the bonds in 2025, you will not use those proceeds until 2027, right? Because you're not going to build this building tomorrow. It takes time to design and permit it and get it approved. So in a realistic world, about a year after you sell the bonds is when you're actually going to go to construction. There's inflation that you've got to eat into that. The soft costs, the design costs, the FF&E costs, and some of the soft costs could come out of general fund should you choose to do that. There are ways in which other cities have made that work to have the bond pay for sticks and bricks and have the other components be funded over multiple budget years because time, it works for you. You go to the next slide. And so this was just a rehash of the information that was provided by the bond council from previous meetings with our notes. So we're assuming 2 years of inflation, which right now is running 7-8%. It's really tough right now. As an example, our municipal core project that was originally estimated at 5.5 million is going to end up going to GMP at 8 million because of the inflation costs from 2023 to 2025. And so we summarized, you know, what the 0, 1, 3, and 5% increase was in their numbers. And so in the most conservative, and I readily appreciate this, is the most conservative view of this. If you needed $20 million plus inflation over 2 years, by the time you get to the end, it's not the day you start, it's the day you turn the building over. So sometime in late 27, 24 months from now, you're adding about $1.4 million annually. And that's a real number. It's a real number you got to deal with, which puts your total cost at 23 million, give or take. The hard cost, again, is only 15 to 17 million. It's that other 7 million is the soft cost, the FF&E. And to be clear, in a police station, the FF&E is not only the tables and the chairs, but it also includes the security system. So that's why that number's really big, right? In any other building, you're just going to go buy furniture. But because of the way police stations are bid and built, the jail systems, the padding, the training, the police simulators are all FF&E related, right? That's why that number is exceptionally large for a police station. So that's the kind of full 360 of what we could get done in about 3 weeks, in order to provide you with as much information as possible so that you meet your deadlines to call for the bond, which I believe is this week. You've got to, or I think it's next week, you've got to go have that meeting. So we try to get a lot done in a little bit amount of time to kind of give you as much information by this deadline. So I'll stop and pause and let everybody kind of digest that.
Before we open it up to the rest of council, I just had a question. Refresh me. Can we go back to the square footage slide, Mr. Avery? The one I thought it said
25,000.
even that's fine. So the council has acted to move forward with discussion at a 39-cent tax rate, which is, we hadn't voted on that, everybody. We're saying this is what we've been discussing, which holds the tax rate the same, which provides for about $17.5 million. You're saying, I think we all are aware that we won't be able to do what you are showing us at 17.5. So the question is, in that structure, are there any ways possibly to reduce the footprint?
Of course.
To make it affordable?
Of course. If council's direction is to deliver me a building for 17.5, that's what we're going to go do. We can come back. Yes, there's always ways. The way to answer that question is say, you've given me direction to go do this. In the future, we need to come back with, here's what that looks like. Here's what you can afford if that indeed is your budget. And these are the decision points that council needs to instruct us to do in order to get there. But yes, there's absolutely a way to do that.
Mr. Chief Wagner, I know you didn't come in just to watch us, right?
I gotta see
Would you like to have a seat at the table? This is important. I'm teasing, Chief Wagner. I mean, I really want you to come, but I'm teasing you in calling you up that way. But we need to. The question was, I don't know if you were. I am putting you on the spot, but my question was, the council is looking at holding our tax rate at 39 cent, which will only allow us to, if the voters approve, raise about $17.5 million. My question to Alec, and he said it's possible, is there a way perhaps to reduce the footprint of the station? He said it's possible. So now my question to you as the expert, Mr. Gandy is here as well, as the expert in law enforcement. If the council were to consider a reduction in the footprint, would that make the facility less safe? Would it somehow compromise your operations to a point that it wouldn't be worth it? Could you help us to understand what that would look like for you guys?
Yeah, I don't think it would. When we say, I guess, decrease, is that lowering the size of it? Is that what we're talking about? Or just
be very clear, we wouldn't compromise safety, right? You could have a really big building made of paper that would compromise safety. That doesn't make any sense. Given what you operate in today, anything's an upgrade, right? I say that
For sure.
facetiously.
Right.
Part of this program that's in here is accounting for growth. There is some growth accounted for this, right? So what we would start with is I would say, what do I absolutely need to function with in 2027? What's that number, right? What's that square footage? Maybe I don't need the space for the 2 additional patrol officers. Maybe I don't need the space for a larger Sally Port. Maybe I don't need the jail space because we're already not using it, right? Those 3 things right off the bat help shrink this down. Maybe I don't need as much secure parking. Maybe I don't need as much visitor parking because we should be visiting. We would start with those things first so that the core you get is fully functional. We would also say that as we look at this, we would design it with expansion in mind sooner than what we would otherwise advise you to do, right? So if right now at $23 million, you know, we'd say you're going to expand this probably in 10 years. I'd say, hey, at $17 million, I'm going to tell you, you're going to expand this as soon as you have the money, right? And then we would build our way to it. But again, it's a perfectly viable option. If the current bond rate is good for 5 years and La Marque continues to experience the growth that it does, and it's enjoying, and there is more tax revenue available in 2033 due to the growth that you could then hold your tax rate steady again and have this discussion, great, do that. I think the takeaway is that, and you've seen this because we've had this conversation now for 3 years, the longer we wait, the more expensive this building continues to get, right?
Yeah.
And so and I'm putting words in your mouth, but from our discussions over the last 3 years, the current facility is literally crumbling around. We've got to get something. And if 17 million is that number, then by God, that's what we're gonna go do.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Are you good with that?
With 17 million?
Are you
I'll
good?
check.
Are you good if the council has to move
Yeah.
in that space? Would that still be enough for what you all need to function?
Yes, because I think, like we were saying, as long as there's
I see
some
what
kind of
you-
room for growth later on, yeah.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, to follow up on this discussion, for example, and we came up at the public safety joint meeting that we had, the amount of jail space, it was a very fancy jail that was making,
I don't think anybody calls jails fancy.
well,
it meets the state
it was
standards.
fancier than what we had now, that for sure. But
But
it
it meets the
was,
state minimum standards.
It was, as I kind of recall, it was a separate jail for women and men as well. And I'm looking at the square footage here for the jail. That's the largest category besides police is 4,500 square feet for the jail area.
And
So
it's
for
probably
me,
$1,000 a foot.
yeah, so that would, for me,
Yeah.
reducing that footprint there.
Right. For sure, especially because we're really just a holding facility.
Yes,
We
exactly.
Transfer everybody to county.
To the county, and I made that point last time too, so I think it works within the numbers that we have.
Council question.
I think that we have to make sure, and to go back, it's been a long conversation over many years. You've got to align the building you build for your department with the way they operate, right? And part of this discussion back in 2021 was that police stations are uniformly very similar, but they're all very unique to the style of policing that each individual municipality, community wants. And so one of the things that might have forced your hand here is that, and in talking to you and Chief, La Marque community policing is very much a community-centric activity. It's not a very detained issue, and it has transformed over the last 3 years, even as we've been here. And so as we talk more about, and I've heard you guys talk about community policing and getting patrol out there, focusing on that component, because that's the component that has the most direct impact to your community by reducing the jail component, which today you don't have, is a very deliberate and it makes sense, right? You can certainly make that argument and still deliver a building that meets the mission that you've directed your department to do. Nothing wrong with that.
Anyone else? Mr. Lowry.
Talking about this PD, I've been on council for a year. We're still talking about it 5 years later. It's not rocket science. I just looked at one of the last jails I worked on. It was 10 stories plus, and it didn't take 5 years to complete it. let alone the process. I've done airplane hangars, I've done runways, I've done so many things in less time than we've just been talking about this. If it's something that we're serious about, then let's do it. But we have extracted some of the best talent all over the county from other departments because of issues in their departments. We're going to lose that talent. What they're working in is it would get shut down, okay, if somebody inspected those buildings. We need to take it serious. It's been 5 years of talking about it and just, we'll talk about it again in a couple months, and then we'll do a little survey here and a little survey there. It's not rocket science. It really isn't. But we got to do something. We've got to do something. And I would invite you to go down there and take a look at the police department if you haven't yet. I mean, you can look and see daylight from standing inside of the building. There's asbestos throughout the whole building. That their air conditioners, portable air conditioners, are blowing inside and disturbing asbestos in the attic, which is going to fall back down on the officers. It's detestable what they're working in. And we've just been having conversations for 5 years and not pulling the trigger on anything. But it needs to happen. It needs to happen now. It should have happened a couple of years ago. It's just a frustrating topic for me, but it's just frustrating.
Thanks.
Yes. Councilman Lowry, I share your frustration, but also want to interject this. In my opinion, one of the reasons why there's been the delay is because when you came aboard, not council, but when you became engaged with our community in the tax rollback, it created here among the administration that we had at that time and everybody it's kind of the new impact. You had an impact, right or wrong, you had an impact, and it threw a lot of people off. So we had to reorganize, right? We had to, and there are to this date, and you know this, there are members in the community that look to you as the single source of information. So your statement here very loudly that you're supportive of this effort certainly brings us all together as a community, which is what ultimately we're trying to do, so that we can pass this bond, be it in November, be it in May, just get the bond passed.
Yes, sir.
So we're saying all together that apparently these numbers can work, and the department is being reasonable, and Mr. Long and his expertise that he's offering can get us to what we're looking at in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, I'll echo that, Mayor Pro Tem, since you brought that, since you drove us down the street. Alec, how long have you been working with the city on a police station?
December of 2021.
December of 2021.
I was here the day you hired Caesar.
That's
the council meeting.
Alec, you are full of information that we don't know if we can or can't use.
History doesn't lie, sir.
Yeah.
You were here.
2021, I was here. Joe Compion was here.
I was here.
Kim Yancey was here, and we were banging that drum of we need a new police station. We need a new police station. We need a new police station. Now let's say it in this way. There were members of our community that did not trust perhaps the leadership of the council in that discussion. But that discussion has been had for the better part of 5 years, along with the holding the line at 55 cents because our officers were drowning in all sorts of organized crime. And so all of that discussion with the police station and the rollback, it was our effort, us three, on the council, to hold the line, to provide our officers what they need, not only what they needed in human resources, but also what they needed in equipment. Chad, you've been around a long time. Matter of fact, you and I are neighbors. And I watched you and your mom and your dad and your whole family, and you watched mine. And so we've banged that drum for a police station for years and years and years. And I'm glad, Mr. Lowry, today that you are a fierce advocate for our station because we need it. We need it. And I'm glad that you've joined the team. Your voice is important to that. And I'm proud to say that this council seems to be unanimous in that effort. Ms. Yancey, did you want to add?
No, I just want to ditto what all of you have said. It's way overdue, and I'm hoping that now we can move forward, regardless of where it may be. You know, I would love it to be close to the high school so we can do some type of public safety type of internship. So we have people coming, you know, right out of high school or in high school to get trained to be dispatchers and things of that nature as a part of our internship program. But as far as, I don't want that to be a delay though, because I know we need it wherever it's going to be. It'll be successful.
Ms. Griffin?
Nothing, I'm ready to vote.
Right now? Right now?
So I understand, and I think you brought this up, Kira, that in the budgeting session, whether or not council wanted to associate capital dollars for the soft cost before or include it in the bond. If you need that number beforehand in order to budget for it, then I need to give you something as quickly as possible. Is there direction on that? How you would like us to proceed?
Say that again, Alec. I'm sorry. I was
So,
well,
in your
recognizing my
17
colleague.
million,
Mhm.
you can have our cost in that, or you can put it in your capital budget as you're discussing right now, and it comes out of a different pot of money, thus giving you more money for sticks and bricks. And in terms of speed, one of the things that we had talked with City Manager Pritchard about was how we can help you advocate for the bond, right? We find that the pretty pictures, the citizen engagement, the education, there is a role that we can assist in if you so choose to want that, to create the imagery and to do the engagement. We offered this in 2021. If that's something you would like from us, we can certainly provide that, and it would get us started sooner. I know it's somewhat self-serving, but should you want that, we can certainly do that quickly as you have these discussions.
Here's the thing that I like, that I'm gonna like saying here in the next 6 months. Ms. Holly
Yes, sir.
is one of the things that she does better than all of us is city planning. And she also happens to be our city manager.
We just talked about this.
And so I would say without objection, council, we would allow Ms. Holly to get her sleeves rolled up and get in there with Alec and they can come up with a recommendation, and Ms. Holly will make that recommendation to us.
Okay.
And the council will consider and move forward.
Understood.
I think that's a lovely opportunity for us.
You've got an email in my inbox. I'll respond back to you. If we can connect this week, I can get you as much information as we can and give us direction on how you'd like us to proceed.
That sounds great.
Lovely.
Did you have, I
Yes.
see you, Mr. Lotto.
And let me also interject to both the interim city manager. We really now, perhaps we've accepted we voted affirmatively to begin the bond process, right? That's number one, big step. But now the planning, as the Mayor mentioned, really gets serious. But we have to engage our grant people because a lot of the soft costs are available through grants that Houston Galveston Area Council of Governments provides on equipment, things of this nature, radios. But we have to plan within the calendar. When does the application start? And then we bring in the dynamic work that Miss Alice Ashley does as well too, identifying other sources of funding, working with police. Let's identify the needs as they've done, right? She's done with regard to the additional monies that we have for police officers. So, and with the fire department and equipment too. So that planning starts now. Oh, that's all.
I like what you said.
Somebody loves that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
They're doing.
Way to go, Joe.
Mr. Lotto.
We missed the swearing in ceremony over there for some new officers. But I wanted to just touch base on the tax rollback. That was the citizens, and I was the proponent of that, but it was voted on by 72% of the taxpayers that wanted a tax rollback. That was 5 years ago. And then number two, when I ran for office, the number one thing was police. and fire. I mean, we've got fire hydrants all throughout the city that don't even work, but the
They're painted
citizens-
red though. They're getting cleaned and flushed. So lots of them are working.
Yeah, yes. And there's lots more to go. But the number one thing was the police presence, lowering crime. So, you know, I'm very in tune with the taxpayers and they do come to me a lot with a lot of things. And, but I just wanted to say that it was the taxpayers that wanted the 72% that voted for the rollback. And it was the taxpayers that decided that police and fire was the number one issue and then infrastructure.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Lowry, and most certainly, the rollback was critical to our ability to move forward. I'm just glad that we are all on the same page now because our community deserves it. Our officers need it. And it's a refreshing thing to be able to say that we're all on the same page today. And Chad, I think that you just sitting there just did tremendous wonders for us to, if you sit there all day, then we'll have this solved. I'm teasing you, my friend. I'm teasing, but I do hear you, Mr. Lowry, and we definitely hear what you were saying. Anyone else?
Okay. Well, thank y'all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time, Alec. Ms. Shannon, do you want Chad to sit at the table with you?
We have them on.
I get the muscle up here.
We've just been talking. to people. These are presentations they're doing right now. Is waste.
All right, I think Ms. Nance has waste management. Ms. Shannon Lopez is our contact with waste management. As always, Ms. Shannon, it is a delight to see you here. You are always available to us and willing to discuss the issues of the day in our community, especially as it relates to our waste management contract and the performance of that contract. And so without further ado, is there a presentation that you have for us?
I do not have a presentation,
Okay.
but I would like to kind of tell you guys kind of the changes that we, discussed last year, where we're at, and give you an update. Introduction to interim city manager. I look forward to meeting you, Miss Holly. So
Y'all haven't met yet?
I have not met. So congrats, and we'll be in touch.
Very good.
So as you recall, last year, we did some changes that were effective in October. And so that's when we went and started billing the commercial businesses instead of the city billing the commercial businesses. We also, with the vote of council, there was a 10% franchise fee that was put on commercial businesses as well. So October 1st of 2024, which is almost a year ago and a few months, we started these changes. And so La Marque, it's roughly about $9,500 a month in franchise fees that we've been submitting to the city on a monthly basis. So that was one of the changes. And with Venetia's help and the billing department, we converted all of the commercial accounts to be billed. And so there were a few hiccups in the beginning, a lot of back and forth of getting the right information. But I think we're in a good place now. And, there was also some true ups. So you may see as a 8-yard going 5 times a week, and it was really going 4 times a week, or vice versa. So there was some cleanup that took place on that end that I think really helped from a billing side of things, because now it's, we're servicing 4 times a week, we're billing 4 times a week, and this is the amounts. So there wasn't a back and forth. If they communicate it to us, then we have to communicate to you to make those changes. So I think that was from, 7 years ago when this contract started. Some of those things were a little bit different. So that's all been consolidated, and I feel like we're in a good place with where that's at. Also last year, it was the extension of the contract. So we're basically almost done with the first 1 year of the 5-year agreement. So It is a flat price increase of 5% that I sent over to Benicia with the new pricing. That will go in effect for October 1st as well. And so the only other thing that I really have to share in regards of financial stuff is I heard, and I don't know if it's accurate or not, that you guys may not be doing Bayou Fest this year. And so if that's the case, then we needed to determine where the 50,000 that we give you for Bayou Fest, where we could allocate that to use for this year. If it's going on, then you'll get the check for that, no problem. I just don't want us to get into if it gets canceled or you don't have it, where that funds. And then the additional 25,000 for the youth sports, that will be coming over in October as well. So we'll continue that. So we can have discussion on those items.
Let's get into this really quickly, and then I'll let you proceed, because I don't want to leave that hanging. I don't want to turn this into a congressional style hearing. I know that my questioning and my cadence sometimes makes that happen that way, and I'm sorry. But I'll ask you directly, where did you hear that from?
I don't know if it was on social media or where, so
Look
I
at
don't
that.
want to but I don't want to come up with, we're in that situation that, when we had to cancel 2020 and that was a discussion. So as long as it's going on, the funding will stay with Bayou Fest. I just didn't know if there needed to be a discussion over. And I think I reached out to Christine and asked her as well and said, hey, I want to have this discussion. If not, so we can talk about, because it's specifically in the contract for Bayou Fest. So if it doesn't occur, let's talk about how we can amend it and use it for something else. That was the only.
Yes, ma'am. So the answer to that question is Bayou Fest was never scheduled to go away.
Perfect.
We considered changing the dates, and the event committee, we have a new events committee. Yay, high five. Is working on a new date, but it is definitely going to happen within this fiscal year. And I want all of us here on this council, including Ms. Lopez and Mr. Osteen and Mr. Pennington and everyone, to realize that there are really a few voices that we listen to. And one of them is our city manager for what is true and what's not true. And the other one is our communications department that communicates on behalf of the city. And many times you will see me as the spokesperson, figurehead, face, making comments based on those pieces of information that I have from our city manager's office or information that I've received from the communications department. Those are the only ways that we have official communications.
Perfect.
And so if Ms. Holly didn't say it, if Ms. Holly didn't say it, if it is not an official communication from our official platforms, or you don't see me on our official platform making those announcements, those things aren't true.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Perfect. All right. So I'm trying to think on anything else that. So I think Joe had reached out about bulk pickup with that. So if bulk items are not getting picked up, we're sending over a list to Benicia of residents that might be out of the criteria of pickup. So might need some help with code enforcement. So, if there's a huge log, and we've kind of discussed this before, of just those kind of things damage our truck. So it needs to be split into ways that we can pick it up. So we've communicated address lists and things like that, so we don't get where it's, unmanageable, that we can have help with code enforcement to just, we put out a video last year, or actually earlier this year, of, discussing that. And I actually came and spoke and talked about the different requirements for those bulk collections. It's mainly yard waste. It's not the big bulky items it's the yard waste that just getting those into the specs. And so it may be a good, segue of putting out another segment that just focuses on yard waste. It seems to be sometimes people hire contractors and they just set it all at the curb and don't bundle it and stuff. So if we could just communicate those things to the residents as well. If they do hire a contractor, make sure that, you know, these are the requirements. We'll pick it up, but have it where it's just not large, big items that can't be picked up.
Let's open it. Are you ready to take questions?
Definitely.
Mayor Pro Tem, you want to start out?
Yes, I would. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Shannon, for being here. We've always been, as long as I've been on council, right, very responsive to our needs. Having said that, a couple of things. Number one, you mentioned we have the renewal that occurs last year. And I want everybody in the community to know, and council members, especially our newer, that that's not something that we need to be worried about, because that's incorporated within the fees that we have on the utility fund side. Okay, so
The increase.
the increases, yes, sir. So that's not anything that anybody needs to get, you know, out of sorts on. So plan on there. Having said that, the issue of the bulk, really the brush items, that is a concern that we hear a lot about. And so always remember that the contract that we also have has an out if on the contract, correct?
Mhm.
And so if we run into difficulties, then perhaps we get pressure here as members of council to take a look at a relook. I don't want to, because we've always been able to iron out our differences. And certainly we structured so that we don't have to have any come back with any increases
Right.
on this side.
So in the contract, there's a default if you provide notice to say we're not doing something,
Yes.
and then, you know, it's something outside of the contract that we don't cure within X amount of days, then yes.
That's correct.
It's just not a right for convenience. It's, you know, default. But on the bulky side, it has to be in those criterias. So
And then
agreed.
as part of this effort, and especially with our interim city manager here, and now that we're in hurricane season officially, we just have to, and Ms. Venetia as well, get a better handle on that transition from the weather event, what waste management is doing after that weather event versus, and Chief Merriman is here too, versus our contractor that we have when we have federally declared disasters on the waste pickup, the bulk pickup items that are out in the street. That was in the past has been a problem. There's been challenges there.
Right. So
And,
storm debris is not included in the contract. And in that situation, then it's one of those, you know, depending on what you have and if you want outside folks to come in and clean it up, or you want to look to us for help. Otherwise, it becomes, we're going to pick up 5 cubic yards this week, pick up 5 cubic yards, and that can take a long time to, we know, depending on the
And
amount.
Chief Merriman, I'm glad you're here, because that's where I'm thinking that transition doesn't work. We ought to really seriously, my thoughts here, we ought to seriously come up with this transition before we get the like the Crowder group, whoever we're contracting with, so that we're not getting the calls about nobody is doing anything to pick up the stuff that's been accumulating on the street. And if you're saying that waste management is willing to engage in that discussion, then perhaps we should take advantage of that.
Yeah, the storm debris companies like Crowder, they have the ability, because there's certain steps if you want to get reimbursed by FEMA,
Exactly.
that they have to, that they know those particular steps. We're just picking it up, but they actually have to have someone that follows the truck.
Right,
They
right.
have to have video evidence. They have to have recorders at the landfills. So there's a whole nother storm debris That if you just want it cleaned up from your streets and that's the main concept, then yes, then we could engage and help you with that. But if it's reimbursement, because I think it's within the first, and don't quote me on this, I think in the first 72 hours, you don't have to have all of those things there. They know you need to get stuff cleaned up so that you have access to your roads. So FEMA reimburses stuff that's done in the first 72 hours. But after that, there's other storm debris cleanup that take steps that those storm debris contractors, they specialize in that to make sure you get reimbursed as a
And you're
city.
right about that those hours there. But we haven't taken advantage of that. And I think it's just really from, perhaps we really haven't engaged in that from all the time that I've been here. And, but it's to clear the roadways, really. It's a health and safety issue immediately after the event. And if waste management is, you hearing that, Chief? If they're willing to engage, that's our biggest issue. Get the streets cleared immediately, making sure that we have our intersections clear so that people can safely traverse is after the storm.
Just to interject, when you have major storms like Winter Storm Uri that happened, that there was a lot of debris, if you don't follow the TDM process, which is not a difficult process, and we used forced labor, our own in-house staff as well as some contract labor, we got back $250,000 in Rockdale. So it's definitely doable. And that was well after the first part. So if there's a storm, I think we just set that process up.
That'd be good.
You've answered questions without me even asking them, but there are still holes in the process, and I'm going to reserve it for council and the city manager.
Perfect.
Okay.
And the last thing I had, I don't know, Ms. Venetia, if we have this link, but somehow I think that we should link our website to the waste management website, especially that section with regard to the bulk waste pickup. Too many times in our city, we see couches or tenants have moved out and you see a whole house of furniture sitting on the side of the road. That their trucks are not intended to come by and pick up that unless it's a special appointment or time. You call in and you make arrangements for something like that, correct?
If it's a large set out, yes.
A large,
If
or
it's beyond the 5 cubic yards. So a couch here and there, chairs, all of that's acceptable. Now, if they move out and it's, the whole move out, that's a whole other, that's excessive, right? So that would fall under a special collection to be scheduled. But that's a great point. We've done a lot with WM.com. And so I will be reaching out to the city manager and to Benicia to link up a specific La Marque page that's more tailored to La Marque.
Yeah.
And that's in the very near future, within this year.
I'm sorry, I do have a question. Who provides the literature regarding bulk pickup and?
We do on an annual basis. So we update the pamphlet with the recycling calendar plus the bulk, and it's distributed to the residents on an annual basis.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Lowry.
For the record, well, thank you for coming. Appreciate you being here. Waste management did not go out for bid. There was companies that actually reached out to us that wanted to offer a savings for senior citizens and veterans and stuff like that, but they were not afforded that opportunity. So we just kind of got stuck with waste management. I want to put that on the record. Also, I'm gonna, there's a breakdown somewhere with bulk pickup. And I don't know, some of the stuff, I have my kids move to the street. We help specifically like senior citizens and stuff they can't move. We'll go cut up a tree and stuff for them. So why it's not picked up, and we just picked stuff up that was, over a year old that had just been left there. And it was, my kids are young children that actually moved the stuff to the street. So it wasn't like a lifting hazard. It wasn't too big, but it's all through La Marque. So we have to come up with some type of system to fix where the breakdown is, what the breakdown is, but it's long before I was on council, it was ever since we had Republic, it's been an issue with bulk pickup. So whatever we got to do to, because I don't know if it's city management before, I know they got tagged in emails. Citizens would email us both, and there's a breakdown somewhere. We've been talking about this for several years. so-
Absolutely.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Ms. Shanna, do you know whether, no, I'm just kidding. Listen, there are people in our community and in every community that don't even know who we are, right? We can walk in stores and nobody knows that we're elected officials. So how do we expect them to know and remember? There are people that don't even know that President Trump is the president,
I agree with that.
right? They're going to Wendy's right now. How do we expect people to know the parameters of placing their bulk items out for pickup if many of us are so invested in our own lives and in our own challenges that reading up on the waste management website or listening to Joe Compion on a video explaining these things to us? How do we expect them to know instinctively what they should do? And then, you know, I hear you say, which has nothing to do with you, we're just discussing this. It's the way I talk, I'm sorry. 5 cubic yards. I don't know what 5 cubic yards are. Joe went to law school and he don't know. I can tell you, Kim's a school teacher and she don't know what 5. We need to find a way to very quickly have them in their minds register when I put a pile out, it fits the criteria. And we got to find a different way than saying 5 cubic yards, because the biggest complaint that I've heard from the community members as it relates to not necessarily waste management, but just refuse in general. One of the biggest issues that I've had conversations with my friend from District D, Ms. Griffin, is the idea that this bulk pickup is simply not happening. And there are people that are really angry at waste management, and that anger spills over to the city of La Marque. And I think a lot of it can be solved with a proper education. And we can't, videos won't do it. Videos talking about cubic yards. We have to find an easier way for people to hear it, for us to say it, so that we can comply with it. What are your thoughts on that?
So in other cities and municipalities, we've actually taken sample pictures, actual bulk collection, that's correct ways of using it, or set outs as examples, maybe do a postcard. The pamphlet, of course, is not working because it probably shows all the information. So maybe it's tailor, if the bulk is the issue, let's tailor bulk and send a communication, postcards, social media, multiple avenues. I don't mind coming up here on another council night, having a presentation with a slide. So, you know, presenting it and saying this is what the typical set out should look like. But I think it goes down to it's more of the if there's just a pile that's thrown out there, it's very hard for our drivers to pick up, because think about 2 men coming and picking up a pile. And I think if they get that vision in their minds of, okay, how can they go to, 6,500 residents? And if the piles are just scattered and it's 2 guys picking up, and there's more than 2 guys picking up for all,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
trying
We
to get
understand.
that picture in their minds of, look, we're trying to do this efficient. We can't spend 30 minutes at every resident. So if you can help us out and we can bundle, it's bag, bundle, tied. These are the parameters. We will pick it up all day long. But and you got to think too, in different seasons, when it's just a pile of stuff, why they're looking for a bundle is snakes and other things. We don't want to have, safety hazards. So I think if we work on that communication to enlighten residents that maybe just don't know, that could help. So with the help of your communications department, if the video didn't work, let's use other avenues.
I would recommend to you one old way of communicating coupled with one new way. Those refrigerator magnets, they stay on the refrigerator. And if you had a magnet that stayed on the refrigerator that just had some pictures on it, you know, if you're doing bulk, it should look like this, right? With a reference point.
Okay.
And secondly, a QR code on that same magnet, right? So if you don't get the picture by looking at the pictures, you can then scan that QR code for the younger people like myself and Kiera. You know, we're in the same generation. We went to school together. Never school together. But you can scan that QR code and then it would open you up when you need it, because we don't care about it until we have to, you know, put out that bulk, those bulk items. So I would suggest a magnet with pictures, but also with a QR code that you could scan, and that video might be on that QR code. Other pictures, other references might be on that QR code. But it needs to be in front of people while they're doing this work, which most people don't do work like this, but perhaps maybe twice a year. And so I think they need to know the information right now when they're doing it, because they're not going to care. What they really want to do is put those bulk items out, Ms. Lopez, and go to Wendy's.
Yes, I agree.
Wendy's.
And I
Anyone
would
else?
suggest if you have specific addresses that are sent to you directly, if you don't want to communicate them directly to me, I understand. If you want to get them to Venetia and she sends them, you know, we can definitely say, hey, it's us. Like, if there's an issue, I want to know, like, we're not picking up, or here's the parameters to get it collected. Here's what needs to take place. So that would help us. If you see specific addresses, send them over to me, or send them to Venetia and she'll send them to me. You know, whatever communication works better. I don't mind you calling me directly. I just don't want to overstep your city manager by any means. But give me sample addresses. I will personally go out there.
Mayor, and I was talking to Councilmember Lowry here. You picked up a good point, the question of what is 5 cubic yards, right? 5
Right.
cubic yards. And that jogged my memory. I was looking at your waste site, and you were asking the question, Mayor. This is a 10-yard roll-off dumpster. So 5 cubic yards, and working with Mr. Lowry, who's
It's like half of
got
that.
that construction, that's a lot of.
It is a lot of material.
And because a yard is 3 feet. So that's basically 15 feet, but 15 feet up in the air. That's a cubic yard.
Right. And it's not, I say this, that the 5 cubic yards, that's not the issue. It's more of how it's bundled and tied is more of our issue than the 5 cubic yards.
So you're saying that they
Just-
leave it all over the yard and stuff. They need to bring it in. So let me ask you this. When I did live in Europe, in Switzerland, and they're very tight about all this stuff. And what they would do over there, maybe this is an idea, is at least have a paper, some sort of pattern that people can pick up, complements of waste management. And this is the footprint for 5 cubic yards. Does that make sense?
It does,
This is a footprint, the table there.
but it's also lengthwise. So it's also the length of the branches. And so when you look at it, I don't want them to think, hey, put out a hole, because it's got to go into the back of a truck. So just getting out those dimensions of cutting your branches into, say, you know, a 3.5 branch versus a 10-foot branch, those kind of things. If you're doing normal landscaping, but it's mainly when you're chopping down trees and big branches, those become the big issues.
Give me an idea. I'm going to work on something.
Perfect.
So I have a list, a long list, and some of these piles have been out there for years. So the waste, this is why I wanted to talk to her. And what you're saying is your truckers are sending information to her. And I don't think that's happening. And also, because I've already talked to Public Works, not Public Works, but code enforcement, and I've been told that those are being left there because they didn't have time to pick them up. And when I said that there's been piles out there for longer than a year, and I'm trying to understand why they're still out there, and the truck is still rolling by, picking up trash at all of the other houses. If somebody has that address, then that means somebody's not doing what they're supposed to do. If your workers gave us the address, then we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, I see the emails with the address list. So
And there's a lot of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I just, it's Ms. Lopez, it's just too complicated. It really is too complicated. I don't think that people think in the ways that we want them to think. They maybe 20 years, 30 years ago, people thought that way. But people today don't, they think completely differently. And this is going to continue to be a problem for all of us, not just us in La Marque, but in other communities, for communities I'm sure that you all are a part of, that you all have contracted with. It's just an issue. And we have to find a way. Well, let me ask it. Why does it have to be so strict in its preparation for you all to pick it up? It's just bulk items. Why are we doing all of this? It's very frustrating.
it's the safety of our employees picking up the items. So the yard debris and I think storm debris. So when you look at when a storm comes through and you do storm debris, they come in and pick it up by claws, right?
Mhm.
So that's a whole different concept than you have two guys on the back of the truck saying, hey, just pick up this yard debris stuff. And so when it's just small branches, that's one thing. But when it's large tree limbs, that's a whole nother thing. So safety of our employees, of course, and them not getting hurt, and then the lifting and the back and forth. So that's why the requirements are different than, say, you have a storm that comes through. And I think residents confuse that, thinking it's just green waste, tree waste, all of that. And maybe they don't see that it's two gentlemen or two crew members picking up that versus it's a mechanical arm picking up that stuff. So
Do y'all have a mechanical arm
We
to
do
pick up
not.
that stuff?
We do not.
Have y'all ever thought about investing in a mechanical arm to pick up that stuff?
Yeah, that's why we have it within those parameters of collection for the safety with the rear load trucks that we're picking up.
Yeah, I think we have to learn to adapt. Life cannot be too complicated in 2025. And I can't run you all's business, and I respect your business.
For 2 years.
But to say that you don't have the arm that picks it up is interesting to me.
Another option too, if residents have large, trees and limbs and stuff, there is that disposal option that they can bring it directly to the landfill at no charge. So, I mean, that's a part of it, that if there is large piles or they're taking down a tree, they have the option to dispose of it at no charge. So, I mean, there's ways that we can communicate that again to residents as well, because you're given that ability to bring that.
We can do a lot of things, but we can't just get the arm to pick it up.
We do.
Y'all don't
not
want to
have-
get the arm?
We do not have arms.
I know y'all don't
No.
have it, but have you talked to your bosses to see if they want to get the arm? We would pay for the arm. I'm teasing. Anyone else? Go ahead.
If in the interim,
I'm
if you
teasing.
will send me the list of all the areas that haven't been hit, let me be a consolidated, and then I will get that back out to her and see what the areas are that they'll go back and pick up, and then what they're missing.
Yeah.
Code probably have that.
for clarifications, you do have a arm, but it's the arm to pick up those disposable,
For the trash
for
carts.
the trash things.
Yes,
You have a thing that picks those up and
that is
and
correct.
they're moved. But waste management is not, historically has not been involved in after disaster collections. That's not their business. But you did remind me, both of you in your discussion, because we used to do it with Republic, but their landfill was in La Marque. If you want to fill up the back of your truck or send the person that's doing your yard work directly to Alvin, correct?
That is correct. They
The
would have to
Al-
have a La Marque address.
That have the La Marque
Mhm.
address. Just take your ID that says La Marque
Hmm.
or your water bill.
Yes,
your
perfect.
Water bill or your ID and go dispose of the items directly there. But more importantly, tell those handymen that are working for you, you take a ride with them to there to dispose of those things instead of those big logs that they're leaving at the side of the road on that side. So, but that's if we could just begin with that to remind people.
I do have one last little petty note. It's a petty note. I have test sites around the city, and one of them right now is currently located on Cedar and Lake, right across from Councilman Lowry's house, between that grocery store and the residence. Been there since I have moved to Taylor Street. So there are some sites that are still sitting around the city that I'm watching for this process that everybody's talking about that's not happening.
Okay.
And there was one right by that was actually there for over 2 years, blocking the sidewalk, completely blocking the sidewalk for about probably 20.
They've gotten smart. They moved it off the sidewalk now.
Yeah. And like I said, if we can get those addresses elevated, especially we don't want them out there for 2 years. Let's
Just swing for
work-
5.
yeah, let's work together to get these addressed. I know last summer our route manager Juan rode with code enforcement several weeks on different weeks. So I mean, we can do that again. We don't mind, getting out there and discussing this, how we can work together to fix it.
Very good. Any more questions?
I've always found y'all to be very cooperative anytime we've had an issue. I think when we started doing the bulk, a lot of people don't know. Sometimes it's over, and that's always been an issue. So we can find a way to communicate that where it's easy, simple, and even if we provide the ties, you know what I'm saying? So they'll know just how much. Because I know when people call me, I'm like, what is 5 kilo? I don't know. So. But I know that's before that wasn't an issue, but these are growing pains. That has become an issue. And I think that's what everybody's saying. Let's not that become the issue.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Lopez, I think we should continue this discussion.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you're having the same discussion in every community that y'all serve. How we go about efficiently removing these bulk items. And if there are things that you have learned that work in other communities, you are more than welcome to share those with us as we continue to give you feedback. You have always been a responsive person since I've known you and since you have taken this position. So I know that you're going to do well. And I know that we will do the best we can on our side to communicate our needs. And you will continue to respond to those to the best of your ability.
Absolutely.
And so that should be said as we close this discussion. Any further comments?
I need pamphlets
Okay.
because I talked to my neighbors.
Yeah. Do you guys still have some at City Hall? And October, there will be a new one that's distributed, but the one that's there right now is good through the end of September.
Thank you for coming out.
No, anytime. Thank you guys.
Until we figure this out, perhaps maybe a quarterly check-in,
Absolutely.
even if it's just first item on the agenda. Here's Ms. Lopez, what are we thinking? May not take but 5 minutes of your time, but
Absolutely. And anytime, like I said, don't wait till the quarter. I mean, if there's addresses that need to be addressed, let's get on them now and, let's resolve these issues.
Yes,
So I'll work with you.
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Ms. Nance, do you want to be a slave driver and have us do Mrs. Henderson? Or do you want us to take a 30-minute break and let her sit and stew? I'm teasing. Come on, Miss
I was
Felicia.
about to say, she's not even supposed to be here today, so can we get her?
You weren't
done?
supposed to be here today? Oh, we are so
Oh,
sorry. You did what
wow.
now?
And she's on vacation.
You came on your vacation? Oh, we are so
Are
sorry.
you gonna reclaim your time?
Nope.
Okay.
Life of La Marque.
For the better good of La Marque. As we know, Ms. Henderson is our utility billing supervisor. And that is on tab
23.
23. As always, Ms. Henderson, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
And hello, Miss Holly. It's a
Hello.
pleasure.
Y'all hadn't met?
Well, through Zoom, but
Oh, because you're on vacation. Oh, yeah, you got it.
We're gonna say that lots for you.
Ms. Henderson, did you have an opening statement or a presentation?
just want to dig right into it with all these questions y'all may have for me.
All right. Council, the floor is open. I see Mayor Pro Tem's hand.
I did. Thanks, Ms. Henderson, for coming in on vacation time. If you know, under ARPA, and Miss Ashley's listening to this, but we agreed to pay for the installation of the water information module, for lack of a better term,
Right.
where the residents can
Either
set
you-
their own limits and things of that nature.
Mhm.
Where are we at on that?
Right now, we're still drawing up the contract. And then us implementing with OpenGov right now, it's gonna be, we have to work through that process. Because it's not as easy as just setting up a program and having customers look at their usage. There's a lot of cleaning up on our end as well. But right now, we're still drawing up the contract.
How
With the
does
company.
OpenGov get involved in that?
Well, because it's a new software that we're going through, so we want to make sure that all the information that's coming through census, going to the new software, that we have all the information from STW, and OpenGov can see what that software company has available to coincide with one another. Because we want to make sure all our information that we have is going to be transferred.
Okay,
So we have to get that established first before bringing in this.
so give me your best guesstimate then. What are we
I'll-
looking at? Are we gonna go
I would say probably by the end of next year.
the end of next year?
Yes.
The,
latest.
it's over by then. And with the current administration pulling money back, we
Mhm.
need to do it sooner rather than later. So, and you're talking census as in the water meters?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That should have nothing to do with OpenGov.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'll get with Prochus, our OpenGov rep, and speak with
Okay.
him again. Just to get some clarity on that, see how we
Okay.
can move forward with that then.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll talk with Prochus.
I share the observation that should have nothing to do with OpenGov. You're
Okay.
just accessing what we have already, which other communities do that every.
Right, but the last I've heard, we're still working on a contract for them, so,
Okay, well, that's.
okay. But, no, I'll get with Prochus and see how we can move forward with that.
And Ms. Holly is accurate. The monies have to be.
Right,
spent
at a certain
by
time.
next year.
Yeah.
So, the other question. If it's in your area, I'm not sure, maybe this is Public Works, but, refresh my memory, what happens when a homeowner has a water break?
When a homeowner has a water break.
Yes.
So if they have a water break on their side, it'll be their responsibility, of course.
Well, even go before then. When you guys.
Oh, when
have
the water-
access to the
Right,
usage.
right.
Right?
Yes.
So what is it that the water department's doing if they see an increase in usage?
So our billing analyst, what she'll do is, she'll get an alarm. We all get alarms. on our
Okay.
computer gets sent through email, right? And so once we get alarms on people whose water exceeds their average,
Yeah.
then we'll notify them, we'll call them, we'll leave messages, and we'll leave a door hanger.
Okay.
Usually they'll call us and then I'll explain to them about abnormal water consumption report they can fill out to get an adjustment if they qualify.
So that's the second part then, making them aware that if the break is on their side, that don't get nervous, don't freak out,
Right.
that there's a process that we
Yes.
have as well to make adjustments on the bill.
Right, if they qualify. So a 12-month average.
What's that part? If they qualify, what does that?
So you have to, so let's say you have a leak. A lot of times, you know, water may not go through the meters, just water, you know, so the leak's probably not even showing up on their water bill, right? But let's say the water leak is 10,000 gallons over your water consumption, then you do qualify for that. So if your normal average is 2,000, 3,000 gallons and the water leak causes you to use, I don't know, 13,000, 15,000 gallons, then you can qualify for a water adjustment.
But that means nobody's qualifying.
Mhm.
Who goes from 2,000 to 13,000?
For a water leak?
No, for a water leak.
Yeah, all the time. So if you have a water leak and and it exceeds over, because usually our water leaks, they range from, it just depends, like a main, it's probably like 20,000 and more maybe gallons of water, right, in 1 month. Okay, so I can give you an adjustment on that 20,000 gallons.
Am I hearing that what the department has done is you've come up with some magic, I shouldn't even say magic, I'm just some number of gallons.
Well, actually,
that
this is
if
a
you
formula
exceed your
that
normal usage.
Well, this is a formula that it was established years ago. So what I did was just, instead of using a 6-month average, I did a 12-month. I just tweaked the yearly usage, basically. But I didn't change the amount. It's anything over 10,000 gallons of normal water usage.
I would like to work with the department because if it means that the higher the leak, the more likely you are to get an adjustment, there's a disincentive to fix your leak.
Yeah.
So but we can work on that. So and
Okay.
see, is that a program that comes to council for approval?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
But if at that area that still is
Yeah.
causing confusion, I think, at least that calls that I get. And then the other item, because I haven't been able to pay my bill, I pay it online.
Hmm.
I still can't access our online payment
Why is that?
because it gets I pick up the
Error message.
So we've been having difficulties with that for the past couple of months.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not sure why that's
Well, yesterday you mentioned it as well too. I did it this morning. I tried again this morning. And my software blockage or whatever it says, don't proceed. It's no.
Yeah, IT's aware of it, so they've been aware of it. So I'm not sure what's going on with that either.
Well, I'd like to pay the bill.
I know, we would love for you to pay your bill online.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Late now, you're gonna have to pay the late fee.
I'm a senior.
Avery, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. But, Mayor Pro Tem was talking about this issue with the online water bill payment. Do you have any knowledge from the IT department as to what that's about?
Yes, sir. So.
Would you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Sorry. So what that is there's a certificate that has expired. And so we have to update that certificate in order for that, I guess, error message to disappear. So that's solely something on our side. It's a back end issue that we're working on. We have the certificate. It's just a matter of going in on the back end, updating that or replacing the old one with the new one. And then that has to process and then that error message should go away. But I will relay what has been said back to my director, so that we can get that issue fixed ASAP. Because I know a lot of citizens utilize the online payment on our website.
Very good. Were you done?
I think those are items I wanted to.
Ms. Alice, are you present with us?
I'm here. I wanted to help Venetia on the talking about the client management, and then also with the what Pro Tem was talking about with the paying online. It is with the city manager change in the previous couple of months, there was some issues with just issues, and we are working on the contract now. It was procured, and Aquatrax is who got it. They're this with you real quick just to show you because it's cool. But they it's all integrated into everything. Everybody will have a their own. Can y'all see my screen or no?
No.
Everybody will have their own app and portal. They can go see their usage, and I mean, it is a very, very cool thing. We did procure that in I'm not sure I remember when, Venetia, but they that's it. Can y'all see that?
Yes.
And so it will have like everybody can have an app, and they made us our own presentation, but it'll show their uses, their previous billing. They can pay through it. It's a very cool man that will be very user friendly. Really impressed with it when me and Venetia and Christine looked through it. So moral, I guess the big story is that will help you with your payment, issues or anything. Once this is integrated, it is separate from OpenGov, as well as we will get that contract out. Again, it was just that with the city manager issues, we just it just kind of, it didn't fall between the cracks, but we had to just take a small break. So I'll get that to Venetia. We will get it to Aquatrax as soon as possible.
Thank you, ma'am. This program is going to have to be officially rolled out, officially presented to the council and the community in an open council meeting, so that our residents can see and understand what this is about. So thank you for that, Ms. Ashley, for helping us to understand that. Thank you for assisting Venetia in her presentation. But at some point, we're gonna bring this back officially, correct?
It would make sense. And it is, having seen what it can do with census, it's amazing. I mean, because you can control how much water goes out in a leak. It's very effective for your water customers.
Yes, ma'am.
Agreed, Ms. It is a very cool program. Once I started reading about it and everything, it's very cool and so user friendly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? I'm sorry, Ms. Ashley. Were you? I didn't. Were you done?
No, sir. I just said no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Questions? Mayor Pro Tem, I see
To
you.
follow, two quick items. When we authorized the contract for this software, it was only for a 2-year period because we didn't know what success our adjustments to the utility fund were going to result. We've been successful in that regard. So council, I'm going to ask that when we introduce this, that this should be maintained as an item of service, an annual fee, that we should continue this module. We have the money for it within the utility fund. That was the purpose. And so it's and as I recall, either Miss Ashley or Miss Henderson, you can clarify, there was X amount of licenses, because the reality is not everybody in our community will access this
Right.
this dashboard.
Yeah.
So there was a number of licenses, and I forget, but we'll get the number as well too. But that's something I'll ask to be brought back.
Absolutely.
And then the second thing, Ms. Venetia, is that once again, with the success that we've had on the utilities fund side, I also want to say, and we'll get into it later, but at this point, council, from my understanding and my look at the numbers, I don't want citizens to get concerned about water rate increases. Because what has happened successfully, when we started this adventure with our water, we were at a 65% water loss. That has come down to what? It's averaging about 30 something, and the goal is to get it down to 15.
Yeah.
As a best. So we've been successful in that regard. And then, so that's the other thing. The numbers were worked out in the calculations to cover, to avoid any increases on that side.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And so water loss, I see, Mr. Lyon, a water loss of 15 to 20% is in effect a zero water loss in our system, because there will always be 15 to 20% water loss due to non-payment, right? That's going to be a factor. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if we can get it down to 15, 20%, that means that our system is working at optimal level, because regardless of what we do, there will always be 15 and 20% of non-payment, which is calculated as water loss.
Absolutely.
Mr. Lowry.
Does the new app that we're rolling over to, does it show daily usage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
So they can, and the homeowner could set their app to notify them of.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I was gonna say that our price is based off of 7,500.
Oh, 700.
Thank you, ma'am.
70,
Thank you.
yes.
Ms. Venetia, let me ask you this. How many folks do you supervise?
3, 5.
How many of them are water meter technicians?
They're no longer under me. They're in public works.
And so who are the 5 that you supervise? I mean, not who, but what are those positions?
The billing analyst and wait a minute. I have 1, 2. Okay, it's 4. So I have a billing analyst and 3 customer service reps.
And you're saying all those staffers are CPR certified?
Yes.
Would you happen to know if the water meter technicians are all CPR certified?
Yes.
Okay. Very good benefit to our community to have water meter technicians riding around our city who are also CPR certified.
Absolutely.
At some point, I would love them to also, Ms. Holly, be AED certified, so that in event they would happen to encounter the unfortunate, that they might be instrumental in saving someone's life. But I wanted to point that out because you pointed it out, and it's important for our community members to know that we are certainly keeping their health and their safety in mind. Did anyone on this side have a question?
No, I just, I remember when you first moved into this position, how has it improved?
Oh, as far as it improved tremendously.
Give me some examples.
Customer service.
Mhm.
I feel like I finally have my strong team.
Okay.
I mean, helping these customers and the citizens, just patience, guiding them. And I was hearing about the bulk addresses. Whenever we let our customers know that you can call us if you see, we have neighbors calling in for other neighbors a lot. That's what they do. So I send them to the operations supervisor for that route. And he's really good about going back and telling me why they didn't pick up. So if you have those addresses, please give them to me.
What I said to, what's his name? I keep wanting to call him something else. The code enforcement person, Jose. I said to Jose that I was going to allow the process to be the process. And when I'm done with my audit, I am going back to all of those addresses that I listed. And if they're still there, I'm going to report them. I'm not trying to get in the way of the process. I am really sitting back to see if the process is working like it says it is.
Okay.
And so, and that's exactly what I told him. I'm not interfering with what Waste Management has on or what their current process is. I'm just explaining to him what I've seen and what I intended to do. So I'm gonna let it work itself out, and when I'm done with my audits of District D, I'm reporting all of my concerns at one time. So if
Okay,
they're
great.
there, I'm sending everything to the city manager.
Great.
Okay.
Mr. Lawler.
Thank you for going above and beyond and getting the CPR certificates. Yesterday, our Pasadena mayor actually had a heart attack, and it was fast acting in the inside the city hall that helped them, and they had a defibrillator, which is something maybe we should think about in some common areas. But also, I believe our fire department has been doing CPR classes for the community as well, and that we need to publicly broadcast because it could save a life, for instance, like yesterday.
Yeah, I agree.
So thank you for that.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Any more questions, comments for utility billing?
Mayor,
Go ahead.
this is with regard to the proposed budget book that we have. Ms. Holly, and it wasn't too clear when I was looking at the utility billing. But we as a city, people still don't understand the concept of an enterprise fund, separate fund, utility. But we have the funds because of the planning that went into the rate structure to assist the department should they have other needs of staff, any improvements in that area. I don't think Ms. Henderson realizes that, but we do have that ability. But I also am not sure that in the budget that was proposed, that they've properly allocated the our utility fund dollars to their rightful uses, and that there's still perhaps general fund dollars that are being utilized to support the utilities in some way. So that's an area that I'd like us to pay particular attention to.
Ms. Henderson,
Yes.
few things in your line items.
Okay.
Fiscal year 2025. On the line item of supplies, that's 2100, basically.
Right.
Roughly about $11,500 was budgeted. You only used half of that. Is that correct? Does that look correct to you? And what supplies would you be acquiring in that line item?
I'm trying to see if this is operating supplies. Oh yeah, this is operating supplies. It can be things for the office supplies. That's about it. Yeah.
Don't you think it's weird that number, the budget number is $11,587? Did you budget $11,587? Not 86, $87?
I wouldn't even think to budget that amount for office supplies, but.
Okay. So let me just go back to the proposed fiscal year 2026.
Okay.
That 4,500, does that look accurate for you? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Line item 2100 fuel supplies. Would that be for vehicles?
Yes.
Do y'all have vehicles?
No.
That was when you
That
had
was
the
meter tech, the utility techs.
okay. And that also why the uniforms and safety gear line item went down?
Absolutely.
Last question, because we are on an excursion to look into all of our professional fees line items simply because
the
we
fun
are
part.
nosy.
No.
We are all in the professional
We
services,
wanna know you.
all
know?
up in the business. But in all seriousness, as we learn, those folks that you all partner with, do you know, and maybe you don't, what is that line item used for in your department?
Professional fees, I would say. See, that would come out of legal. So
Mayor, this is Christine Turner. There's some OpenGov charges there. Sometimes we call into OpenGov for assistance. And those professional fees are coded to the department. There's Stericycle that's in there. I'm not sure what that is. Venetia Stericycle, it doesn't ring a bell right off.
Did you, Miss Christine?
Yes.
First of all, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Did you say stir cycle?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Henderson, do you have any recollection of a stir cycle?
I want to say we get our door tags from.
Okay.
Those are green door tags that we place on customers whenever we reach out to them.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Griffin, go ahead. Are you asking Miss Christine?
No, I'm sorry, Miss
Miss Henderson?
Venetia.
Okay.
Venetia, regarding the bulk trash, do you guys put anything on the back of the water bill regarding that at any time of the year, or
No.
who's
No.
responsible for what goes on the back of the bills?
Right now, Miss Agatha,
Okay,
we do what's it called? Yeah.
okay, thank you.
So whatever information we can give to her and she can place on the back.
Okay, now, oh, never mind. That's not you, that's someone else. I'm sorry, I'm done.
So let me press a bit further. Let's all remember, I've been through apparently 21 budget workshop cycles. And it is the most pressure is applied in every one of them to our finance director. And so as we look through numbers, it's almost like checking your homework. And it's very difficult to be in Miss Turner's position. And we recognize that. And so we want to say that we are simply at our kitchen table trying to understand numbers. This is nothing against Miss Turner, who has done a bang-up job. And so let's always be clear when we're asking about numbers. Did you hear that, Miss Turner?
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you.
All right, I want to make sure that we let the folks know what this is about, and this is not anything to do with you or your department.
No,
Simply
sir,
us.
nope, nothing personal taken. Thank you, sir.
But I wanted the community of La Marque to know that as we press forward. $59,000 budgeted in your professional fees, and it looks like your estimate will only be 17,000. You see that?
Yeah.
So then my next question is, and maybe you don't know this, maybe you need to get with Miss Monica and Miss Christine at lunchtime, and that's fine.
Okay.
But you are now asking for $52,000. Again, you budgeted in 25, roughly 59,000. You are estimated to use only 17,000.
Yeah.
And you are asking again for 52,000. Do you have any? Let me back up. You were on vacation. See, here's where the problem started. Yesterday, we learned from Ms. Holly that unless you have a directive from council that would direct you to acquire professional services, those line items ought to be zero.
Okay.
So
Okay.
my question is, do we have $52,000 worth of professional services that we are ready to submit to council for approval.
No, I do not know what that is for,
So
so
we
I
need to
have
work
to
on
look
that.
at.
Okay. Okay.
See what. what
Okay,
that
I
is.
have an answer for you here.
ma'am.
In the budget, under her professional fees for utility billing, it's an annual hosted RNI SAAS fee for $13,708. There's an annual census analytics enhancement water fee for $12,600. We have water worth, $3,900, and aquametric maintenance and support, $22,510.
Is that, are you saying that's what is in her proposed budget this year, Ms. Turner?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody know math better than me that's actually putting these numbers together? 25, 27, 47. You went to law school, didn't you? That's why you went to law school, but I know, you didn't have to tell us. 47. That's roughly $50,000. Okay. And are all of those activities, Ms. Henderson, do you believe, is it your belief that all of those activities have been or will be approved by council?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we don't have a problem here. Thank you for that, Ms. Turner. Any further questions for Ms. Henderson?
I just want to know what the 430,000 is for the 10-year life assets.
That's for water meters.
Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem. No, you open the door on water meters. The new developments on the west side,
Yes.
the water meters are part of the impact fee?
I have no idea. Of the impact fee?
When the developer pays, well, I'd like to get some clarity for the, are they when they tap into our system?
Right.
But then
The tap is part of the impact fee, but the question Mayor Pro Tem has, is the water meter also a part of that impact fee? The actual
Yes.
meter,
Right. Yes.
It's that,
the installation of that meter.
just confirm it.
Right.
I'd like to-
Because you pay for a tap and then the water meter.
Okay.
That's not typically considered an impact fee. That's usually just, because an impact fee is to build capacity in the system rather than just the physical tap is what we're talking about. But is that what you're saying? The 400,000 is for the physical to buy more taps?
No. That's just for water meters only.
Okay,
The
just
2-year yes.
for the actual meter itself.
Uh-huh.
So that should be getting reimbursed by the developer, at least to the cost of what it costs. So I was going to go back and look at the revenues and make sure that we have an offsetting revenue account for that. Ms. Turner, do you happen to know that?
Ms. Turner?
I'm sorry, things froze up. I'm sorry. What was the question?
Under the utilities, they have 400,000 for meters. Is there a corresponding revenue that comes in for that when the developers pay for them?
Let me check.
Thank you, ma'am.
And part of that, you said 10-year useful life, but our meters, because I've checked mine, it's a 20 something year on the meters. And you're referencing this amount is for what? Replacing meters? Did I hear that?
No, it's buying water meters.
Just buying water meters
Right.
that we keep in inventory
Correct.
and then
We
so-
said once.
so
the
that
house-
400,000 represents how many water meters?
Well, we have different sizes, so the average of a 3/4 inch is probably like $580
Okay.
versus I know we just ordered our first 10-inch, which was like $30,000.
Yeah, those are god
Dollars.
expensive.
Well, a 5 inch is $500.
No, 3/4 inch.
Yeah,
A
that's the
three,
typical single family house.
Right, it's a
a
residential,
3/4 inch is
about $500.
$500. And what was the second one you said? A
A
10 inch?
10 inch,
Oh, well, that makes sense.
yeah,
It was how much for the 10 inch?
about 30,000.
That would be a major, who's using that?
A high school,
Okay.
the new high school.
So that, let me piggyback. See, you and I need to stop. See, we'll do this all day. So now my next question is the amount of water meters that you are going to order. Is this tied to some sort of plan development or some sort of a study or analysis, or even tied to some sort of information from developmental services that would suggest that we anticipate? Okay, just want to make sure.
Absolutely.
Some of that is a mixture of replacing meters and new development?
Yes.
Yes. Ma'am. Anyone else?
Okay, I do have an answer for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Holly, so we do have a transfer in from impact fees. That's budgeted at about $500,000. So yes, there is revenue that comes into the utility fund from impact fees.
Thank you, ma'am.
What
Miss
line
Hicks.
item is that? What line item is that? The impact fees? What line?
Miss Turner, what line item would we be able to find the impact fee?
That is going to be under utility revenues. And it's under account 9067.
What tab, do you have a tab for us? 22? Tab 22. What was the line, what was the number again, Miss Turner? I'm sorry.
9067.
The very last line.
Very last line.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
You're welcome.
You know, I was just wanting to tell Ms. Henderson, thank you, because I know it was kind of confusing in the beginning when you transferred to that department. And it looks like you've got a structure and order happening in that department finally. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson.
Anything else from Ms. Henderson?
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Joe?
Let me say this. If we have not recognized it yet, council and community, we have very young but very gifted department heads in the city of La Marque. And that is a very unique situation we find ourselves in. And I went to school with Venetia too, didn't we?
Yeah, sure
Yeah.
did. Class of.
None of these things actually happen. We're just having some fun. All right, Ms. Henderson.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank
You
you.
can go back to your vacation,
Thank you.
get some sun for us. Mr. Austin, do you have a question on the utility billing or just utility? Is this utility billing or just utility, Mr. Austin?
Usually the utility fund revenue, the fund expenditures, and another one says utility fund expenditures.
Where you at? What line?
Go to tab 3, that's summary of all funds.
Mm-hmm.
Tab 3.
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't. The different account numbers there, 04, 03, 40, 47, I don't know what they are, I couldn't find them in here, but anyway, that may be me. It says the projected ending balance for the utility fund for $19 million.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that's so I don't think Ms. Henderson will be able to answer that one. So you are dismissed, but Ms. Turner will help us with that. Ms. Turner?
Yes, I can't hear Mr. Osteen.
Mr. Osteen, we need you to come to the microphone. She needs to hear your question.
How you doing, Ms. Turner?
Hi, how are you, Mr. Osteen?
Fine. I wanted to question this utility fund under summary of all funds. It shows the ending balance of $19,506.
Tab 3.
Oh. Is that actual money?
Let's see.
Okay.
I'm kind of lost on where you're looking.
It's
Second
on page
line.
22.
Page 22,
Tab 3.
tab 3, the second line, utility fund. It has four numbers, 02, 03, 40, and 47.
Oh, okay. Is that actual cash? No, sir. That can
So-
be payables, that can be, it's a number of things that go into that number. That's not actual cash sitting there. No.
Okay,
Is that account
this,
receivable?
another question I have is that's,
Hold on just a minute, James, and I'll let you ask your next question. Ms. Turner, could we get a breakdown of that line item for after lunch?
Yes, the 19 million? Yes, by fund.
That'll be one of the first things we deal with after lunch is to get an answer to that, a comprehensive answer for our community. Number one. Proceed, Mr. Oster.
now, on the impact fees,
Where are you, James?
67 on the same thing,
Same
summary
thing,
all
okay.
funds.
Mhm.
It shows the ending balance of 2,196,000. Is that cash?
That may be fund balance, but let me check. Let me find out what that is as well.
Okay. While we're on that, I show that in the budget for the impact fee was, on the utility fund revenues was $500. In here, it's $600.
Where are you at, James?
Summary of funds.
What number?
It'd be under, let me see.
Is that for 2025, 600,000?
Yeah, the 2025 adopted revenue budget was 600,000. But on this utility fund back in the sheets here, it shows us $500, $500,000, $100,000
okay.
difference.
Yeah, you're saying on the same line, 67, the
The adopted
the
revenue
adopted
was,
revenues is
600,000.
600,000. Now, where are you at on the other
I'm on tab 22.
22?
It's
Now,
$100,000
that's
difference.
probably based on what we're predicted to receive. That's our estimate for FY 26. So
We propose expenses on FY 25 is 600,000. And here on the tab 22, it's 500,000 also, $100,000 difference.
So Ms. Turner, I think, and James, I'm going to try to explain this, and if I'm not explaining it right, let me know. So it looks like the summary of all funds, the revenues in that line 67 for fiscal year 25 is 600,000. And then when you go back into the actual utility fund revenues at the very bottom, right, James?
Yes.
It shows 500,000. So are the revenues anticipated to be 600,000? Is that for this year we're currently in, or is the 600,000 for the upcoming fiscal year?
the 600,000 is for fiscal year 25, what we're currently in.
So the 600,000 that you see in the summary of all funds is what she is projecting for us to end with as far as the total revenues of 24, 25. The 500,000 in impact fees that you see behind tab 22 is what she is projecting for revenues in the new fiscal.
Yeah, 20.
So they're two
26.
different fiscal years. Is that right, Ms. Turner?
Yes, that's correct.
Did I get
What
it?
we're looking at now, year to date, and I'm not sure if there are revenues that still need to be posted in our journals, but we're looking now at probably about $396,000 in impact fees for 25. And I predicted 600,000. So we may come in close to that, but that's why I did the budget of 500,000, because we may just be a little shy of the 600,000.
The projection for this year that we're currently in would be that we would raise 600,000. It sounds
Yes.
like we may be falling short of that. And
Yes.
so adjustment from the finance department would be to lower that from 600 to 500 in the 25-26 year budget.
Yes.
Did you get it, James?
I got that now. Okay, let's go to tab 21.
Mhm.
We're gonna get 21 and tab 27, fund expenditures, and it says utility fund expenditures. And
Where you at,
what's
James?
throwing me off here, yeah,
What line?
it's gonna be a fleet program,
What number?
5145.
Gotcha.
What
Okay,
what
on
fund are we in?
Fleet program 5145 under tab 21.
I'm sorry, I don't have the tabs right in front of me. What is tab 21? What fund is it?
It is fund expenditures,
Oh, 99. Okay.
and fleet program is what he's going to ask
Yeah,
a question about.
It's on the fleet program.
Is that under the utility fund?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Okay, it says that the 2026 budget is 200,000. And then if I go to tab 21, which says fund expenditures, which is located in the category where you got your utility funds. If you go to tab 21, it says the 2026 proposed budget is 785,000. They got the same account number, and it's kind of confusing. I don't know. Can you explain us?
Where did you get the 200?
Look at tab 27
27.
and go down to 5145.
Mm-hmm.
And you got 200,000 for the proposed budget for 26.
Yes.
You see that, Mayor?
Yes. That's
And then-
enterprise fleet. That's for all of our vehicles.
Okay, and then you go to fund expenditures on tab 21,
Okay.
and you go down to 5145.
And that's the general fund?
That's 99.
That's
Fund
99.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 785,000.
They're
Okay.
two different funds.
Aren't they the same account numbers?
I think they're two different funds is what you're saying. One of them
Yeah.
is a
One of
fund
them is
expenditure.
Fundo 1 and one of them is Fundo 2, but it's the same
Right.
line.
Okay,
item.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
all right, well, that helps me there.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
we're
Mr.
still
Osteen.
needing the explanation for what tab was that?
The breakdown on the fund, summary of all funds, y'all want
What tab is that again?
tab 3.
3.
And the utility fund line.
The utility fund
Utility
line
fund line. Okay. All right. I'll
And then
take a look at that.
she's gonna check on the impact fee, if
and the
that
impact fees.
cash
There it
Those
is.
two.
on hand.
So those two questions still remain, and they will remain till after lunch.
Okay.
We're at our lunch. That'll give you some chance to get something to eat, Ms. Turner, and get all of your information for us. And council, we will adjourn for lunch. We will be back, fingers crossed, applesauce at at 2:00 with a hard start at 10 after 2. We stand adjourned. Hello, hello, hello again. We are in our afternoon session of day 2 of our budget workshop. And we are pleased to visit with our municipal court this afternoon.
Yay.
Welcome, lady and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Do you have an opening, it's okay if you don't, do you have an opening statement or a presentation? I know that you provided us with documentation.
I did provide y'all with some
Would
documentation.
you like to share this with us and then we would ask questions afterwards?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
The first page is more where y'all questions will come in. The second page was to go over kind of the accomplishments that the court did over the past year. It's kind of let you know what our team is doing. We did an omni-base cleanup. What that means is that is a system that we use to hold people's license if they are not compliant. We worked with that company to go through. All my clerks worked. I think it took us about 6 months. But what we did was we made sure that both their system and our system matched evenly. That there was no discrepancies in the documents. Our paperless system is at 90%. I say it's 90% because on court dates, we still use paper. We still use a paper docket for the judge and we're using court slips. We are phasing that out. We're hoping that within the next 2 months, we will not have paper in the courtroom either. And when I say that we're paperless, we are at a point now where we finally have our emails fixed within our software. We email every defendant at the window their documents. We don't print them for them unless they need them printed. We had the additional dockets added. Thank you for all of you approving that. That was something that was really needed for us. So we have started that as of July. By September, we'll have all those dockets smooth and hopefully people will not be sitting in the courtroom for 4 hours waiting to hear their case. Court Notify, that is our text messaging system within our software. We send text messages every single day to our defendants to let them know that they missed a payment, let them know that they have a due date, let them know if they have a warrant. But we use that system to try to remind people, just like we get doctor notes reminders that you have something due before we do issue a warrant. That is very successful. Our traffic safety incentive award, we did apply for that this year. And as y'all know, we got honorable mention. Next year, I hope to be placed in first, second, or third. But honorable mention still did allow for our judge to go for free to the conference to learn about traffic safety incentive programs for next year. Enhanced payment plans, I put that on here because that is something that the judge and I, our whole team have worked well with to work with our defendants to keep them compliant with their payments so they don't go into warrants. That means that we help them if they need a lower payment. We work with them if they can't make their full payment. We try to do our best to get them to pay versus putting them into some type of delinquent status. Video magistrate was another issue that helped with one of our marshal here. He was working 7 days a week, going to the jail to help process our jail paperwork. So now we use video magistrate so that he can be at home on weekends. That means that the judge can also magistrate from anywhere at any time. So she doesn't have to physically go to the jail. She can do it from her home, or like when we were here at court one day, she was doing it from the courtroom. So I think I'm excited that we have that working properly. We also worked on bringing all of our fines and documents. We are still working on some documents up to compliance, so that we can make sure that all the proper documentation, legal verbiage is on our documents. My goals for the next year, traffic safety incentive is one of them. I want to be more than honorable mention. I am working on my level 3 certification. My goal is to have that done by March. I now have 3 clerks. I would like all 3 of them to be level 1 within this fiscal year. My other goal is to sync our court and PD software. By that, I mean Brazos. That's the software that the officers use to issue citations. I want to make sure that our verbiage is correct in both systems so that everything is uniform. I am working on updating our complaints. What that means is I'm going through all of our complaints. We have like over 400 complaints to make sure that the verbiage is correct. Fonts look good. Everything is good there. Duplicate name cleanup is another big project we're going to work on. We got a lot of duplicate names in our system. It makes it kind of hard sometimes for ourselves or even the police department to distinguish people have more than one thing going on. Juvenile diversion has been a big talk of discussion within the state. Our judge has created her juvenile diversion program, and we're gonna be working on implementing that even more over this next year. Court manual and procedures, I am currently making sure our manual is updated. I'm working on procedures, saving those electronically so that if for some reason I just wasn't here the next day, anybody can come in and pick up and be able to just step by step know what they need to do. We're working on purging old cases out of the computer system. And then Omnibase is on here again with SETSIC. Those are two of our systems that we use to notify people that there are warrants. I just want to make sure we're cleaning those systems up and that our data is matched. That's my goals. Y'all have questions for me?
I'm sure we do. Let me start off with clarifications.
Okay.
The additional dockets, how many did we add?
We added two dates.
Are there enough dockets? We have one presiding judge and two associate judges, correct? Are there enough dockets for all of them to be able to practice?
So our presiding judge handles most of the dockets, and the event that she's not here, that's when the associate judge comes in and handles them. The associate judges were at it mainly for magistration duties at the jail.
So are they practicing, getting
Yes.
experience?
Yes, they are.
I know one of them is probably a seasoned judge.
Correct.
And the other is a new judge. Is
She's
she
a newer
able to
judge.
get experience?
She has had a little bit of experience in the magistration, but she's currently got some personal issues going on, so she'll fill in a little bit less.
Okay. The video magistrate that you referred to, is there still the need for one of our police officers to in the magistration to move the what do you call them? You don't call them the detainee.
Detainee.
Yeah.
From the cell to.
Yes, there definitely needs to be an officer there. And we've been training the police officers at the police department how to use the system when Russell's not available on the weekends or evenings.
Okay. Last question I have before we open it up. You said you had 3 deputies.
Yes.
And your goal is to have all 3 of them with a level 1 certification.
Correct.
Do any of them have a level 1 certification?
They do not. Some of them, 2 of my clerks have in the past been certified as I was before too, and they have either retired and come back. So they have to redo their certifications. So we're needing all 3 of them to. I'd like all 3 of them certified within this next year.
Very good. Counsel?
What has, I know with the issue with vaping and all of that, and, now with the cell phone ban, do you expect that to come to our courts
Are you talking about?
with the schools?
So that is still so new.
Okay.
As far as the schools, I'm not for sure where that charge will land, or if that's even a charge to the kids for bringing a cell phone to the classroom, if that's what you're talking about.
Right,
From my understanding, that law, if kids can take the cell phones to school,
right.
they can carry them in the hallways, it's up to the teachers to retain those cell phones at the door. So I don't think that there's a criminal charge associated with that as of this moment.
But vaping is, right?
Vaping that would fall under if it's tobacco or something like that. So
So have you seen an increase of that in your court?
I have not.
Okay,
I mean, we do get minor possession of tobacco charges.
okay.
That's where that youth diversion program comes into play.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of looking at. with that.
So the youth diversion program is, the state is moving away from them being criminal violations.
Mhm.
So if a juvenile comes in here on a penal code violation, which is the possession of tobacco or
Mhm.
alcohol charges, theft or assault, they have the option with their parent to opt for what's called a diversion program,
Okay.
which is where it removes it from the criminal aspect and they have to do whatever the judge lays out, whether it be some type of, classes that they have to take, community service. Currently, our judge with our juveniles, even without that program being in place, she is really good at, she requires them to write essays, she requires them to come back multiple times, show that they're attending school. So our juveniles don't just come to court once, they're coming back multiple times to show that they're improving themselves.
Okay, okay.
The question you asked about the vaping and everything like that in the schools,
I think the sheriff's department is in the local school here in La Marque,
Mhm.
and I think those charges either go to the county or to JP3. So
Okay.
those charges, probably JP3, JP2, it won't necessarily come to our court unless one of our officers stops one of our
Okay.
people out.
Thank you.
Right.
Anyone else?
Thank you, you guys.
The traffic safety initiatives, what is, I looked at that, or is it just educating the community about
So it's a
different
little bit
aspects?
of that. So what we did to get the award last year was we utilized the city events. We did little things like the kids could wear the robe and hit the gavel. When y'all had the summer program here, we came and read to the kids and gave them books. There are books that are provided by the state that we can give to elementary age school kids. So the goal is to utilize these TVs on court days to have something that loops that maybe talks about statistics in our city or how many accidents or why it's important to buckle up. So, but yes, that's what it is. It's to inform not only the children and youth, but the community as a whole on traffic safety.
And what type of community service do you offer?
So our judge, when she grants community service, she has a very limited list. They are only allowed to work within the city of La Marque so that they're giving back to the community in La Marque. So she has a list of all the approved places that are nonprofit. Is that what you're talking about? Like in yeah. So there's a list. I think Keep La Marque Beautiful is on it. Reach One, Teach One, which is through the JP courts, is on there. Any church that provides food or shelter services. The food bank, even though the food bank's in Texas City, it's still on her approved list. I think there's a couple more that's approved on there.
And I noticed that the food bank also allow for payments for community service. Do you know what that is?
Not sure what that.
Okay. It's court ordered payments to the food
Well,
bank.
the court orders, so when you talk about court ordered community service,
Mhm.
they're doing that in lieu of paying their fine.
Okay.
So if they come up to the judge and the judge assesses a fine, the judge next question is, can you pay this amount? And if the question is no, it's, can you get on a payment plan? If the question or the answer is no, then are you able to do community service in
Okay.
lieu of paying your fine? So it's a form of payment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, because I don't see that, how many people have been assigned to community service in La Marque?
That would be a report that I would have to run. I don't have that number off. the top of my
Okay.
head. But it can be given to you. I can get that to you.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
I'm interested in knowing more about the Teen and Police Service Academy that you have listed here.
Caps.
But it's also not anything that I see as a separate line item in
Are
terms
you
of finance.
talking about under the goals?
Is it, yeah, your cover sheet here in this, do you
Is
know,
it that
do you know what it is? Have you seen this sheet? Have you?
I think it's the TAP program, what you're talking about.
Tap?
Yeah.
That's the one with the high school?
Yes.
sir.
Oh, so that's continuing.
Yes, it's copy on, yes, sir, through Chief Aragon, or me, myself, Chief Aragon, a couple of other officers, we do go over every Tuesday during the school year, we can work with the kids. We only get about 45 minutes, but it is beneficial. And the good thing about it is when they take a pre-survey before we go in.
Right.
And normally the kids, you ask them a question, how do you like police? And it comes back about 10 or 15%, that's all. Then after we get 6 or 7 weeks talking about education on driving, drinking while driving, of course, peer pressure, dealing, and learning how to deal with your anger. They take a post test, almost about 80 or 90%. So the numbers are real different. And just letting them know, hey, we just like you guys. We live here in La Marque. We care about you guys. Y'all will come to us. And it makes it, because you go in there and some of them just don't want to have anything to do with you. But after a couple of weeks, they found out, and we tell our stories, they find out that we're just simple people too. And we just want their best, best interest. A number of them, like Leslie, who came over, who was in that program, came over, did our internship and worked here at the city too. So we try to make sure we get those information out to those students first, or anybody who wants to do that summer intern program. So it is a fantastic thing. I'm looking forward to starting up again this year. Probably by the 3rd or 4th week of school, we should be getting back to it. But it's on every Tuesday we invite you guys to come out and see exactly what we do. It's gonna be at La Marque High School.
As for the funding, there's nothing in my line item. I don't know where the funding comes from that, to be honest with you.
I think it is, from what Chief Aragon does, he just finds somebody who's on duty at that time and he signs them up for it and they just go. So it's no real after hours, there's no real, I don't think any account to the city. TAPS kind of comes with all the literature in Houston, so I don't think it costs the city anything. And it doesn't cost our
Yes.
county anything, or municipal court. It's just being there to work with young people.
Okay. The any new court of chiefs. Can you give us all an explanation of this levels of certification? What is the certification for?
So the certification program does have 3 levels. There's a level 1, 2, and 3. It is through an organization called Texas Municipal Courts Education Center, and they work with Texas State University to come up with their curriculum. And level 1 means that each clerk has to do 40 hours of training, and they have to take a test that tests them on all the training that they had. To maintain that level 1, they have to maintain 12 hours of continuing education a year. To get to level 2, it is the same requirements as far as the hours go. Level 3 is a little bit different. I'm working on that one now. Each test has 3 levels to the test within the test as well too. Level 3, I'm currently working on. I'm having to do 40 hours of observation at other courts. Like I went to Lubbock's court recently to go view their court, and I have to write a journal to the organization on all the courts that I go and view. There are 16 books we have to read on management. And the 40 hours of training. We also have to do a level 3 assessment clinic. And after that, you have to maintain 20 hours a year of continuing education. So, I mean, it's a good program. It's a lot of training. Level 1 is more like basic law, basic legalities. Level 2 is more on procedures, and level 3 is on management and budgeting.
When a person completes that, then this line category for the certification paid, what's the breakdown? It says certification.
So it's been explained to me that there is no certification pay for our certification in the city.
Say it again.
It's been explained to me by our HR department that there is no certification pay for us clerks if we are certified.
As you go through the ranks.
Right.
You just go through. them.
You just go through it.
Same salary.
We keep the same salary. I think there may have been a stair-stepped certification pay in the past. I think I've seen that in paperwork, but there currently is not one. I don't know at what point it was taken away. It's not currently in use. Now, in other cities, there is a stair-step. It's usually, I don't know, it's been a while since I've been in a city that pays, but it's usually 1,200, 1,800, and then 2,400. It just depends on that, but we currently do not have that here.
But why is it included as a line item?
There, but I think the line item, that certification pay on this is for our bilingual. There is certification pay for bilingual. But not for
Not
the certification program.
so. Seems, council, this is my thinking. We should consider looking at that closely and you're what I'm hearing is that other courts generally
Other courts generally-
acknowledge the fact that
They're
their clerks are
certified.
certified.
Correct,
I remember back at my JP period,
right.
we paid our clerks for certifications
That is correct.
at that time, so.
So that's just not the norm here.
It's just not the norm here.
that's-
Again, like I said, I think there was in the past a program for that.
Do you have an idea of what, well, perhaps it would be consistent with what we pay for bilingual. I don't know. What's the, is there
Like I
a
said,
scale?
it's usually a step up. I mean, you all know I work for prior cities. In my prior city, now I did leave there in 2012. If you were level 1, it was 1,200.
Okay,
Okay, and then it went to 1,800, and then it was
For
at
the year?
2,000 for the year, and it came as a bonus check at the end of the fiscal year. Yeah, but every city might be different. I don't know what the fees are. I don't, because it's been a long time since I've been with that particular city.
well, Council, I would suggest that we might massage that number and implement, number one, implement a acknowledgement that we have
Appreciate
certification
that.
on that, and then seeking to polish up the court, right? We
Yes.
have certifications
Yeah.
associated with that on that side,
Thank you.
and also maintain staff.
Right.
That's the other
It,
issue.
it does. And it's also an incentive to do the work because unfortunately, we are very busy in there a lot of times. So a lot of this studying and stuff is done on their own time.
The payment for the classes though is done by us.
Correct. And the classes are minimal. Now that's changing because the organization itself, just like with every other government agency, is struggling with budget cuts. Typically a class is $150. Used to, that hotel fee was included in that class. Now they're having to charge for that hotel fee, but it's still a discounted rate. I do try to keep most of the clerks here. We have classes once a year in Galveston and there's once a year in Houston. So we try to do the local ones so that there's no hotel stay. And we can just go to the class and come back home. Houston and Galveston usually January and February. So I do try to keep those particular classes closer for multiple reasons.
I think it was late last week, I happened to notice our little bus, I guess it must have been from the City of La Marque, beautiful, the bus with the trailer.
Trash bus. Yeah. Normally on the first and third Saturday, I think of every month, that's normally with people who are signed up for community service. They can meet at the parking lot there at the high school, is just place within the park. Normally the bus will pick them up and take them to do different tasks around the city, keep them all beautiful, picking up, cleaning up. And then I think they work from 8 to 12.
I think so. And yeah, sorry.
And then they bring them back, and then they disperse from there. But that's just a meeting place for the band to pick them up and take them to do the job.
And the individuals that are doing the community service are not just individuals doing community service to pay off fines of municipal court. They could be also from JP court or other courts. Is that accurate?
Correct, or from my understanding, it can be a resident. From my understanding, anybody can go and volunteer to do the Keep La Marque Beautiful. That's my understanding of the program.
Well, when we used to do it here with what was the gentleman's name, Mr.
I forgot his name, but yeah, they would show up.
It was not only La Marque residents, they could be
People
from
from
other
community
cities
service.
as well, but there was coming from maybe,
Robichaux.
no, well,
No, it
Robichaux, but
was
before him,
Robichaux.
we had another
There's an older
gentleman,
guy.
Mr. Robinson.
Yeah.
Mr. Robinson,
Cap.
yeah, Cap, he was
Yeah.
Who's doing the bus, who's monitoring that, who's driving the bus?
I don't know the answers.
I think right now, I'm not mistaken, I think it's somebody from City Public Works. I think Public Works is the guys who's on the bus, maintaining the bus and driving the bus to pick those people up on Saturdays to do that particular work. Not mistaken.
And then at one time, it was just 1 year though, we had an arrangement with the county to bring over trustees as well. Is it? I don't know, I think it just died.
I have no idea. I will tell you, coming from our court standpoint, with Keep La Marque Beautiful, when people are giving community service, they're given a lot of hours.
Yeah.
I mean, 40, 60, sometimes 110 hours. And Keep La Marque Beautiful only offers 4 hours. So a lot of our people that are requesting community service do not utilize Keep La Marque Beautiful because it's not cohesive to get their hours done. So they go to the Reach One, Teach One, or the food banks because they can go and work 8 hours at one place.
Okay. Good to know. And the last question I have, we've started our youth council. I guess it's called youth council, right? Youth advisory group. And my question more to council and maybe the city manager, is there a role that this youth council could have or would have with engagement with the court somehow?
I mean, I don't see why not, because the youth council is all about city government, right?
Yes.
From my understanding, so yeah, I don't see why they couldn't have some type of role.
Perhaps we can have some sort of a youth court,
Mhm.
even if it's a mock
Yeah,
youth court,
we can do mock court.
to teach kids about the justice system and how it works.
And the judge would love that because she's from a teaching background. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did, this past year with TAPS,
Mhm.
we tried to put together a mock court and we had them come over. There was some logistics about getting them here on time, but we can, Stacy has it, she has pamphlets, she has material brought up, but we can sit here and have one of them sit on the bench, have a prosecutor and a defendant judge, and we can have a mock court, have jurors that can go through it. So the process is there.
Yeah,
We just got to do a little better job of refining it and get it to where.
We
it can
have-
be for this.
we have a script, and the script comes from that same organization that we get certified through, the TMCEC is what we call it. They provide courts with mock trials. Used to, they provided those with more tangible items to give out to children and to youth, but now their budget cuts, we have to print it ourselves, but we do have scripts and everything for mock trials.
Talk to me a bit about, and educate all of us.
Right.
This texting that you have now, that's kind of new when I heard that.
So it's similar to your, I don't know if y'all use Blackboard Connect or what you use to send out your emergency text messages. But in our court software, we have a text messaging capability. So every morning when I come in, I will run reports that'll tell me all these individuals had payments due yesterday, they didn't pay. So we'll send a text message that says you did not make your payment. And some of them will call, oh, I totally forgot, or I don't have the money, all I have is this. But we use that to remind people of court dates, that they missed a due date and they've now been given a new date. I mean, it's daily. We send them out daily. There is a cost to it. It's 20 cents a text message. So we're spending probably about $300 to $400 a month. However, that is a lot cheaper than spending 75 cents to $10 on mail. And so we are no longer mailing warrant letters. As a matter of fact, at the legislative update, it has now been officially okayed that email correspondence is considered notification. So we're working on the email part. We email our attorneys all the time, their notifications, but when it comes to individuals, that's why phone numbers are so important. So we try to collect all the phone numbers we can because people never change their phone numbers usually, but they move all the time.
On our category of expenditures, what line is that service?
So it's gonna be under your professional, it's under professional fees.
Good.
There's a lot of things under that professional fees.
Would you mind
I'd
listing
like
them for us?
I have no problem listening for you because I would love if they were listed individually in general. So under professional fees, we have a couple of things. We have Tyler Technology, which that's where those text messaging comes into.
Ms. Stacy, you said spell that for us?
Tyler Technologies.
Tyler with a Y?
Yep.
Thank you.
That's our computer software.
Do you happen to know how much?
So you'll see there's a increase and I'll tell you why in a moment. So we're currently at about 20-something thousand a year for them, give or take. But there is an increase and I'll explain that in a little bit. Brazos software is also under there. Brazos is the software that the police department uses to utilize the electronic tickets, but the court does maintain the maintenance fee part of that through our technology fund. Video magistrate is under that professional fees line item.
What was Brazos amount and video magistrate amount?
I don't have the exact amount of Brazos for you and I apologize for that.
That's okay.
But the video magistrate, we were at 1,800, but they've gone up on their prices this year, so it'll be 1,920 for the year.
Basically 2,000.
Yeah. TransUnion is in there. That is actually the system that our marshal uses to look up information to help us get better addresses, phone numbers, things like that. That is about 2,100 a year. And then the other things that are under there, and this is part of the reason for there's 3 reasons for the request for an increase, but Linebarger, which y'all are all aware of who Linebarger is, and Omnibase are also listed on those professional fees. Linebarger and Omnibase, we collect money and then turn around and pay it right back to them. Over this past year we've been doing a lot of in-house collections, trying to do more with our warrants, the text messaging and things like that. So we have increased that money coming in, which is increasing the money going back out to Linebarger and Omnibase, because those are companies that help us bring those people in. So there's been an increase in those two. So those are pretty much the things that are under professional fees. I look at it as it's pretty much everything that helps us take a citation from beginning to end.
So the increase that we're seeing in the professional fees is tied to the increase of citations and the processes that happen after the citation is written.
Correct, except for $13,000 of that increase is because we have been struggling with our software, with the speed of it. It's very slow. That's one of the reasons we're not paperless in the courtroom yet. With losing connection to our server quite a bit, to the point where it's causing a lot of problems. So I have reached out to Tower Technologies to get a quote, which eventually would have to go this way anyway, to be hosted by their server. And that's where that additional 13,000 would come in. I'm still working with them on numbers because what I'm trying to do is negotiate with them to maybe include our court notify fees in that, so that we don't have to pay that anymore. Maybe like, we do this, you give us that type of negotiation. So I'm still working on that to get a final number. So that is why there was an increase in there. But I also want to add in to that, there is a court technology fund in which every citation that's paid, there's some money that goes into it. I've been struggling trying to get the exact numbers in that account, but some of that increase for the Tower Technologies move to be hosted could be taken from that technology fund if there was enough in there.
How much is in that, Miss Monica?
So I had her, actually, Monica, I got the numbers yesterday. It was kind of
Yeah, sure.
there, I think there's some other monies to be had in there, but I did get them to print me the numbers. So we have a security fund and a technology fund, and in the technology fund, if the numbers are correct, we're still working on finalizing that. We have about 24,000 in technology fund right now, but I am earmarking some of that money to help the police department with ticket writers. Because we can use that technology fund, which was what we did, and you guys approved it for us, to buy the ticket writers a year ago for them. But I also want to make sure I have some reserve money in there because I have technology needs as well too. And I'd rather be able to take the money out of here versus a different account. So the increase was just kind of thrown in there to kind of say, this is what the increase we're looking at, just to be on the safe side. I redid the numbers. I honestly don't think it needs to be at 104. I think it could be at like 90,000 to cover us safely. But again, I think that we can use, if we decide to move the court software from the city server to a hosted server, we could use the technology fund to cover that cost.
How much are ticket writers?
So I just got a quote. Well, that's another thing that's kind of up in the air right now. The ticket writers are cell phones. So I don't want to speak out of term because
The ticket writers
are cell phones.
Ticket writers have become they weren't always cell phones, were they?
No, so back in March of 2024, when we went through this, when they needed new ticket writers, it was less expensive to get cell phones in place of the old school ticket writers. And we've done that. There are 8 of them at the police department, 3 at the fire department. And we bought new ticket or printers as well. And I don't want to speak out of term because Conrad and the assistant chief of police, Wagner, and I are trying to meet together to talk about these ticket writers because 1, some of the technology fund can be used toward it. And 2, it is my understanding that there is the current cell phones that are being used are not in service. In other words, there's no cell phone service on the phones. They're just strictly used to house the software, from my understanding. But it's also my understanding that I believe there's a contract with the city. If you're paying for service, the phones can be less expensive. So we're working on that quote, a final quote for that. Because cell phones, I mean, we all know how much cell phones cost. The printers themselves, I think I have the quote if you want me to pull it up. Real quick.
While you're doing that, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Back to these ticket writers. So it's my understanding that the machine that used to be active, you would write the ticket and then would it print out
It
the same
prints into,
machine?
yes, the cell phones right now print to a separate printer. They have a little small printer that's about.
In the car with the police officer?
It's portable.
Okay.
Some of them just hang them on the back of the back seat, the front seats, and when you push a couple of buttons, you input the information, and you hit the button, it prints out a citation. So if you're on the side of the road, you got the speed, that prints it out, but the cell phone goes to the printer.
Gotcha.
And they just hook up to the printer, like I think she said this. If you go in the police department, there's normally about 5 or 6 of them on the counter. And normally each officer has a phone that goes with a particular printer.
So an officer doesn't keep that, that's not assigned to an officer for their tenure here. That they basically check those in and out as they come on and off duty.
Yes, sir. I think so at the daily basis. Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Correct, that's correct. So bear with me because we have like 9 different quotes coming in here because we're trying to compare the ones that we had back in March. When you purchase what we call ticket writer, there's a lot of things that go into play. There is a maintenance fee. There's a license fee for each one that you buy. There's a printer that goes with each one because they are cell phones. Now there's otter boxes that go with each one and screen protectors that go with each one. So we've been working with him today. He just sent some new quotes. I'm just trying to get you some little quotes on the ticket writers himself. I mean, on the. I do apologize.
No, you're fine.
Where are his names?
This is why we're here, ma'am.
All right, let me go back in here. And I may have to go back to the older ones and look, but. I'm so sorry. Every invoice I'm opening is just what the maintenance fees are gonna be. So he only gave me the quote for the license fee and the interface right now. Let me go back and I can tell you what we did pay for, just to kind of give you an idea. The maintenance fee for each ticket writer is $237 a year. Right now, we currently have 11. That's just the maintenance fee. And that does come out of the court's budget we use our technology fee to help pay for that. Would it be possible for me to get back with y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
sometimes? Because I don't want to misquote them because as I'm speaking, there's emails, like there's 8 new attachments.
Yes, ma'am.
Because
That's
Conrad's
fine.
working with them to try to see if it helps you any. If I remember correctly, back in March when we did this, we purchased 11. Actually, we purchased 15 iPhones. But I think we purchased a few backups just in case we didn't know how they would hold up. We purchased 11 printers, new license. I think we spent around 18,000 out of the technology fund.
The 3 ticket writers in the fire department,
Mhm.
what positions are they assigned to?
So I believe they're assigned to code.
Okay.
And I am not for sure if all 3 are in rotation or if just 2 are. These have been conversations that have been happening over the past couple of days. Because I know the police department is in need of additional ticket writers.
Code enforcement has more than 3. What would we call them?
They
What
are
do we call
sharing.
code enforcers.
Enforcers.
Yeah, they are sharing.
There it is, thank you.
They are
They have-
sharing. They are
Sharing,
sharing.
okay.
And so
Do we want them to share though?
there's no problem with them sharing. As a matter of fact, I mean, these are expensive little devices. So I feel like if it depends on how many you have on a shift, right? If you have 5 code officers out on the streets, then yeah, you'd want each one to have their own. But if they're working in shifts and you have 2 on one day and 3 on the other, then they can share the devices because the devices are just like a computer. You have to log in. I will get with Conrad then and try to get y'all some exact numbers.
Hold that thought, Mayor Pro Tem, hold your thought. I think that Michaela Holbrook, who is our human resources coordinator, is on the line I think she is attempting to speak to this tiered system of deputy of court clerk that we were talking about. Good afternoon, Ms. Holbrook.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. Thank you so much. Yes, so I just wanted to touch on the certification pay for our staff. It is something that we did used to have, and it was cut out of a budget. I'm not exactly sure when. I'm not sure on the history of that, but it is something in my proposal yesterday. The court clerks are included in that certification pay. That proposal. So that might be something that we can look at, including in Miss Stacy's budget if the council is amicable to that. But I did just want to bring that up, that is something that we have been working on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I found the old quote, if that helps you. So the old quote for the license, now this was back in March, $408 a license, $675 per printer. But that was in March. We're now in August. I'm sure those prices will change a little bit. But that gives you a general idea of the pricing.
Thank you, ma'am. No question.
Yes. One moment, I just took a sip of coffee that's hot. My glasses walked in the room. This juvenile revenue fund, is that administered by the court?
So that is a earmarked, I call them earmarked accounts, the juvenile fund. It has been evolving and changing. We did have a juvenile case manager position, which we did remove and add into a full-time position. That fund could help pay for that position, but we were not utilizing that juvenile case management position the way it should be by the state, and I did not want to put the city at risk. We do not have enough juveniles, in my opinion, to title that at this moment. But that fund is earmarked to now work with the new diversion program. So if there's something that needs to be purchased in reference to the diversion program, that money can be used toward those type of events. Sorry, my wording's off on that one because the juvenile diversion is still very new for us. We're still working on it.
Then is it accurate to say that this fund is not anything that income wise is being derived from fines or anything? It was just an allocation?
No, it is coming from the fines.
It is.
So yeah, so that fund, the court technology fund, there's a jury fund you might see on there somewhere as well. Those all come from these citations. So if someone does pay a citation, try to explain this better. When there's a citation paid, I'm just gonna give you an example. That's the best way for me to do it. It's $334, right? $134 of that money is what we call cost that goes to the state or goes to one of those type of funds.
Okay.
The rest of that money, if it was $200 fine, that is a fine that goes to the city. But there is that $134 is broken down into a lot of different little accounts. Some of the accounts, we might get to keep 5% of the money and the state gets 95% of the money. So it's just really broken down that way. But the jury fund and the juvenile fund and the court security and technology funds, all that money that's in those accounts does come from individuals who pay their citations.
And counsel, I'm going to repeat something I said last year, and I'll bring examples, but these funds, League City does a very good job. They separate them out like disaster. It's just a separate little box so that we as members of council can understand the monies that are being, these are earmarked for that purpose.
And it
It's
is
not general fund.
Yeah, and it is in the budget book. They are broken out in the back part of the budget book on different pages. But I understand because again, also those accounts, and I'm just gonna bring it up while we're here. We have a security fund and there's money in it and it can pay to put an electronic lock on the front door. It can pay to put the bulletproof glass window at all the clerk's windows, including the water department up there because it houses the court. So I've said it before. I wish we could utilize this money that's in these accounts to better secure City Hall. The money's there, we can do it.
Well, and Monica, Ms. Monica, I'm just asking for some clarification on the juvenile revenue fund. If this is accurate, right? The budget from last year, or that we're in right now, the 24, sorry, yeah, the 24, 25, 26. I know, 24, 25 budget indicated 8,500, and then the amount of expenditures from that is zero for this calendar year.
So you may kind of help
And
with that a little bit.
then it jumps up to a projected ending balance for purposes of this. No, I think it's back. Summary all funds.
Tab
Am I
three.
looking at the right
You're on
one?
tab 3, okay.
Yes, you are. Tab 3.
Okay, I want to look at what you're looking at. I'm so sorry, because
Tab 3, and it's, go down to 80. It
80.
says the juvenile revenue fund.
So we're gonna do this together, but, and I'm gonna probably speak that term, correct me if I'm wrong. So the juvenile revenue fund, from my understanding, I started in December of 2023. From my understanding, you can use some of those funds to create the juvenile case manager position. It can help pay for the salary. Okay, and I believe it was that position created. I cannot speak to if that money was ever allocated to that position, because I don't know. I will, and then when we talked about this yesterday, I do not have access to my general ledger accounts. I haven't since the day I started here. So I run blind a lot, and I have to rely on asking the finance department a lot. So Monica would have to be the one to kind of answer the questions as to the in and out number, because I don't know the answer to that. Did you know the answer to that? I have here, let me show you. Okay. So it's 80 right here.
So it looks like it's gonna be adding whatever the 2024 ending balance of 32,540 together with our revenues of 8,500 will yield 4140, but there's no expenditures against that fund.
And there would be no expenditures unless it was being used for that position. And we have eliminated that position as of a few months back.
But you're also saying that
They can be
you
used for
feel,
something
you
else.
feel, that we'll have to get clarification from city manager
Actually, you know
as
what?
to
I
the
can-
uses.
I can pull something up for you just real quick. Let me pull this up. Bear with me here 1 second.
And
You need as many
Ms. Holly,
space as you need.
this amount 41 is
You are fine.
what?
I'm good right here.
So-
Ms. Holly, this 41,000 is what we have.
That's what it's saying.
That's what it's saying, correct? I don't know how to say what I'm about to say, but since I have started in December of 2023, I have been asking the finance department to please give me the correct numbers for my technology account, my security fund, because when I came here, I was told there was no money in those accounts, like there has to be money in those accounts. We finally got to the point where we figure out where that money is at. I have not focused on the juvenile fund account. That is partially on my end, because I've been more focused on these other two accounts where I know the money needed to be used more. But just like the other accounts, there's very limited things you can use that money for.
Yeah.
So sometimes you might have, like, if we don't have a juvenile case manager, that money will continue to grow because it's very limited on what it can be used for. However, I do know that with the creation of this juvenile diversion program, that fund, one, has changed names, and two, can be used for the juvenile diversion program. I just have not had the time to really sit down and dive into that program. That's on one of my goals for this next year. And then we can see how we can utilize that money to benefit our juveniles.
During, Mayor and I were talking, I made this observation that with the changeover that we've been having at staff in all departments, but when it comes down to finance, I believe, well, I want to get trained, as I said earlier too, on this again. on this software that we have. But beyond that, Ms. Holly, I think we need to look at having department individuals have access to read only, not manipulate numbers. That still is in the realm of the finance department. But all of us, if we wanted to facilitate our understanding of what we have in our budget, should be able to take a look at
Absolutely.
at these categories, and that would help the department individuals. Because I hear that over and over. They're frustrated. They don't know numbers. In fact, we went through that with City of La Marque Beautiful, with the parks board of these things. And so somehow we need an improvement in that process. And if it's just accessibility and read only, and on that side. And I think that also that applies to, because sometimes I don't see on the estimates for the 26 budget. What is it in that? What do they show for those two funds? Do they show anything for the core technology?
And you're talking about the revenues?
Yeah, revenue. There's nothing there.
Yeah, I'm in the expenditure.
Yeah, the expenditures, but
Yeah.
but they don't show anything on the revenue side.
What
just
what
on the
tab is the
summary.
revenue?
Well, I'm looking at summary of all funds on page 22 in the book.
Tab 3?
Yeah, tab 3. And what is what department with this? Is it Leo's training fund or what is that? LEOS?
Oh, the LEOSE, that, I don't know, I just know it's LEOSE, but we do get,
Loose?
yeah, we receive funding from them. We receive 2 checks and those 2 checks are used to train our marshal. So we can use that funding to send him to classes as well. So when we receive those, and that's something new for me as well. I've been kind of learning it as I've gotten here. So any training that Russell or Marshall, Washington, sorry, would like to go to, we can use that funding to pay for that. And then we have to send a report back to them at the end of the year that says, how much funding did you use? So that we can continue to send you more funding.
And I think it comes from the Texas Comptroller's Office. I think
Yes.
that check comes like twice a year. And it basically goes down, reporting because as a department, we do have
It's-
a ORI number, just like the PD does.
Yeah.
Just like some of the funding they receive for their office. So we have to report how many traffic stops we had, we done any seizures. So it's about reporting, and then based on our department size, they allocate us some money for training.
And can any portion of that fund be used to underwrite your salary?
No, it's we only
Only-
get like $1,200 a year really out of that.
But there's 25,000 in this fund.
So there is one for the PD as well. There is a LOSE for the police department and there's one for judicial. And the judicial one, I didn't bring my budget book. I'm so sorry. But the judicial one is a lot less. I did look up what LOSE stands for. So I had to do that. Law Enforcement Officer Standards. Like I should know what that stands for. So I do know the police department's fund is a lot larger than ours. I think we get 2 checks a year, about $600 a piece.
That's what they.
Joe, what funds were you looking for?
It's 85 line 85 is loose, LEOSE training fund.
So I wonder if they have them lumped together, because if I had, I did not bring my budget,
It is,
book.
if you go under tab 29, and it actually has, how do you pronounce it? Leo's?
Leo's.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
For revenue or expenditure?
I'm looking at revenue.
On tab 29?
I'm sorry, it's revenue and expense. Yes, sir, and it's about 10 sheets from the back. It'll be past court technology, court security. The top of the page will say child safety fund. And then about middle of the page, it's the Leo's.
Oh, there it is. You see, it does have a judicial and a police. And there's a one for fire.
Tab 29,
Okay.
core technology.
And I believe that the accounts are in order. You just go to the account 85.
And what's this drug seizure fund? That's police then, right?
Yes, that would be police, yes, sir.
Juvenile revenue, to be clear, is exclusively to the courts.
Correct.
Okay. For technology, for security. And the child safety, that's the fire department with the child the seats.
No, we do have a child safety fund in the court as well. We don't collect a lot in that. That would come from your seatbelt violations.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of seatbelt violations. There is actually a state report that we run every year in September to the state to let them know how many child safety seats we had. And then that money that's owed to them comes out of this child safety fund. If there is any that's owed to them. And usually we don't owe them any because we take very little, we get very little citations in reference to child safety seats.
And I think with the child safety seats for the court goes mostly to be in compliance. We try to get our citizens to be in compliance. Take a little.
Okay. Any other funds that you think the court is?
No, there's just the four big ones, which is the technology and the security. And like I said, those benefit. I love those funds. I'm so glad that the state did those. And there is talk with the state that they're going to consolidate those, because once you've secured your building, can't use that money for anything else really except for security. So they're talking about consolidating those two accounts together so the money could be used for either or.
Can I ask a question? Any fees that residents have to pay for illegal dumping? Where is that? Is that in code enforcement, or is that a part of your budget, or how does that work?
It's through the court. We have a few illegal dumping charges now. It is a violation of city ordinance, so it's a class C. And just like with any other citation, they have a right to come into court. And again, kind of like what Russell said, it's more about compliance. So a lot of times prosecutor just wants to see that you cleaned up the property. If you can clean it up, then they don't get fined. A lot of times that charge will be dismissed if they comply and clean up the property and do what they're supposed to do. There is a fine associated with it, but it's not often charged unless they just want to come in and pay it without going to court. And you might have a few people that will do that.
And do you ever have any repeats that have been fined and you've forgiven it?
So
I'm
I've-
just asking.
It's another one of those really rare violations I see. I've seen it a little bit more lately, and I think that is because we do have code enforcement with the ticket writers now. They did not have those prior to March. They had no ability to really write the citations. I've only maybe seen a handful of them in the past few months. Because there might be a process. I'm not really for sure. Code might have a process where they might go and tag the property first and give them an opportunity to fix it. I'm not for sure what their process is. I would think there would be a process before they wrote the citation.
I've been here since 17, and back in the day, full compliance, Mr. Phillips would come in, and it was based on compliance. So he would write a citation. Somebody might be scheduled to come to court. They'd come to court. Mr. Phillips would then show up to court. He would have pictures of before and pictures of after, showing that the person did take care of their business. And then get with the prosecutor, most likely those charges were dismissed, because once again, it was compliant. Lately we had, I think it's a little bit different now than what it was back a couple of years ago.
Thank
Chief,
you.
Are you doing any service work? Serving any papers?
No, sir, I really don't serve anymore because of the system that the state's put in effect. I don't have to really get out and serve. Sometimes we might catch a client that we need to get a subpoena to him. He needs to be in court today, and we can't, if we know the mail is not gonna make it, she'll draft me a letter and I'll go out and I will hand deliver and knock on doors, things like that. We're doing a lot of picking up, transporting from Galveston, from Texas City, from these different locations. And based on what the judge has put into place, that we can take that person directly to the court clerks and maybe install them on a payment plan, or either give them a court date. The judge kind of leaves it up to us. Stacy's made it available. So it really does benefit the city, and it also benefits the jail. So we're not just packing people in the jail, and then that officer who's on that first shift or that first side of town, he has to come in every hour and do jail checks. So it works out a lot better because it's easier. I picked up one today, brought him right to the clerk's window. I think he had a small fine. He put down $200. We put him on a payment plan. 5 minutes, he's out the door. Everything is ready. He's set up with an email address and his text number, so he knows exactly when his court date is going to be and all that information. So it really does work.
Chief, we've, over the past 2 years, and those of us on council remember this, we've invested a lot of dollars on police safety. A lot of grants that we've received are focused on that in addition to the hiring. My question to you is, with some of these funds, do you have equipment needs?
Yes, sir, I do. Based on that particular grants and some of those funds that we do receive, I'm able to go out and purchase a vest. I'm able to go out to purchase ammunition. I also use that when I have to go qualify, and I do qualify with the PD when they go qualify and the schooling. So I do get the training that I have to do, just like a police officer. I need 40 hours of continuing education every year, which that fund allows me to go to school to get anything out. Right now, we're talking about new uniforms for me. I've had these a little while. So yes, sir, it really does. That particular fund that we use and the way Stacy has it all set up, I'm able to get any funding or any security needs, anything that I need, handcuffs or whatever it might be.
All right, that's good. I want to hear because that's all I have.
Let me ask you this, Chief. Are you saying to us that members of our community that have outstanding warrants are picked up by you, and instead of them being brought to a holding cell, they're brought to our municipal clerks, payment plans are being arranged, and then they're being allowed to go back into the community to work, to do whatever they need to do to meet the agreement that they've made with our court system?
Yes, sir, they are. I'll give you a small example. Had a young man today that was picked up in Galveston, driving down Port Road on his way to work. 5 blocks from where he was going to work, he got stopped. He had 2 local warrants with us. I met with the Port police officer at a location, brought the young man in. When he got out the car, he knew me. I've been around the community a long time. I drove him straight from that location, straight to our clerk's office. In 5 minutes, he was back out. His wife came down, paid his fine, put him on a payment plan where he can pay $200 down. I think it was $100 a month. He's back able. I think I picked him up at 11. By 12 o'clock, he's able to go back and get that job. Just started a new job. Can't afford to lose that new job. Right. Can't have a call in. So as a court, we understand that. And with the judge and what the states are doing, they allowed me to work with people, and we worked with them. Even if you don't, you can't pay. Come in and set up a court date. So many of them, you know, they're not sure. We had a young lady yesterday. One of the ladies at EDC said, I got a friend, I think she has some outstanding warrant. And my question was to tell her to come to the station, bring her ID down to City Hall, and we can sit up on a court date. So it's that flexibility in being able to work with our local citizens, whether in Texas City or whether in Galveston, where it might be. But, you know, that young man, maybe he made it to work on time, maybe missed an hour, but he was able to keep that job.
He's able to keep that
And that's
job.
important. Yes, sir.
Continue to take care of his family.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
These are nonviolent folks. These are folks that have outstanding traffic warrants or some sort of code violation, fines and things of that nature.
Yes, sir. That's all there.
Just I know what they are, but we're saying this because we have community that's listening in. So we want to be very clear on what we're saying and how the program actually works.
And our motto is, please come and sit down and have a conversation. If you come in and talk with us or call us on the phone, let us help you. That's what we're here to do.
Yes, sir.
With that kind of department.
I've never heard that before. It's something that we need, but don't think that other court systems function that way, because usually if you have a warrant out, if you go in and trying to pay anything less than you owe, you'll get arrested.
So I will.
So has that changed?
Yes.
Okay.
So there has been a big push among all courts over the past few years to be what's called safe harbor courts, which means that if an individual comes into the window and they have warrants, yes, you are correct. Back in the day, if you had a warrant, you didn't have money, guess what? Bling, we're gonna call the police, right? You're gonna go to jail. But now there is more of these are Class C violations. They're not, like you said, these aren't hardened criminals out there doing this, just people who made a whoopsie on the road and they owe some money. So if they come into our, even here, they come to our court and they tell us, I have a warrant, what do I do? As long as they have their ID, they get options, right? We can send them for court and go talk to the judge if they don't have money. Or like what he said, we can put them on a payment plan. We do require a certain percentage down. He has a little bit more leadway because he's bringing people that are usually transporting. So we don't have a certain requirement on the money down for him. So that is one, people just want to get the warrants recalled. Sometimes they're scared. This text messaging that we started, when we did a mass, when I say mass text message back in January, my goal is to always do them every January. We had a lot of people calling because I put on there, you will not be arrested. Right? And the call was, are you sure if I come in, I'm not gonna get arrested?
See.
I promise you, you're not gonna get arrested. Just come in and we're gonna get the warrants recalled. So I think that has worked well. That word's not out there to everybody. And there are some courts that work differently, but I think a lot of courts are going that direction because again, it's about compliance. We want people to come in here. We don't want them to get arrested and lose their jobs or have their kids in the car over a traffic violation.
And I do think that the court used to be down at the PD. So it was real difficult to get people coming down to the PD. Because I come to Bridgeport, they really think they're gonna get it. So us moving down here has been beneficial for the whole city. It's been beneficial for the department, for the municipal court. And it's just a lot easier because sometimes I'll have to walk out there and beg somebody to come sit, talk with us and have a conversation. Not only do we take care of our citation, maybe somebody has something in Kima, they have something in Lake City. We can get on the station, can put up that information and say, hey, you have 2 or 3 warrants here. Here's a number, you need to contact them also. And maybe you can set up the same payment plan with them like you do with them.
So, so how, since we are now a safe harbor court, how has that helped with you in the collection data? Has collection gone up?
So I'm going to tell you some numbers off the top of my head. I did bring some numbers. So to kind of give you an idea, and we talked about it at the last budget. I remember there was a little, I don't think that's going to be your numbers. So just to kind of give you like a little idea, I hope it's okay to talk about numbers. In 2022, total collected, this includes state money and city money because it's divided. It's 510. 2022 is 575. In 2023, 24, it was 844. And this year we'll be at 1.2.
So 22 is 510,000. 23, it was what?
844. That was 23, 24, 844.
Okay.
And then this year, if our numbers stay track, we'll be at 1.2. Divide that out, and it's kind of on your front sheets I gave you right now. Those numbers are just for this 10 months.
Okay.
So I went ahead and calculated if we stayed on track, we'd be at 1.2 total collected. So I know it's definitely not about money, but there are outstanding fines that are due, and a lot of this safe harbor isn't, a lot of these people have been put on community service. And you
Right.
asked for those numbers, they've been given community service. They've had cases dismissed. Some people have been found indigent. Indigency is, I always feel like I need to clarify this, is if anybody does community service or they're found indigent, it is a conviction on their record. Okay, there's no other choice that goes on their record. But if they're indigent, that means that they are getting some type of government assistance. And they just cannot financially afford, they would be an undue hardship to their family if they had to make a payment to the court. Community service is along that same lines, but they're able to do work.
Right.
They're able to go and physically do the work to pay off their debt. And of course, we have the payment plans, and I'm very blessed that our judge works with us the way that she does. We work together. When it comes to our payment plans here, there are different courts. When I went to Lubbock, you have to pay 30% down, and you got to pay everything within 3 months period. Here, we do require 20% down at the window. It's $50 a month. If you want to pay more, great. If you cannot pay the $50 a month, and you call us by your due date and you make a good faith effort to pay, I don't care if it's $5 or $10, the judge accepts that and we move them to the next month. And I feel like we've seen a lot more compliance with that program because we're all human and we all have hard months. And some months you just don't have $50, but you have 5. So I'd rather them pay a little bit of something to help go toward it. A lot of times the judge on court dates will see that. If someone gets in a hard time and they come back, she might be like, I've seen you've done this, so I'm gonna go ahead and relieve you of the rest of the fines because you've done what you can. So there's a lot of working with people and not making it to where if you don't have $50, you're gonna get a warrant. I just think that's
Right. Oh, I think, and the national data shows the same thing,
Right.
that when you adopt the safe harbor, people will
Yeah.
pay something rather than pay nothing, and then they're hiding out.
right. And don't get us wrong. We have people that go back into warrant. We have people that despite all the efforts, just won't do it and they go back into warrant. But, if we're always gonna have that, but we're trying.
Yeah, for 510,000 to 1.2 million, that's great.
Let's talk about the 1.2 million. How much of that, I thought I heard you say that's total.
Total. So if you break it down, 900. So the numbers I gave you on the sheet that y'all have right here, those are exact numbers from what we've paid to the state this year versus what the city has kept. If I estimate the next 2 months, then that city number would go to 947,000 and some change. And the state would go to 333,000.
So here's my problem. When you look at the estimated revenues for your department, I think that they are still at $700,000.
As of, yes, at this moment.
What I mean is in your new budget. However, these revenue streams were projected in preparation for this budget season. It still has you guys as generating only next year, not even this year, only $700,000. And you're telling me that you're probably going to reach $1 million.
So I want to just say, I had a 5-minute meeting once in reference to this budget. And that was not discussed. All that was discussed is what we want to increase.
What page are you on, man?
I'm in my head, Miss Yancey. I'm in my head. No, I'm still.
I'm on.
So
I'm
I'm
teasing.
not trying to,
Tab
I
11.
want to own when I make a mistake.
Right.
And this
But-
is not,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I was never asked, what do I think the projected revenue would be? That question was never asked of me. So whatever number is in there was not a number I gave.
No, and I don't want you to take it
No, no,
as
it's
if,
okay.
we're saying,
Yeah.
what's the deal? What we're saying, we're discovering this together with Miss Holly. We're saying, Miss Holly, it looks like there's $350,000-$400,000 that we have not
Right.
accounted for
No, I understand.
in our next year's budget because we're about 2.5
Right.
million in the hole. I saw that in one of the revenue. I was looking for Joe, trying to help Joe. Yeah. To help Joe find something he was looking for, and I came across it.
May I ask a question, please? This is Christine. Stacy, was a meeting set up between you, JB, and I for your budget?
No, it was you, me, and Amy.
Okay.
I'm
And
on
you say
tab
that,
Right
and
here.
you said we met and we didn't go through your budget?
It was you, myself, and Amy in June. And it was done via Zoom where we just talked about what the increases would be to the budget.
Okay.
About who generated the revenue numbers?
I don't know who generated the revenue numbers.
Okay. And I thought, Ms. Turner, the finance did the revenues.
I did do the revenues, but I looked at trending. I would have thought that if we were in a meeting that would have been brought up, Stacy, that we would have talked about that. What you thought your projections would have been.
I agree with you, but it was not asked. It was a very quick meeting. It was very, very quick.
What was the reason for the quickness? Do you recall?
I don't know what the reason for the quickness was. It was a Zoom meeting or it was whatever, I can't remember the exact date, but all of a sudden there was like these, we're gonna have budget meetings. And they were very quick. It was a very quick, like 5-10 minute meeting.
That sounds very odd. Okay, let me think back on what that could have been, but that doesn't quite make sense because we met with all departments. Okay.
Correct, yes.
So the point of it all, again, let's all remember, we're at the kitchen table and we're basically talking about how much overtime we think we can make because we're trying to get to Disney World. That's all we're doing. Nobody's blaming anybody.
Right.
All right, let's remember that.
We're trying to get to the grocery store.
That's all we're doing right now. Miss Holly has indicated to us that we would have to trim about $2.5 million if we want to stay at a 39-cent tax rate. And we're just finding places that we might be able to cut. And we're finding different revenue streams. And we're not necessarily concerned about how we got here as much as we're looking for opportunities to get out of here or to get groceries. Right? And so again, Ms. Turner, we're not blaming Ms. Turner, nor we're blaming Stacy or Chief or Ms. Yancey. Nobody's blaming anyone.
Maybe.
You did it?
Yeah.
We don't want to blame Mr. Lowry today either.
Oh, we was trying to get Yancey over here.
So, but you get my.
Enough for that
So
side over here.
I want you to hear our heart. We're simply just trying to find how to create the most real-time revenue picture that we possibly can so that we would be able to then fashion our budget according to that. Nothing more, nothing less. Yes.
So on tab 11, it says the proposed budget is 567,662. When on tab 5, it says that municipal court fees will be projected at 700,000.
That's it. While we're thinking on that, Ms. Stacy, I wanted to ask you a few more questions about Omnibase.
Okay.
You said that Omnibase was a system that our agency reconciles, did I hear you say with the state?
So OmniBase is a third-party company that is contracted with the state of Texas and the city. And what that does is when someone's delinquent, they don't even have to be in warrants. If they're delinquent, they go into this system. And this system notifies the DPS that they cannot renew their license or do anything with it because they have outstanding fines. With that, it's changed over the years. It used to be a $30 fee got added to the case when they were delinquent. Because a portion went to the state, a portion went to the city, and a portion went to the company. That law has changed and the city no longer gets a portion. So now there's just a $10 fee that is added. $6 stays with the city and I think $4 goes to the company. I love this system. It is a good system because if someone wants to get their license, they need to take care of their outstanding debt. And it doesn't cost the city any money because that fee is added on to it. It is a slow process because some people don't need to renew their license for 8 years, but eventually they need to renew it. And so they'll contact us.
So when they go to the DPS office or whatever, and they're saying, I want to renew my license or whatever that looks like, that's when Omnibase takes effect. So it's not anything that they're doing with you other than having outstanding fines and things of that nature.
So what we do is we send them a report that says these people are delinquent.
John Doe owes
Yep.
$100.
And that goes to that company, and that company distributes to the Department of Public Safety. And I don't even know what y'all use, but it goes to the police officers when they run their drive. Well, I guess it'd be for DPS. If an officer pulls somebody over, they can run it and they can tell them, hey, you have a hold on your license, you need to contact this agency. Or if it's a warrant, they can take them in off of that. Once they've satisfied their debt with the courts, then that hold is released and they can.
I got you.
And also it goes to SESIC, which is the state's reporting agency, that it also reports. So an officer can pull somebody over, he can run your name, date of birth of your DL, and he can tell where you might have an outstanding warrant, and SESIC is statewide. So you could be here in La Marque and you can have warrants in Lufkin.
And Omnibase helps with that.
Yes.
I got you.
Yeah, they all work together.
Yes, ma'am. So my next question for you is you talked about schooling for your deputies and for yourself. And you said that you try to stay within the Galveston, Houston area, which I appreciate. We appreciate that. But you also said that there were funding cuts with the organization that actually puts the classes on. So they don't have virtual classes?
They do. They are $150 as well.
Okay.
I've done a virtual class since I've been here. I've done one.
Mhm.
Usually my legislative update, I do virtual. I'm not even doing them this year because there's not a lot of changes. I'm just gonna piggyback off of some other people. But if you do look at our travel budget, there is a decent amount in there, and part of that is because I did not go last year. I think it's imperative to go next year. And that would be our technology software conference. That is our priciest conference to go to per year. It's between $2,000 and $3,000. But it is very beneficial. I also think it's very beneficial for our IT department to go, because it not only covers the court software, but it covers some of the police department software. It's a great organization to go to. It's a lot of learning, a lot of networking. That is why my travel budget is at the price that it's at.
But to drill down on what I guess I was asking about the opportunities for your deputies. They could, they don't have to be limited to physically going to Galveston and Houston. They could also do virtual, right? Do they know that? Have you?
Yes.
Okay,
They know.
all right.
Right now, I think the agency, the TMCEC only has like 2 or 3 virtual classes a year. Sometimes they don't work out, but yeah, they are aware.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem.
I have 2 follow-up discussion. Clarify something for me. We have a contract with Limbarger
Mhm.
that they get a percentage of overdue fines. Well, what I've heard you say, with the technology that we're utilizing now, people are responding to the notices and the texts and that we're sending out, but yet, am I understanding that we're still paying Limbarger?
So Linebarger is another company, just like OmniBase, third-party company, contract with the state and the city. There was a time period when Linebarger or any collection agency came into play. The rule is that if someone goes into warrant and they are in warrant status for more than 60 days, they can go to a collection agency, and at that point, 30% is added to their total.
Okay.
And of that 30%, percentage goes to Linebarger or whatever third-party company and to the city. Or actually, I'm sorry, the whole 30% goes to Linebarger. I'm sorry, I apologize. The whole 30% goes to the collection agency because their job is to take our information, send out letters, phone calls. Recently, they have started doing text messages themselves. I think they sent out 1 text message for us. But yes, we are doing a lot more in-house work because it's so easy to. It's just a push of a button to send out a text message and remind people or to do things. So I've always stood 100% behind collection agencies because it never costs the city any extra money, right? But it does cost the individuals extra money if they become a certain amount of delinquent. I think some of my struggles recently is that with technology and people moving all the things that they're doing, mail is coming obsolete because people don't stay where they're supposed to be. And so lots of money is being spent on postage and mail, or it's getting mailed to bad addresses or things like that. Something I did experience with Linebarger recently, and we're trying to work with them to fix it, is that they're using old data. They send out a mass amount of warrant letters and our phones are blowing up going, I paid these tickets 3 years ago. Why am I getting a letter from this collection agency? So recently I've reached out to them, like, why is this happening? I've used y'all for years. They're like, we need to sync the system. So we did sync our systems with theirs to see if it cleans up everything, which is another reason why I brought up my goals of trying to sync with everything, whether it be OmniBase, Setzik, Linebarger, because there was a time period in history when things were done manually. We clear this from the system manually, and that's where mistakes happen. I will utilize the software to the nth degree, so everything I do is electronic. Every single day, I send electronic reports to these agencies now to say these things need to be cleared. Please clear them so that we're not having this problem. But on the back end, we're having to go backwards and run reports like what we did with Omnibase. I ran a report, there was over 3,800 people on this report. And we checked them in our system and they should not have been in that system. And they should not have been there for 2 or 3 years. So we've got that all cleaned up. And now we're even with that particular agency. So I know I'm kind of gone off the track with that, but Linebarger is another agency we use for
But
collections.
you still didn't answer my question.
Sorry.
The question, trying to understand. You said that if people, what's it, 90 days or 60 days, you said?
For
what was the time
collections,
period?
right. 60 days after a case goes into warrant.
After, you said it goes to collection.
Right,
At that point, Lynn-Barger or our agreement
right,
can pick it up,
correct.
right? And if the person comes in and pays the fee with the 30% added on.
Right.
Then Lynn-Barger is getting a percentage of that.
Correct.
So my question is, they haven't responded to the Lynn-Barger letter, they're responding to your effort. Is Lynn-Barger still getting? They are. That's what.
Yes,
That's-
and I think there could be the argument of them saying, well, we mailed a letter and they did something, and which one did they respond
They don't
to?
want
But
that
they are
in.
definitely responding to the text messages.
I think we need to be in that. That side.
Too many people got it. We were trying to make up a $2 million
Mm-hmm.
If you guys are doing the work, then maybe at some point, instead of waiting 60 days, we need to let you do your first efforts first in the first
Well,
6
that's-
months.
Well, by law, if we're contracted with them, once it's delinquent 60 days, you
It
have to
goes.
put it in there.
Oh.
That's the
so
contract.
That's the contract.
Yes, but you also need take into account that prior to that 60 days, that individual has, to kind of give you an idea of how long the individuals had, they had a citation, they had 30 days to come in. Let's say they didn't come in, we give them another 30 days to come in. Then if they don't come in, then it goes to warrant, then another 60 days. And during all that time, we're mailing letters, we are doing text messages and phone calls, emails, whatever. So there's a lot of effort being put in prior to even going to the collection agency. And sometimes the theory behind the collection agency is if someone gets a letter from a legal firm saying that they've been contracted to collect a debt, it's a little bit more of a push to call and get it taken care of.
I see.
Are there?
My
Go
last-
ahead.
I'm sorry, my last comment is, thank you all, chief and our city judge, our associate judges. I'm just so proud to hear, having been involved in this process. I really am impressed with this effort that we're making, because it's true. People were simply scared to come up to that window and present themselves because they were scared to be arrested. And I know during my term, I made sure that we communicated that as well. Just come in and we'll help you. And to avoid losing your job and impacting your family. There's no reason these things can be handled.
Exactly.
And so I'm really proud to hear. And maybe that's where we're going to win an award. If we talk about the soul of La Marque, the soul of our court system.
Right.
And so.
And I just want to comment back off of that. I am blessed to have an amazing team. I really am. I have a judge who wants to make an effort to sit down with us every 3 months outside of our work environment. She provides us lunch and we have an open forum conversation about things that work and don't work and expectations. And I mean, if it wasn't for things like that, where she makes the entire team feel comfortable to talk,
Yes.
I'm very blessed with a good team that's willing to all work together.
Outstanding.
Yeah, if I can, I've been here since 2017.
Yes, sir.
Stacy is my second court administrator I work on. And it's going real well. I'm blessed to be here. And I'm happy every day to come to work. And it's just the way the court has changed and the mindset of everybody, all the clerks and just the attitudes.
Yeah.
We're here to help. That's what we're here for.
Chief, you gonna run for office one day. I caught what you said, but man, I like that. I like how you said
I do have a question about the collections. I used to be a collections officer and I know about the 60-day, but there is like a window of opportunity for the whoever the client is to negotiate having that account brought back over. if they do something, but is that something that happens with this company?
So that, well, it falls into line with the safe harbor. All that 60 days means is that they now have this extra 30% that collection agencies handle their case. We still handle the case too. So if they come to the window,
Mm-hmm.
they can ask for a court date to see the judge and renegotiate a payment plan or talk about their financial situation to see if they can do community service or something else.
Is it still gonna include that 30% with the collection agency though?
It does include the 30%, but if the judge chooses
Okay,
to do community service
Mhm.
or find them indigent, that money is not.
it's not an issue, okay.
And the judge also has the ability to lower
Mhm.
a fine,
Okay.
and when she lowers the fine, it adjusts that 30%, because the 30% is based off of the total.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. There's nothing further for courts. I feel like there was something else. Huh. Oh, well.
If you think of it.
If I
before
think
we
of
walk
it,
out the door,
you're
huh?
right down, oh, you're right next door, huh?
Yeah.
Ms. Stacy, thank you for working through this with us. I think Ms. Kira allotted for about maybe 40 minutes for your department because normally municipal courts is very quick. But I think that a lot of, no.
That's a good
That's
thing.
that, yeah, it's a good thing because a lot of, we were able to talk about a lot of issues that affect you, but also affect other parts of our budget and other departments. And so again, we are working through all of these things, including leadership. And thank you for being an experienced department head. And for continuing to stick with our community, right? Because you serve 20,000 folks, not these 5 folks up here with, you know, all of the things that we're trying to do for our city. But you're serving 20,000. We thank you, Chief. Man, you've been the chief in this community for years. And we know that you're not going anywhere. But we want to appreciate you just as much as we appreciate Ms. Stacy, because this is not easy on our staff. And please relay that to the rest of your department and to Judge Pettijohn. And we thank you all for sticking with us and for continuing to pull that wagon down the road. It'll get better.
Appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this team.
Great programs.
Really do.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Thank you all.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Mhm. Do y'all want to take a 5-minute break, Joe?
Please.
You just took a break.
I know it is.
Take
Take yours.
a 5-ish minute break and be back at 10 minutes to 4.
Not really.
Good afternoon again. We are back from a break, council break. And we are here with our colleagues from Developmental Services. Welcome, 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 lady, and welcome, gentlemen. We are happy to have you here today in our budget workshop. And we yield the floor to you. Do you all have an opening statement or a presentation that you'd like to offer, or do we just get into questions? What say you?
Well, we'd like to say hi to everyone, especially the new city manager. I'm getting some notices that people are paying attention and they're not hearing us. So if I could,
Are they hearing? You mean down on the floor?
Even some of us on.
Let's.
Okay.
Make sure I'm speaking to the mics.
Okay,
Thanks for having us.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so I guess we can just jump into some numbers real quick and then probably have lots of questions.
What, do you know what tab you are, Ms. Jones?
10.
Yeah, we're on
10,
number
thank you.
tab 10. So yeah, we kind of had a similar experience when we were talking roughly about these numbers. It was a short meeting, just kind of general overview. And so based on some of these numbers and what we've calculated out on our end are going to be quite a bit different, especially when it comes to the payroll side. So as you can see, the estimate's about 196,000.
Okay.
That was taken into account, not us being fully staffed. We're close to that now. We just hired a new permit technician, but that's still going to put us one more permit technician down. So if we were fully staffed, we'd have a permit coordinator, 2 technicians, and a part-time permit technician and a building inspector.
Say that to us a little
Yeah, do
slower.
it again.
You would have you as the Developmental Services Director.
Right.
And
Permit coordinator.
do you have that?
No, we do not.
Now, did you have it?
We did have it, yes.
What's next?
So then there would be 2 permit clerks.
Do you have that?
We have one. We just hired another one that was going through the hiring process this week.
So you have one and then one on the way.
Right.
Okay.
And then we have Martha, which is our part-time.
Okay.
Permit clerk. So
That's 1, 2, 4, 4.5, right?
yeah.
And that's fully
and-
staffed.
And you have a permit clerk, right?
Well, and the building inspector. So that's on the permit side.
so is that a
one
total
building
of-
inspector, 5.5.
5.5.
Oh, yeah.
Fully staffed, you're 5.5, and that includes
Right.
both of you.
Yes.
Proceed.
Permit clerk.
That's yeah, permit clerk. I don't know if you met her.
One
That's
permit coordinator,
Martha.
2 permit clerks, and 1 part-time permit.
Mayor Pro Tem.
But quick question. This is,
Sure.
I'm thinking of something else, but if we had a city engineer, would they be in your org chart? Or would that be considered a separate department?
Most likely, yeah, it would be under development services.
It would be,
Correct.
it would be under development, okay.
But we're using a consultant. Attico does our civil engineering portion of that.
Mhm.
And we'll get into that here in just a second.
Okay.
You're also using an inspection firm to do inspections, right?
Right.
What's
Safe-
the name of that firm?
Safe built,
Safe Build,
yes.
Safe Built.
Yes. Formerly known as BBG,
Same company, they just changed names.
right?
Thank you. Go ahead.
So taking all that into consideration, that's going to increase our payroll to about 400,000.
So wait a minute. Gotta repeat that. So this 196 is not even anywhere near.
Not even close. That number was based on 2 people. Me and her. equivalent. So traditionally, that's I believe that's probably traditionally through the past couple of years anyway. As they're using Safe Built and Attico to do more of these consulting services. So this fully staffed payroll number is reducing their involvement with the city quite a bit. Not so much on the Attico side, but definitely on the Safe Built side.
So under professional fees that are currently showing is 360, do you know what that would end up being?
Right now, as of, well, it's not taken, this is taken into June into consideration.
Right.
So I don't have April and I don't have August or September. So take,
What would you expect for next year for your budgeting purposes? If your staffing is up to 400,000, what are your professional fees going to be?
well, I can tell you right now, we're at 464,000 in professional fees. Now that-
464?
that- Right. And that's with 3 months left to go. We have drastically reduced the Safe Built charges by having that building inspector and having myself on staff. Mainly myself performing the commercial plan review fees, which with the high school alone, Safe Built has billed us roughly about $200,000 in plan review fees.
Is that a straight pass through?
Almost, almost. I can't, I don't have the exact numbers on that.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with the ordinance. So you don't just automatically charge them whatever you're being charged by our third party building inspection or plan review people?
No, we do not. No.
Okay.
So, Mr. Ellison, before we get any deeper, how long have you been here?
7 months.
Have you had a staff allotment of 5.5 ever since you've been here?
No, we have not.
Here, let me ask it differently. Not staff members, but the allotment of staff. In other words,
Positions.
the positions. Have you ever known a time in the city where you were the developmental services director where you had less than 5.5 folks, not necessarily working, but positions?
Of a city this size?
No. Here,
Here. No, we have not, because we've been using outside consulting services for.
let me ask it different. When you got here as a developmental services director,
Yes,
were you told there will be 4.5 folks that you will supervise?
no, there was not a number.
Let me ask it different. Last year, when we approved the budget, did we approve for 5.5 persons in developmental services?
I'm trying to research it now. I do believe at least one, if not two of those positions were frozen last year for this season, year. They were unfunded. They were still listed, but they were unfunded. But I don't know exactly which ones they were. So that's what I'm trying to find out right now.
Right, I'm looking into that too, but there were some positions that were frozen. He was not fully staffed last year like that, saying it's 4 or 5 people that were 400,000.
Right.
Because when you look at the trend, right? The trend is hovering around 200,000. Last year, we budgeted for roughly 200,000. The estimate that apparently is coming in this year is about 180,000, 200,000. The actual for 2024 was 200,000. And so I'm trying to understand. This seems to be more than just a matter of unfilled positions. If you can understand where I'm going, at some point the council must have added staff members And if we added staff members, then there is not a reflection that points to what year we added those staff members.
Right.
Let me study this, and I'll get back with you.
Okay.
Proceed. Thank you.
Those position titles and that number of positions was given to me by Deborah.
Who's Deborah?
She's in the accounting department. She does the payroll. And so she has a spreadsheet. And so when we were looking at the positions and based on a workload that we have, that's how we came up with that number that said, oh, okay, so if we want to handle all the volume of the inspections, the plan reviews, and the permitting staff, we have no choice. We had to staff up just to meet the minimum demand of everything. Now, I can tell you that since we were down 2 positions, we had to move our building inspector to the permitting side just to keep up with the volume of phone calls, permitting, and scheduling inspections and handling people coming through the door. You know, the new staff member is going to allow our building inspector to go back being more building inspections, because right now she's not doing anything building inspection wise. So we're having to rely on Safe Build more now. She is doing a huge volume of the plan reviews, which reduces the Safe Build charges.
Yeah, I don't see a building, plans examiner inspector, Joe, right there. And we took that person from them. Actually, we just moved it from one designation to the other. So 21, 22, you weren't here, you were living your life and you were having a great life. We had 4.4 folks in your department. 22, 23, there were 5.3 folks, 5.375 folks in your department. 23, 24, there were 5.5 folks in your department. And you can see how the numbers went from 112,000 in personnel to 315,000 to 343,000 in 2023, 2024. And so unless those positions were frozen back in 2023, 2024, we have to do some more research. But if they were frozen, then this might make sense.
Right. Yeah.
Go ahead, proceed. Thanks.
Okay. So yeah. It's been, when I was hired, there were 2 permit clerks that were in the office trying to handle the entire load.
Mhm.
And it was just unattainable. We were getting complaints. We can't get anybody on the phone. It's difficult to get our permits. So
Complaints.
the entire quality of service was really low. Now, in order to provide a better quality service to our citizens, our contractors, we have to increase the staff load.
Right now, I'm running the office with the building inspector, but eventually she's gonna move up to, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
And you speak
So,
as
right-
loud as you can.
Okay, so right now I'm just running the office with the building inspector.
Okay.
So it's kind of like hard because I'm also training the other person, and whoever's gonna come again is another person that I had to
Yes, ma'am.
train.
And it doesn't help that this is Cassandra. She's one of our permit
Hey, Cassandra.
employees. How long have you been here, Cassandra?
4 months.
4 months.
4 months. Good deal.
Trying
Welcome.
to train the other new employee. So the staff turnover has been quite high.
Yeah.
Our two of our previous employees were here less than 6 months. So the entire department has been in flux since I guess Kathleen left. So we're trying to get that back to normal staffing levels, better quality service, a better La Marque, basically.
Sure. Yeah.
So
Let's stop here in your presentation. We have a couple of questions. Mr. Lara had a question and Ms. Yancey had one. Mr. Lara.
You mentioned we went from BBG to Safe Built. When did that happen?
They're the same company.
So is
That-
what?
The company changed.
The company just changed names. Okay, well,
Yeah, Safe Belt bought BBG.
they bought them. Okay, that's
Yes.
what okay.
Yeah.
That's what I need to know. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Yancey.
So because that area is so crucial to how business leaders see us, I know we do have a temporary company that we use for staffing. Since that's, if it's just for someone answering the phones. And a lot of times people don't use that because they don't know that we have that as an option. So,
Did have a position,
For someone to answer the phones.
yeah, just a temporary.
Yeah,
company.
but it was
it was
taken
through
away.
the
from-
SEER program.
Okay, the SEER program,
Yeah,
okay.
the seniors.
Yeah, is that still going on? That person left?
I guess the program is they're waiting for their new funding.
Oh, they're funded. Yeah, that's right.
And she's willing to come back.
She was fantastic. It was-
Yeah,
it
it's
was fan-
amazing.
How many months training her and she was getting up to speed?
Okay.
And then all of a sudden it was like,
Yeah.
I'm not here anymore.
Well, it seems to me that when that's, because SEER is a federal program, a lot of federal programs are being frozen as they are being reviewed by the Trump administration. But it would seem that we could find monies elsewhere though, to temporarily do that, even if it's in the professional fees. Because I've been getting complaints about this office
Yes.
in the community because they can't.
And
get through.
also, we only have 3 phones and it's the whole city against 3 phones. So,
So that may be an area that we'll bring some relief immediately.
yes.
You're
Yeah.
saying the city only has 3 funds or your?
Our
Our
department only has 3.
Three phone lines, not 3 phones, 3 phone lines.
No, 3 phone lines and 3 phones. That's it.
Do we have a phone tree? No?
I don't know.
Does the city have a phone tree?
She's saying yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that an option?
Because we have interns too, that.
Why are you shaking? I'm sorry.
Guess we get to make those decisions this time.
Yeah.
No, but I'm asking for you. I know when people don't have a receptionist or somebody that answers the phone, they add a phone tree to take care of that part of it. And so I guess I'm just asking if that's an option.
I can tell you if they call our office and they're so busy they can't answer the phone, they usually call another
Another
department,
department.
which tells them, please call them back.
Because they can't answer the
Because
questions.
because we don't have enough staff to handle them.
Either they call, the other side.
So why wouldn't we,
Miss
why wouldn't we just set up a phone for?
I mean, cause you can tell it what you want them to do.
We have an issue where if they don't get a hold of us, they call someone else and then they just keep calling until someone answers the phone.
Like, they will call
Call
code
them once.
enforcement, they will
And answer
call,
right. Yeah.
city hall. Eventually they reach out to us.
So if they call you and they press option 1, cause they want to talk to permits, you're telling me that they're not gonna want to leave a message and dial 0 until they find somebody else in your department? Cause that's usually how the phone trees work. You tell them.
Right. No, that they want to talk to a live person. If they don't get a
Okay.
live person. Keep calling until they get somebody. And that's where some of the complaints are like. We get sometimes it's like, well, we call, but we can't get a hold of anybody. Well, we do have an option to leave a message and we can call you
Yeah,
back,
that comes
but
back.
most of the time.
They want
wanna
it
talk to
right
somebody
now.
Right now.
And normally permits take for about 24 to 48 hours to get processed. And most of the time they don't want to wait. They just want to come directly to city hall and complain about it.
It is your normal process for 24 to 48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Could you turn those permits over faster than that?
Can.
You can if there's no plan review. Like if it's a fence
Yeah,
or roof,
yeah.
something of that nature.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
if it requires plan review, there's gonna have to be time.
Thank you. Yes.
But even those that don't need plan review, we're saying, we're a team. We're saying 24 to 48 hours.
No,
It doesn't take about 24 to 48 hours. We just give them like an estimate time. So that way
Give 'em
they don't have to
24
be
to
waiting
48
for us until
because
we
they
process
need
the whole
food.
paperwork, the everything. Normally
That's
we
a
get,
day.
we can have them ready in 20 minutes. If everything, they bring everything. Sometimes they're missing either plans or they're missing the contractor registration or insurance. So we had to wait for them to send it to us.
have to
And-
correct the application, all those things. So that's where the 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to respond to the phone tree from the IT perspective?
Yes, so I know that that has been discussed amongst my department with my director. I know right now we're kind of in a transitional period when it comes to the phones. We're trying to figure out who's mobile, who's stationary, who needs a desk phone, who needs a city phone, do people need both, things of that sort. Setting up a phone tree is possible, but again, like they said, people want to talk to, live, then, it's going to be a revolving door, but that is possible to set up the phone tree still, if it's wanted.
And that's where that,
I see.
that employee came in pretty important because
The
she was
one
able
from
to,
Sir.
right, exactly. Yeah, she was able to greet them as they came through the door. And these guys are on the phone or they're trying to complete a permit or doing another task. So we kept the conversations going. Answer the phone call, greeting them at the door. So the customer service was high at that point. But now that we're
Only two.
understaffed and we're trying the best that we can, it's,
Sure.
we can do a lot better.
Several questions. Number one. Please explain to me your titles. You're officially our what?
Director.
Director of Developmental Services.
Yes, sir.
And you were hired as that.
Yes.
Out of what city?
Missouri.
Out of Missouri. So you came from Missouri. Okay. What is your title?
From a tech.
You're a tech.
Mhm.
You're a tech. Who's the building inspector?
Dominique Freeman.
Dominique Freeman. She was hired as a building inspector.
She was code enforcement and we hired her as a building inspector.
Or
Is she
you-
certified?
Yes,
With what certifications?
code enforcement officer.
But that doesn't help you with as a building inspector.
No, she's in training.
Okay, so
she-
who's
she's
doing the
element-
plumbing inspections?
BBG.
Okay, so, and what are your certifications?
I have about 37 through the ICC, which includes Master Code Professional and Certified Building Inspector.
But you don't carry
Plans
the plumbing.
Examiner. I'm a certified plumbing inspector to the state of Texas.
But you don't do it for the department?
Sometimes, yes, like when we have emergencies that pop up.
Okay,
As far as a resident, if we need to go do a gas test to have a meter installed, so they have gas that night, yes,
Okay.
we'll do those type of things, yes.
and are you certified for plans,
I am,
as a plans examiner?
I
Okay.
am, yes.
It probably would be good for me to spend some time with them since that's my field, is to go over there and do some assessments of how we can help them with their efficiencies.
Wow, that's it's all exciting for me to hear that, by the way. Let me. I'm gonna go back to the old La Marque. If I had, if I wanted to change something simple, let's say I wanted to change my water heater went out.
Is it electric or gas?
It's gas, it's
Okay.
gas, it's gas. Because in old La Marque, almost all the water heaters are gas, okay. New La Marque, they're not that way. Right? They're all electric, energy efficient, but old La Marque, they're gas. Old La Marque, most of the times I wouldn't go get a permit. I just do the work and pray that it doesn't blow up later on. The real procedure is go pull a permit. So I would go to the permit office, walk in, and leave with the permit at the same time. what I'm hearing is that that's not happening right now,
No,
correct?
it's happening.
No, it's
It's
It
happening.
is,
Yes,
for the simple stuff.
yes.
So I can go and pull a permit for something like that, or even if I want to do some home renovations. If I just go in and say I'm gonna do some home renovations inside. I don't have to present a plan for that, do I?
It depends on the scope of the work.
Well, let's say, my home got flooded after Harvey, so I was out for a year.
Mhm.
We went and pulled a permit, but it was just basically that. The contractor didn't give us anything. And we had to put a new roof and stuff. I think that was.
For the roof,
Yeah,
you
you
need
have
a
to
building,
that.
was a
permit.
Permit that was.
And
Yeah.
you had to submit a WPI 1 with a windstorm.
Huh.
Which is they approve that you can change your,
Okay, all right.
certifying that you have insurance.
Is the state inspecting those for the
Yes,
roofs? Okay.
yes.
Some of those, it depends on. The state has a free program. Let's say
Okay.
our low income individuals can utilize that instead of paying an engineer to do it.
It's for all of your windstorm, since
Mhm.
you're in the coastal region.
Mhm.
Yeah,
By the
but
way,
not for commercial.
We have not been, as a community, most of us don't even know about that availability. We have a lot of community homes in La Marque that don't have the engineering certificate.
Whenever they don't have it and they don't know, we try to provide the information
That's
right there in the
that-
office.
That they can.
Or whenever they
the
call, we let
Department
them
of
know.
Insurance does a good job of letting
Yes.
people know about that option.
Yes.
But we don't communicate that enough here to our community members.
Yeah, we definitely want people to know that. That is very, very important.
And I'm gonna continue on this. The monies available under Hurricane Burrow that recently are being promoted by the General Land Office are available for repairs of that nature. Just have to apply.
Mhm.
It's a complicated application. And I'm going through that right now. Okay, so I'll keep you guys informed as well on these.
Okay.
Now, going back, so if it's a bigger project, you're telling me, now I'm a developer and I'm coming in, or I want to build a house. I'm a builder and I want to build a house. What's the time period for me to get a permit to build a house?
It depends on
The
a
plans.
couple of different factors, you know, whether or not your application is complete, whether or not you have all the plans that are needed.
Let's start with it's a complete application.
Complete application's got to go,
Weeks.
be registered
With-
and then plan review. So probably about 2 to 3 week turnaround.
2 to 3 week turnaround.
And you're talking about brand new house from ground up.
Yeah, ground up, brand new
The
house.
state says we have 30 days.
To
So-
approve the permits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
30 days to approve the permit. Okay. All right. And just once again, to refresh my memory, fully staffed is 4.5.
Correct.
There pulled up we had our pass. At one point, we were as high as 5.5, I think, I remember you saying.
I thought he just said 5.5.
5.5 is fully
Oh,
staffed.
5.5 was fully
5.5,
staffed.
right.
Oh, sorry, I heard 4.5. Thanks for clarifying.
Not gonna jive with historical data.
5.5, but yet we only have 4 right now.
No,
We have 3.
1, 2,
3 in,
with me 4.
yeah.
Yeah.
okay, with,
Okay,
right,
yeah.
with, right, I'll listen to 4. So we have 1.5 bodies that we still need, which are techs.
Yes, permit tax. Correct.
Tech. But does that include the
No,
person?
no.
So that would be an addition. That one, if the funding returns,
So we,
or as Ms. Yancey was saying.
Yeah, if that happens again.
Or if we ourselves assume that
Mhm.
responsibility, at least that would be a person to be on the phone and she's got some background and
Exactly.
training in that regard, correct?
Right, exactly.
And that would be helpful for you?
Oh, yeah, but it was,
definitely,
yeah.
big
Okay,
impact.
okay.
yeah.
And one
Very-
other thing for
very
clarity
beneficial.
purposes. When the phone doesn't get picked up, it's just rolling over to a voicemail, correct?
Mhm.
Right.
How often do you check your voicemail?
Every morning.
Every night?
every morning.
Oh, once a day?
What do you mean?
Sorry?
Every morning, like,
No, they repeatedly check them during the
The-
course of the day, but then they really, as soon as they
When you,
get
in the
morning-
evening, you check them early.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
morning, But
Yeah.
you're checking
Yes.
them several times
yes.
during the day.
Mhm.
Okay, all right.
Um,
All right, thank you.
yeah, I just want to ask a question. Could you look into, we've had a new school build that's still being built. It'll be finished in the spring. But I'm just trying to make sure that the revenue is right on, from tab 5 in comparison to tab 11 because of the new building permits and everything that's been purchased.
Okay,
And there's a change, but it's,
okay.
I don't know if the change is that big, you know?
Did the city, give them any kind of waiver on fees?
We did.
Yes.
We were,
We waived about
We waived a few hundred.
300,000,
Okay.
but they had already paid. That brings up a good discussion.
Yeah.
again. So they had already paid about $1 million, just the school alone.
Right.
And we're looking at, Ms. Yancey and I were looking at tab 5. And all we could find, Ms. Monica and Ms. Turner, we might have missed it, but the only thing we can find is plan review fee. And we didn't see, with our eyeballs, an inspection, line item. And if we were just to consider the plan review fee, then that looks like the estimate for 2025 is only $275,000. Now, the school district paid $1 million on their own. That's not counting all of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I assume other businesses paid to have plans reviewed and inspections to be completed.
Correct.
And so we need to find that line item. Ms. Monica, Ms. Turner, if you're listening.
So under the tabs. Okay. Tab 3, I think, no, I'm not, I should be 5 for general fund revenues. Under building permits, it shows, and building permits is typically going to include your inspections would be
Inspections.
built into that. But what it isn't doing is breaking out single family versus, commercial permits. But it's showing that for 2025, we're estimating 1.4 in permit fees.
There it is.
mm-hmm.
But it's still only,
It's still, yeah,
yeah.
it's not enough. That's what we're
Yeah,
looking for.
there-
So if there were $1 million, then you would think that the rest of the community was more than 400,000.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And it may be somewhere else. We're just trying to figure out where it's at. Ms. Turner, are you on the phone?
And then along those lines, Ms. Holly, while we're having
Yes,
this
I
discussion-
am.
Did you hear, were you able to hear our question, Ms. Turner?
Yes, I am looking as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And while we're having that discussion, Ms. Holly, the proposed building permits for 26 is 1.6. And we need to be sure that we understand that the high school won't be being built forever, right? So let's not, and I don't know that we are, I'm just saying, let's not depend on revenue being generated from those permits, because those permits are gonna go away once the high school is completed.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll spend some time down at y'all shop and we'll get some, make sure we got
That-
good numbers.
That at least pay for some temp help.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. Could we clarify this as well? What's an electrical license?
That's for our contractor registration.
Those are electricians.
Those are electricians that come and register with us.
Are we charging them for that?
No.
Not at all. Galveston charges them.
It's not.
We can't do
I
that.
can do, it's like,
There's a contractor
Right.
registration.
Not for electricians or
no,
plumbers.
for
Right.
No,
No,
but contractors,
but
yes.
contractors, yes.
Mhm.
general contractors, yes.
Do we have that? General contractors?
Mhm.
That's just,
Yeah.
we charge them a fee?
Yes.
We do. Yeah.
Oh,
It's on there. Contract
okay.
permits.
Contractors?
Contract permits.
Any trade they don't pay registration.
Any trade that's licensed through the state.
Where's that, Miss? Miss Yap?
Tab 5 and general revenue
Yeah, but where is that?
at the bottom, 3326 towards the bottom, contract permits.
Is that the contractor's license? Is that
Is that the, about the right
is
place?
that the one that it would be?
Ex-
Look at under.
Yeah, for general contractors, yeah.
But it would be called contract permits for a contractor's license?
Contract permits, I
On tab 5.
don't know what that would be.
Okay, yeah.
And
There's an electrical licenses line, but that's blank.
Yeah.
that's what she's saying. yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we used to be able to charge for all that and the state came in and took it away.
Yeah.
So what assurances do we have that an electrician is licensed?
We have to verify, so we'll go into the state website and we'll check their license.
Okay. And look at line 3325, the plan review fee. Explain that one.
That probably takes into account all of our plan reviews for residential and commercial.
Is that as opposed to the building permit fee?
Yes,
Is that perhaps where the school stuff is at?
It's distinct. So one is I'm looking at a set of drawings. And there's a charge for that. And then the second is the actual issuance for the vertical construction. And then that's got its own fee structure that goes in there. And then if you're doing a one-off, like you need a roof or you need electrical or you need plumbing, those go into their own separate categories.
So, Ms. Turner or Ms. Monica, we budgeted 950,000 in 24, 25. But we've only collected 275. What makes us think that in 26, we're gonna generate $950,000 in that?
That's gonna
category?
that should be a question for Jason. That number may have to come down. That's an amount that needs to be adjusted.
it's gonna depend on our forecast of commercial projects for the upcoming year.
And if you use BBG or not,
BBG is not gonna affect too much of that.
they're not.
It will affect our bottom line as we're paying them more money.
So where would that line be? What we paid BBG?
I
Let me
believe
get
that's out of number 10, the department.
10.
Yeah.
Where's that line item? And tab 10,
Tab 10, it's gonna be
Professional fee.
professional
Yeah.
fees.
professional fees.
Did we find out what was in there? Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And that's what we're saying that he's currently spent 464,
1,000.
which would translate that to the end of the year to $556,000.
Okay.
Which takes them in twice their budget. Roughly.
Mhm.
Say that again, sorry?
If he said that they're currently at $464,000 under professional fees.
Yeah.
And if they're 10 months out of the year and we then take that out to 12 months, it's gonna be 556,000 for this fiscal year.
But this is saying we've already paid out 620,000.
I know, but that's not the number that he just gave us.
No, I don't believe that. Well,
You
I
can't be-
haven't seen July's numbers, so that could
Okay,
factor in there
so the number that you gave was 464.
based on June's numbers, yes.
Okay.
And having said that, but once again, I guess it goes back to Ms. Turner's previous answer, that 360 that you anticipate in expenditures, well, I guess that's gonna be up to us partially, get into it deeper. But that's that right now, based just alone on this, with no changes, is probably a low number. Right?
We're looking to reduce that number
Okay.
quite a bit by doing more in-house inspections and taking over all the plan reviews.
Yeah.
So we no longer use State Built for the plan reviews.
Okay.
So that saves a large amount of money. Based on the high school alone, I think they're about 200,000 they charged us for commercial plan review fees.
So if we take the high school out of it in a normal year of operation, how much would,
Then it kind of trends closer to that 350, 360 range,
to safe built?
right?
This is to safe built?
No, that's Attico included in there,
Attico and safe built.
right? Yeah.
Do you know the split?
It's
Attico.
roughly about half.
Half and half?
I don't have the actual numbers, but based on the calculations and the current to date numbers I got from Safe Built today, look, it's trending about half.
And you're saying, maybe I misheard, are you saying one staff member could do both of those jobs? Or are you saying two staff members?
We are currently using Dominique to do focus more on the residential plan reviews, and I'll focus more on the commercial plan reviews. So adding her to that, plus adding me to perform those services, is reducing that safe built reliance and
So-
reducing that safe built overall charge.
Yeah, and you're fabulous and you look great. And you look like you're
Thank
healthy.
you.
You need
Appreciate
it.
You look like you're healthy. I don't know if you're playing the lottery or not,
Mm-hmm.
but one day you won't be here. And so let's ask that question again. One day we're gonna have a developmental service director that does not have 15 million certifications. So let's ask it again. Developmental services director, right? And then you got Attico and Safe Built, right? If we were to do what we are contemplating doing, how many more staff members would we need to efficiently and effectively do the job that Attico and Safe Built are doing now?
With the proposed 5.5 staff members, we can drastically I won't say almost eliminate safe built, but we will still have Attico for that service.
What service?
Civil engineering,
Unless we hire a civil engineer.
unless you hire a civil engineer.
Right, so that's what I'm, Mr. Ellison, that's what I'm trying to ask you. How many? In a normal year, we're paying Attico and Safe Built $300,000? Is that what you said?
Yeah, about $400,000 for both
Okay.
of those services a year.
So we said we didn't want to pay any of those folks anymore.
And you
We
want to
wanted to do
hire-
it in-house. How many new staff members?
You would have to hire a civil engineer, which would put us at 6.5 employees,
That's all we would need is one more person?
basically, yes.
Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. And then that would take care of the young lady, you mentioned her name before. What's her name?
Dominique?
Dominique.
Dominic.
So that's an inspector's position. So we already have that.
Correct, yes.
And we would have to hire I think Joe's trying to drive down the street. We would have to hire a civil engineer.
To replace
And
that.
between
Yes,
whatever position that Dominique holds, because we don't live forever, and a new civil engineer, then this would be, we would be able to
almost,
not have,
right.
okay. And how much, and you may not know the answer to this, how much, what sort of salary range would it take to have a civil engineer in your department?
Anywhere from 80 to 120,
Still less than 300,000, right?
yes.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
It's generally more effective to do to get a consulting engineer because you don't use them for a full 8 hours a day. So that's what more communities doing, even up to, 50,000. They're typically not going to have their own PE. If you could actually use them for all of your projects, then I would expect about 130 to 150 for their cost. But normally you're going to use a consulting engineer.
Yeah. When you were saying that, Ms. Holly, I just thought about the fact that the monies that we're paying Attico and Safe Built are, you use the word pass through. So these aren't monies that are necessarily coming out of our general fund.
Well, it sounds like the ordinance was not drafted to say, whatever we pay our third party, you pay us plus an administrative fee,
Gotcha.
which is how it ought to be done, because we should not,
Yeah, I don't believe it says.
okay, we should not be picking that up at all.
I got you, Mr. Ellison.
Okay,
Do you play the lottery though?
no,
Okay.
No, I'm staying right here.
forget what I'm looking for, then, I'm like,
I got you, I got you.
Mr. Ellison, I do have a question. I was looking on your org chart and you say you do have a city inspector. There's no city inspector on your org chart.
no, there's not. That was, I don't think traditionally we've had one for a couple of years.
I don't think we've had a city inspector.
I don't know the full extent of that. All I know is what I was told about when Kathleen left, 2 inspectors went with her. I don't know if those were code enforcement inspectors.
Those are code enforcement.
Okay, all right, then that kind of makes more sense.
Does Dominique, is her title a city inspector?
It is now, yes. Building inspector,
And she's getting the training.
yes.
We do realize that you all have been here, both of you, folks have been here for less than 7 months. And again, this is a difficult time for us. So we're asking all sorts of questions, because we're trying to understand.
Sure.
And so I don't want you, we don't want you all to take it personally. We're just trying to learn as we go,
Just like us.
just like you guys, and you ought to be commended for that. Yes, ma'am, I can only imagine. I can only imagine.
But I will say this is a department that we want it to be run succinct, because this is the area that can make and break you.
Yeah.
With outside
Mhm.
businesses, so. I guess for me, I've been on council since June 21, and we fix the problems, and it goes back to something else, and then we fix it, and then it's great, and then when it slows up, especially when you have a project as big as a high school, and then you're getting calls because they're not getting what they need for whatever reason, right? But we just want to make sure that we are the epitome of, at least we're striving for perfection. Because if you strive for perfection, you'll catch excellence. But because we've had so much turnover, but I want you to know from District A, we want to give you what you need to be successful, specifically for this department, because you are the face of the mark when you're meeting with outside people. We don't want you all to look scrambled, upset, and then people leave for whatever reason, because it can be very fast paced. But thank you for what you've done with the minimum that you've been given, but we're not trying to give you a spoon, we want to give you a shovel. But you gotta let us know how to do that.
Thank you.
Ms. Holly has already said that she is going to get with your department, and this happens to be her area of specialty. She's going to help us as a council understand the conditions, the opportunities, do a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I believe she's going to bring back a recommendation that will alleviate a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, a lot of anxiety. You did not come to La Marque to work in stress, to work under undue and unfair pressure, and to develop all sorts of issues with anxiety. You came to La Marque to first and foremost take care of yourself and your families, and then to serve some of the most wonderful people that Texas has to offer. We do understand that, and we are with you. We commend you for working under these conditions. And we look forward to the day that Ms. Holly will bring back an awesome plan to put you in the position to win. That day may not be today, but we know that that day is coming. Thank you for sticking with us. It means a lot not only to this council, but it means a lot to the 20,000 residents that this council represents and that your department serves. Absolutely. Any more questions for Mr. Ellison? Or, you okay, Monica? You wanna cry?
You been sitting there all day.
Man, y'all's plight is so bad, you made Monica cry.
But compared to them, I'm out.
I'm teasing. Thank you all. If there are no more questions, this will be an ongoing discussion to help you all get what you need to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would say that to have all the certifications that he has, you're very fortunate.
Mhm.
That is not something that you get in a lot of communities. So
We'll talk
well
about-
done.
We'll talk about that more when Ray's comes up.
There you go, see? You catching on.
Do you know how long it takes to get 17 million certificates?
No.
Man, you were on Zoom at like 2 a.m. doing certifications, right?
Every day, every night. Hanging out with the family, watching TV with the code books in my lap.
Doing some certs, huh? Man, I'm
Do
not
what you
mad
gotta
at
do,
you.
you know? So,
I'm not mad at you.
I know, I was fortunate, I had a city manager, he said, here's the credit card, and I said, oh, boy, you're gonna regret that.
Wow.
Wow, that is.
That is definitely something.
What was his
that you
name?
don't-
No, just kidding.
Did you hear Mr. Lowry? Did y'all hear Mr. Lowry?
What did he say?
He's looking for a city manager that passes credit cards to Mr. Ellison. We're teasing up here, guys. That is not what he meant. We're just having a good time. Thank y'all.
Thank you, guys. And just by the way, y'all are located at the
7:30.
11:31st.
Economic development.
Economic
Oh,
development.
you're back at the EDC. What was over there at
Door
the,
says permits on the front.
but it temporarily, for a while, y'all were over the Texas Avenue, right? For a while?
That was before us.
Yes, sir.
Were, yeah. So you're back.
While they were doing the remodels in the EDC building, that's where they were housed.
Thank you.
That was
So they're
back-
by the
back in
Star?
called Buttermilk Junction.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
guys.
That's good.
Thank you. And then there was Monica.
No comment, nothing. Oh, just comment. Oh, there is
He
comment.
said 1 o'clock is 1:52.
Right after she brought you the cup, she brought the pot over there.
Well, we put, Mr. Larman, I split the cup.
Monica makes for you?
That's good.
Really?
Please don't.
I call it the 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's what it said.
All right.
What's the coffee, Mr. Osteen? I think. Dave?
Before we get into the finance, there were some questions that we asked Ms. Turner to run down for us.
How many people did I lose?
Yeah, I'm just prepping us. I'm not gonna start.
I was like, how many people did I lose?
Oh, we have 4.
I got 4, 5.
I thought I saw,
You
oh,
did.
she's back.
Is
Okay.
it any tea in the vicinity? Okay.
There's
The next time you get
there's ice.
a pack, I'm gonna
Do you go hot tea or cold tea?
cold.
Oh, I have iced tea in the refrigerator.
Did you think I was gonna have tea?
I thought you.
No, ma'am, I don't do.
Ms. Turner, are you still
unless it's a
available?
tidy.
I am here. Can you see my screen?
I can see your screen. Are you prepared to answer? We had 2 questions for you before lunch.
I'm gonna do my darndest. Yes, sir.
All right, give us about 3 minutes. We are missing one of our council members and our city clerk. 2 minutes even, and when I call your name again, we'll be ready to finish the day. How about that?
Okay, sounds good.
And there they are. You may proceed.
Okay, I know that there was a question dealing with impact fees. So I kind of want to run down how we account for the impact fees. So on the screen is the impact fee account, it's the Fund 67. The first line is kind of irrelevant. That's the auditor AP line. they use that account number to do audit corrections if needed. The next one is our cash. Now, the cash amount, that is comprised of cash recorded from inspection revenue, and that's impact fees only. And that has been a rolling amount since 2020. The 2.6 million.
Question, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
That's the amount that's been collected to date in this fiscal year.
That is a year to date. That is from 2020 to today.
Oh, from 2020.
That's a rolling, that's cash. That's how, when we record the revenue, we record cash at the same time, right? So that is the rolling amount of impact fees that have been collected.
It's 2020. Okay.
Okay. Let's go to the impact fee line item. That is our current year. Okay, our current fiscal year. We budgeted 600,000. So far as of today, we've collected. Now, there could be some pending journals that have not been posted because we're doing July close. So, but needless to say of that is $395,495.30. That's the impact fee revenue for fiscal year 25. Now, we also have a transfer out to utility fund. Now, there are projects that are funded by impact fees. So that has been set up for years now, that money is transferred from impact fees to the utility fund. And that amount has been this year, $238,000. We did a transfer of $88,000 that covered a 1765 water line project. And then I did a mid-year transfer to the utility fund for $150,000. With all that taken into account, all those numbers roll into what's considered our fund balance. Each one of those lines are added together and it's our fund balance. So it's comprised of revenue for the current year, a rolling revenue amount considered our cash of impact fee money received, and the expense of the transfers out to the utility fund.
But
yeah.
how much money do we have?
Yeah,
in
Ms.
cash?
Turner, that's the question. Because I'm looking at following this. How much cash is on hand?
If we are saying how much cash is on hand, we have a rolling amount of cash that we had since 2020. I would say 2.6 million.
Okay, so we've accumulated this over to 2020 of 2.6 million. And to date, we've generated 395,000 of this 2.6 million. And we paid out of the 2.6, I'm sorry, of the three, is that 395,000 of the 395,000, we've paid out of that for this year 238. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And so that remainder has stayed in this cash that we have on hand of the 2.6 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the question is going to be, for me anyway, is clarification on what impact fees can be used for. That's set by the state, Ms. Hall,
Yes,
you know that.
I do not know that answer.
Okay, Ms. Turner is.
She can't hear you, Joe. I mean, Jack, I'm sorry.
Has this 2.6 million been drawn as interest when it was at 4-point-something% interest here last half a year ago?
Or is it just sitting in there?
Uh,
Has it been invested, making us money? That's what I want to know.
let's see here. Mhm. Let me dig into that, Mr. Osteen. I can't answer that yes or no right now. My gut is saying yes, but I want to confirm it for you.
Thank you. Confirm it for us all, please.
You get special privileges.
Yeah, Mr. Osteen gets.
Mr. Osteen gets special privileges. I'm just teasing.
We gotta stop teasing and be serious about that stuff.
When I was a young council member, 31 years old, and I was sitting in this seat that Joe Compion, no, I was sitting in Joe Lowry's seat. And I believe James was sitting over here. That James Osteen taught me a whole bunch about politics and La Marque, and mentored me when nobody else would. And so I always allow my friend to come up and get questions answered, because I remember what he did for me before I even know what a council member was.
But he ain't just yours, no.
That's his official role. I'm teasing. So are you going, Ms. Holly, are you going to check to see what, I thought I heard Joe Compion ask what those monies could be earmarked for, designated for? Did I hear you say that? Are you gonna get it?
In very short, easy, it can only be used to increase capacity of your system. It can never be used for maintenance projects, and that's set up in state law. And by memory, it's chapter 195 of the local government code. I could be wrong on my citation. But you can't use it to pave a road or repave a road. You could create a brand new road if the impact fees cover roads. You can create a new water line. You can create capacity at the plant, but you could not improve a failing line. So it's only impact fees, pardon me, only get at capacity to increase the capacity.
Ms. Holly, would that permit us on our match for our sewer capacity to utilize this as opposed to we've been using our general fund to meet our matches?
I would have a twofold answer. I would check with the attorneys on that. And secondly, why would the general fund ever be what you're using to support the utility fund?
It used to be all one intermingled.
Okay. Because the ratepayers ought to be the one on the utility fund that would be doing the match on your sewer.
Mayor, I'm gonna make a request. Miss Monica, Ashley, Miss Alice Ashley as well. And I hope council will join me in this request that we need then a review of all of our projects related to capacity. All our projects related to capacity. What money is being utilized for those?
Say that differently.
I'm presenting that on Thursday.
You are, you're gonna.
Related to capacity.
Well,
just a minute, Ms. Ashley, hold on just a minute.
Miss Holly indicated that impact fees, according to the best of her recollection, at this point, can only be utilized to increase. Huh? Avery. That be only utilized to increase the capacity of our
Whatever the system is.
system.
If it's your water system, sewer system.
Sewer system.
Right.
In general or in that specific location?
It depends. I need to look at the impact fee ordinance, like with roads, they'll generally like put it out district by district. It could be, water could be citywide unless you're broken into different districts. Depends on how your sewer is. I think you've only got one sewer treatment plant. So it should be capacity to the plant or how you do that, but I have not looked at that ordinance and I will.
And, but you just have roads in that district.
It could, if your impact fee includes roads,
Okay.
then yes, you could do roads.
Well, if you could, I'm just asking council for an analogy so that we can all understand the proper uses, because this is a significant amount.
Ms. Ashley, did you want to add something?
No, sir, just I'm getting together that to present to y'all Thursday morning.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Did we get our questions answered on the impact fee?
Interest.
We're waiting on the interest. Okay. The first question was about the utility fund.
The 19 million.
The 19 million, and that was 02, 03, 40, and 47, Ms. Turner.
Okay, so I broke out each fund. So here is Fund 3. That fund is called Utility Restricted Investments Fund. So let's talk about what's in this fund. We have a cash line item, and that encompasses interest and meter replacement. Okay, we're buying meters, we're replacing meters from this fund, this line item. Then there's a line item called plant and lines investment. Okay, from what I could see is dealing with the 2019 lease purchase interest. That's a logic investment account. That's where the interest is recorded. Now, what the 2019 lease purchase is, I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna have to dig some more into that. And maybe someone there knows what it is. But anyway, that is where the, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Finish. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Okay. The next line item is called a meter replacement investments. And there is interest from Logic, Text, and Text Pool, okay? It's an investment. It's monies that are invested from the general fund. There is a breakout of the interest that is contributed to this fund for meter replacements. So the interest that's accumulated, there's a small percentage of that that is then put into this account for plant and lines investments and meter replacement investment. Does that make sense?
Ms. Turner, may I ask, just if I'm hearing this correctly, you're saying that all these numbers here don't represent cash on hand. They represent interest earned on the money that's on hand. Is that accurate?
That is very accurate. That's why when it's asked the question, oh, is this cash? No, it's not all cash. It's cash and there's other components that make up those accounts and those fund balances for those funds.
Ms. Turner, were you done, Ms. Turner?
Yes.
So how much of that money, first of all, how much of that is cash on hand?
I would say this amount right here, the 153,000, because that includes interest, but there's money being paid from that account because it's, we're replacing meters. That's for some reason it comes from this account as well. So that's how much cash is in this fund to be used.
Ms. Turner, let's go back. I don't see that. If you just said that these amounts represent interest only, the interest was earned on some principal. So maybe I should ask the question, what's the principal that we're talking about that resulted in the interest earned here?
What is invested in the general fund and Logic and Text Pool?
Where's the 19 million?
The 19 million is a combination of Fund 3, 47, 40, and Fund 2, which is huge, the utility fund. So it's a combination of cash, AP, AR, it's all the various different accounts that are added together to give that summary amount that you see of 19 million.
And out of the 19 million, you're saying there's only $153,000 that's cash on hand?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We misunderstood. How much is
Okay.
cash?
I'm only speaking of Fund 3, where you see I am now. That's the cash there. Okay,
It says- That said Fund 2, the one, I'm sorry, see this. Fund 3 is the interest.
yes, right here.
That's interest.
Okay. Then here's Fund 47. There's this account here is really not even cash. And that's a problem that we're having that our consultant is working on. There are some cash accounts that are negative. They have been negative for years. Okay. And Tan, that was one of her projects to go in and figure out where why the negative cash balances are happening. Now, I know for sure there are a lot of AP entries that are hitting, say, here is Fund 47, capital projects for the 2016 CO. We have drainage projects. We're paying Attico, Jerry D, Pax Construction, all those. They are using this Fund 47. But that account, there are many cash accounts that we have across the funds that are negative. And that was one of the things that our consultant, we didn't ever get around to it, but that was one of the things that she was going to work on, was figuring out how to get these cash balances all, especially the ones that are negative, all corrected.
So we don't know, I mean, out of the 19 million, can we add all of the cash on hand together to give us a number of what is the cash on hand?
Across all the funds? Yes.
The ones that we're talking about, 2, 3, 40, and 47.
Yes, and unreconciled, because remember, you have to reconcile your cash. This gets a lot more complicated and a lot more deep than just one conversation. It's going to have to be a lot of research because, like I said, the cash balances are off. Banks have to be reconciled to get a good, accurate cash number.
Maybe I can help out, Ms. Turner. What we're wanting to know is I've seen investments up there. To have investments, you have got to have money in there. That's what investments are.
Yes.
And I think what we want to know is how much do we have in investments that's drawing interest on all them different accounts. So
okay, I can give you a report.
we're interested in how much.
That's
yeah,
easy.
not so much cash, but how much investments have we had that we could turn into cash if we had to.
Oh, that's easy. I can get that for you. That means just pulling all the different investments. We have Logic, Tex Pool, Texas Class, and totaling all that together. And going forward, we have to make sure that where I left off with the investment report, that is kept being put on the agenda. Because that's what's going to tell you how much cash can be liquidated. So I can have that for you. I can have that for you tomorrow. I'll send it out to Kira.
Very good. That'll work. That'll work. What tab then, Ms. Holly and
9.
there it is. Doing the best you can, Ms. Turner. We appreciate it. You too, Miss Monica. You've been knocking them dead all day. The silent hero. Did you want to make a presentation? Is there anything that you want to share with us before we question you?
I don't have anything.
That's right.
I would make an opening statement that her ending balance for 2026 is $2,000 roughly less than what her last year's budget was.
Say that to me.
So her 2026 budget is 853,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Her 2025 budget is 855,000. So she is coming in below last year's budget.
Because professional services went down?
I also want to mention, I put in there, I built in a salary adjustment, but I know Ms. Holly mentioned yesterday that there aren't going to be any salary adjustments. So Monica, those need to be taken out and everyone is just going to get a straight 2%. Right?
I didn't know I did that.
Oh, you remember yesterday you stated that you just wanted to hold where they were. That was a presentation for HR and how she said she had salary adjustments. And you made the statement that we were just probably going to hold where we are with the 2%.
Go ahead.
2%.
Can I ask a question? Miss Christine, Michaela's salary adjustment presentation, was that already included in your budget proposal?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know that council or Miss Holly knew that at the time of presentation yesterday.
Well, what we got confirmed yesterday was that apparently in your budget, there is a 2% cost of living adjustment for all non-collective bargaining employees. Is that true?
Okay, this is what it is. There was not a total salary adjustment done across all departments. No. There was HR, there was court, there was finance. And you'll see it in MDSS, it details it all out. So from the statement yesterday, I took it, and maybe I took it wrong, but I took it to believe that we were just going to stay at the 2% and we're not going to enact any type of salary adjustments right now.
That was the $500,000 price tag.
Yeah.
If we took everybody up, and I said we would just do a study without doing that, without coming back to you. I think that's what
I think that's accurate. The council did show some interest in a 2% COLA for all non-collective bargaining employees. I think that we all agreed that if we could do that, that would be the right thing to do, especially in this time of inflation.
Yes, yes.
So we didn't freeze that.
Yes, that is there, but let me give you a caveat. Like for instance, finance, I did salary adjustments. Do we want to take those salary adjustments out and just do a 2% COLA?
That's Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something?
I would suggest, Ms. Holly, we put this in your capable hands, that now we understand the numbers a bit better, that it would included some salary adjustments in these calculations. And I also just heard you say 2% as well, Ms. Turner.
No, it was not 2%. It was only some departments receive 2%, others receive salary adjustments. They are in the budget, the MDSS budget detail. You'll be able to see exactly which departments were allocated salary adjustments and which ones were allocated 2% COLAs.
Ms. Turner, you're informing us of a resource that we don't even know about. I don't know this MDSS or whatever you're talking about there.
Okay,
I
I
don't-
was told from last year, we had a lot of MDSS reports, right, for budget. And this year, I was told that y'all did not want to use those reports. So that is why you see these one-pagers in the budget book for gravity.
Well, okay, well, let's do this. There was a miscommunication, from council, as a directive, and so we'll definitely, try to solve it now. Ms. Holly? It sounds like, that the council has an appetite for a 2% COLA across the board. The employees deserve it. Inflation is going up.
Yep.
And we want to make sure that they're able to take care of their families. The rest of the work that was done, great work that was done by you, Ms. Turner, great work that was done by Ms. Holbrook. The rest of that work, should just be at this point under review. And that's why you're here. One of the primary reasons you're here is to review all of our processes,
Yes, sir.
all of our systems, right? And all of our staff members, positions, if you will. And you're gonna bring us back a recommendation.
Yes, sir.
But as of right now, without objection, council, we believe that the employees deserve, the non-collective bargaining employees deserve a 2% COLA.
Yes.
Ms. Turner, thank you for the work that you did on that. Ms. Holbrook, thank you for the work that you did on that. Those employees deserve more. We just have to figure out how to deliver that to them, and that's why Ms. Holly's here. As we finish the finance budget, Ms. Monica, did you have anything you wanted to add?
For the salaries?
No,
Or
no,
just-
no,
oh,
no.
okay.
I'm teasing. Just in the,
Um,
in your tab 9, anything that we need to know about?
It all pretty much, like Ms. Holly said, it went down a little bit this year, so there wasn't anything significant change. Anything significant, the subscriptions went down and school and travel.
Would you, Ms. Monica, we have been exploring almost every department's professional fees. That's a category that we don't know a lot about, and it changes from department to department, depending upon the professional services that each department needs. Maybe you know, maybe you don't know. But can you help us to understand in this $110,000 estimate, in this $84,000 proposal, what sort of consultants or professional services would we expect to find as it relates to our finance department?
Okay, so. That is where the HDL, the sales tax research is. Gravity is the budget book software that we use to put the book together. We have Tan Beatty, she's the consultant that finance has used for, I'm not sure how many years.
What's her name?
Tan Beatty.
Tan Beatty. Is that the name of a person or a company?
Yes.
Is the person in the company the same?
Her company is,
I think that's a human.
yes,
Beatty.
Tan is,
Yeah.
that's her name.
Angelina Beatty is her name. And Angelina.
And Angelina? Okay. Is that the name of her consultant firm, or is she just an independent freelance contractor?
It's BD Consulting.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. What does she do?
Well, that's the person that our previous finance director had brought on, correct?
That is
I believe
correct.
No, I thought we talked about.
And what does she help us with, Miss Turner or Miss Monica, whoever wants to answer?
Monica, you want to answer that, Monica? I don't want to overstep you.
I know she does bank recs. Correct, Christine?
Yes, she does
okay.
bank reconciliations. When I lost 2 staff members, she helped fill in with checking journals. She would help with utility billing if there were any errors on their side when they would have journals. So she's kind of been a fill-in, definitely, but her main role has been doing the bank reconciliations for us. But at one time, I know when I first came on board, my goal was to have bank reconciliations in-house. We were able to accomplish that for a short time with the accountant too that we had. But then she left the city, and we just have not been able to get back on track since then. So she has been continuing to do the bank recs.
Well, I would say that, I mean, if she's been with us throughout your tenure, Ms. Turner, and at least part of the previous finance director's tenure, seems like if she is doing tasks that a full-time in-house employee can do, seems like we should have gotten to a place that we would be able to separate from that arrangement and have a full-time staff member by now. Or am I thinking about?
That is correct. We did have that going. We had one accountant too that was doing the bank recs. And
then that person left, and then that caused you to.
Well, we had a backup person, but then we were short-staffed, and that backup person had to do what the accountant too does.
Gotcha. Okay. So she is still providing service for the city because of our because we have not been able to be fully staffed for any length of time.
That is correct.
Gotcha. What else you got, Miss Monica?
It says here, Tracy Forrester, CPA, pre-audit work. And Clear Rec. And the GCAD property tax preparation. That's in the professional fees.
What was that last one? GC what? GCAD.
GCAD, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
property tax preparation.
So let me ask you this. The other day, we had a meeting with the Economic Development Corporation, and HDL was at that meeting. And I made the assumption that HDL was being compensated by the Economic Development Corporation. And yet we have them as a service provider under professional services for our finance department. So is it some sort of a split? Are we splitting? Are we sharing in the compensation for HDL or?
Yes, we are.
We are half and half?
Yes.
Gotcha. Anyone else? Well, that was painless, Ms. Monica. That was painless. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending 2 days with us. We are not even halfway done. But did that make you sad?
Yes.
But we do appreciate you. Ms. Turner, we appreciate you as well, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a good evening.
You too. Council, we gave time back yesterday, but we used it today, but we're at 5:30. This is a good stopping point. Final thoughts, final requests of Ms. Holly. We have a day off tomorrow to let staff gather and execute some of the requests that we've made in the first 2 days. We will reconvene on Thursday at 10 a.m. And so before we close today, do we have any final questions for Ms. Holly? Any final thoughts about the process or any final requests for Ms. Holly? Anyone? Well, Ms. Holly, I want to apologize to you, but this is what you do.
This is what I do. And I want to say thank you to Monica because unbeknownst to her, she and I are going to become best friends. And she's already spending time and we're going through this to try to get you the numbers that we've gone through in the last 2 days. Definitely we'll get Mondays to you by Thursday and then we may have to delay on today's, but we'll do our best because we're going through line by line to make sure that we've got this so that we can give you something that you feel confident that you know what the numbers are.
Absolutely. And if you've ever lived in a house with a family, or you've ever ran a business, or you've ever served on a nonprofit, in a nonprofit organization, in a position of leadership, we all know that these things happen, and we've been here before. This is not something that is abnormal to our municipality. It happens in every municipality from time to time. But I do know this. We've gotten through all sorts of issues in this great city. And we all can say that about our families, right, at home. And just as our families have persevered, this city will persevere. The numbers will be accurate. And at the end of this process, we will, as a 5-member council and as a management team, deliver a budget that 20,000 of our residents can be proud of and confident in. We can guarantee you that these 5 folks, 6 with Ms. Holly and 7 with Ms. Nance, 8 with Monica, and Avery, and my friend Avery.
10 with Osteen.
10 Osteen. I can promise you that we will not rest and we will not adjourn these budget meetings until we feel comfortable enough to present this to a community that deserves this and more. Having said that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. The second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned until Thursday at 10 a.m.